Welcome everybody, it is Unstoppable Stilezzi with another Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga casting. So today we're going to be doing week 18. It's been a while, it's been over 2 weeks since you've seen the last one. It took a while to compile these, but because we were waiting on I think like 2 or 3 of the encounters to be done, but we got everything here. Well, as you can see, a lot of these are pretty solid wins for a lot of the people, right? Just 2 matches, not 3. Mine, though, was 3 matches, and the circumstances around this are going to be pretty funny to cover, so I'm looking forward to that, That's going to be an interesting one, but without further ado, let's maybe get started now so we can get through these. See every single one in its beauty and glory. Alright. Alucard versus Kazan match 1. Do we have any other ones here? Yeah, it's all the way down here for some reason. That's weird. Let's see it though, I'm actually looking forward to this one quite a bit because Kazan and Alucard are very high level Wars of Liberty players, so they're going to put on a good show for us, I can guarantee that. Certainly. Just wait for this thing to load up. See the little bar poking? Alright, there we go. Okay. So, Kazan with Canada. Canada's an interesting civ, to say the least. Certainly. And now I see who's on the other side here? We see the Central Americans with Alucard. Right. 1 second, I actually want to change something really quick on my PC, super duper quick. I noticed the sounds coming out through my speakers. I kind of just want to go through the monitor at this point, so let me change that super duper quick. Let me see here. Sound settings. Alright. It's kind of a minor detail. It doesn't matter too much, but I always like to make sure that we're using the monitor whenever possible to reduce the sound interference coming in towards the microphone if possible. So yeah, alright. Now we're good. Okay. Let's continue. But anyways, Canada. What can I say about the Canadians? Canadians love their wood a lot. In fact, they need to use wood to age up, actually, which is why they have these things here called log cabins. These are houses that trickle wood. And with the wood trickles, and if you get all 20 of them, it's about, I would say, 4 wood per second. Because, as you know, 4 log cabins equates to... Well, actually, no. Yeah, exactly, because you need about 5 log cabins to get 1 wood per second, so if you reach the build limit, it would be about 4 per second. Quite powerful. Yeah. And there's sort of a benefit to that. That means that Canada can basically not have to worry about training as many villagers as they want, because, food is not a requirement of aging up, pretty much. And then when they get into the later ages, the coin cost becomes a little bit higher than the wood cost. So... yeah, it's kind of interesting the way it works. They're sort of in that category like the Tupi and the Incas of having the really weird age-up resources, and somewhat Australia too. As for Central America though, Central America is a pretty interesting civ economically. They really do well with natural resources. The whole Nauro here, this villager, they are really good at gathering from things like huntables, mines, trees, berries, that type of stuff. And they gather quite a bit from them. And they're aided even further by the Carretero, which is sort of like a booster unit that provides this little aura you can see here with the little yellow and green ring. That means that it's going to gather better from this resource here. And they can also build more natural resources too. Like the Carretero can build banana bushes to get food from, it can build trees to get wood from. They can also build gold mines with 5k coin to basically get coin from them. So, they're the definitive natural resource civ. They love abusing Mother Nature to the point of death, pretty much. Let's look at their deck. Now, deck-wise, I see 3 Holneros here. I see Virgin Forests, Countermarking. These are all natural resource cards, by the way. Furrier, you're pretty familiar with this one, right? Also the Spice Trade. So yeah, this is one of the only sort of civs where having a lot of natural resource cards, gathering rate cards, is a really good idea because it really benefits your whole arrows, which gather really well from them. And then it's boosted even further by the fact that the Karatero can always rebuild more natural resources when the ones you have are dwindling. So you basically get a much better gather rate when it's all said and done than other Cids do. Though it is a little bit trickier to maintain, as you know, because hunting obviously makes you more vulnerable on the map, more vulnerable to raiding. And then, of course, you're going to have to put down resources constantly to rebuild those mines and banana bushes and trees. So, it's not a perfect process, but you make a lot in the end. Other than that, though, I can tell already this is looking like an outlaw deck. You know why I think it's an outlaw deck? I see Livingston Code. This is the card that makes outlaws cheaper in population. So, I think in this version it ends up making the outlaws 2 population points cheaper. Which makes the, combined with the Town Hall technology, which you would get with Providential Pact for free, basically makes the outlaws like 1 to 2 population, and they got some pretty powerful ones too, as you know, like the Manyoso, that one that looks like a coyote runner style thing. So yeah, they get some pretty powerful stuff. As for Canada though, what are they doing? New France, Louis Joseph of Montcalm. So they're going with the Marine, the Quebecois Marines, the Canadian ones. And essentially with those Marines, what they're going to be able to do is they're basically going to be able to deal crush damage from range. Right? It's almost like getting hit with an Abyss gun or a Falconet. So, yeah, Marine infantry are pretty powerful. And in terms of deck, they are going to be going with mostly units. This is looking like a very rush style deck, Not a lot of economics here. The only thing we really see economic is the factories in the industrial age, should we get there. Also, improved buildings, which I find kind of interesting. Didn't really expect to see this. Fencing school will definitely help with the marine production, though, of getting out those tropas de la marines. As for Alucard, he's going up with the Polish wave. This is actually a really good option for going outlaws because one of the first 2 technologies you get with the Polish immigrants ends up boosting the stats of outlaw units. Right? I think it's called transnational organizations. If you don't know how the age-up system works for Latin America, basically you get an immigrant, right? They come with a wagon and some sort of benefit. Like this one gives you cows. And with that, you basically get 2 technologies at this colony, as well as units you can train usually, depending on what age you're in, right? So, Polish actually gets 1 unit, the auxiliary, that they can train. It's sort of like a musketeer unit that costs food and wood, and usually is a consulate copy of an actual unit in the game. So, the auxiliary would actually be a clone of the Swedish Beveringer, which functions essentially the same way. And they're quite good because they don't cost any resources. They basically cost 1 shipment, similar to a card. And only for this patch, since it was nerfed out, they also have a build bounty. So you actually make some of your experience points back when you send them. So it's technically better than sending unit cards from your home city, at least for this version. Now, in the Great War Patch version, they kind of removed that because they realized how broken that rushing mechanic is. So, they'll act more like normal cards that you can send infinite times, assuming you keep your colony alive, right? Because remember, the only way you can rebuild this if it gets destroyed is through a worker. Because every colony has a worker unit. The Polish one just happens to have something called a rancher. It gathers pretty bad at everything, but it does come with a free cow. So that's the benefit of that worker unit. All worker units for each of the immigrant sites has their own special property. Like the Japanese one is good at berry bush gathering and nothing else. The Scandinavian ones are good at treasure collecting. The Italian ones are good at agricultural works, like from plantations or mills. And then the French worker has the bonus of gathering everything at a normal rate, making it like a regular villager, basically. It's special by being special at nothing, really. Which is kind of like the French Civ bonus in a nutshell. So this time they're actually going up with the Scandinavians. Now, there's a very specific reason why Alucard is going with the Scandinavians. What the Scandinavians does on the first time you select them as an immigrant is they actually boost the hit points of your hero units. So this hero here, Rodrigo Paredes, is actually going to get about 50% HP boost to about, I believe, not 750, but about 700. You know, this is already buffed up a bit by the age up, so yeah, it's going to gain an HP boost. But the other important part of that is this unit here, the Caudillo, that produces the outlaw units and trains them like a daimyo. It also has the hero tag, so the Caudillos will actually become stronger by going with the Scandinavians at some point, and it racks up over time, up until the Imperial Age just about. So like if Alucard waited till the Industrial Age to get the Scandinavians, I think the boost would have been what, like 75 to 100% HP boost, but you know, Alucard isn't waiting for the Industrial Age, I bet, to get into a fight, so he kind of sells for 50% HP, and that's totally fine. As for Canada, let's see what they're going to do here. So Canada, on the other hand, is looking to be more aggro. We see 2 barracks, so this means double infantry attack. Combine that with fencing school in their deck, that could be a good way of starting a fight against the Central Americans. Also, we see level 1 market technologies. I saw the saw one. I also see the miner's hammer. This is the first one for mining. I bet they already got hunting dogs too for our 100 wood, since Anglophony civs like Canada and USA pay all wood for their hunting dogs, making the macro a bit different. So we see the Beneficio Cafetalero. So this is a unique building for the Central Americans. It is not the ultimate building though. It's simply a unique building that they can use. Basically what it does is it produces coffee plants around it. And coffee plants are just berry bushes that provide coin, and they can be gathered from quite quickly by the Holneros or the Caratero. Wow, they just shipped in about 8 Holneros from their deck. That's pretty good, you know. This Holnero mass is going to make the eco really strong, and then when it's time to make the outlaws, they can go right onto the silver mines, and they can also start gathering from these coffee plants from the Beneficio Cafetalero pretty much to keep out a constant stream of Maniosos and other outlaws. Also going for Deer Hunt and Frame Saw. These are the level 2 sword market techs for the Anglophonies, so they're looking to get their eco up before they engage in any sword fighting. It's also totally possible they could be going to age 3 at this point too to keep up with the upgrades. You know, I see here they're really focusing a lot on hunting. They've also sent the 700 coin. They haven't sent the food though, so maybe they're banking that one up for later. They actually have a bit of army up here, I just noticed. They have some of the Trupa de la Marines and the Spontooners. Spontooners are just pikemen pretty much with slightly altered multipliers. You know, their attack is a little bit less, but they do 6x instead of 5. Pretty strong unit, I would say. So, we're going to have to see here how Alucard goes about this. When are they going to get their Caudillo and start causing some havoc? Also, I should mention for Canada too that they have a factional system, and each faction comes with a certain unique unit on each age up. So like if Kazan decided to go with the New England or the British Canadian politician, he would have gone the Foot Guard Grenadiers instead of the Tropas de la Marine to train at his barracks. It's a minor detail, but a pretty important one. And also, every politician for Anglophonies provides a unique technology to research as well at the town center. For the one that he went with, Montcalm, I think that one gives you access, I believe, to... trying to remember, I think it's something to do with natives. Could be wrong though. Yeah. Could be wrong on that one. Not 100% sure. I think it's either... yeah, I think it's the one that makes the natives cheaper, I believe. The other one that the other politician gets is Floret, which gives your infantry stronger hand attack. Which, you know, could be useful, especially in this case, against Maniosos, because they're a melee unit. Ah, wow, look at this, a Scandinavian house. This is the unique house of the Scandinavian immigrants. See, the immigrant workers can actually build a unique house from their colony that the regular villagers can't. For Scandinavians, their unique house, the Scandinavian house, only supports about 5 population. It's cost-wise more expensive than a regular house, but it produces a treasure when it spawns. So, and with these treasures, of course, you can get the reward from them. This treasure of marigolds gives you about 80 XP. And sort of the idea of how these houses are supposed to work is you use your explorer as well as the Scandinavian workers that have multipliers against treasure guardians to take those treasures near the houses. I kind of find it interesting how they're building them along the periphery of the map though. Almost as if they're like trying to set a trap for Kazan almost. Like if they have a stray cannonball that hits one of these treasure guardians, they would start to assault right away. A buccaneer captain. That's a nasty thing to deal with. These are from the campaign from Morgan Black, remember? The pirate mission. These are the ones you had to take out on the islands in, I think, the mission 3. Yeah, these are quite powerful, so if you get into a situation as Kazan where you're using artillery and you trip off one of these things, they're going to slice apart your army like really fast, so be careful of that. That's probably the reason why Alucard's putting him on the periphery of his base, sort of like almost in like a wall, is so if there's any fight that engages at that distance, they're going to set off one of those treasure guardians and have them running after you. Alucard right now focusing on eco though. We see cochineal farming. This benefits both the fattening of herdables as well as the gather aid from berries, which I assume also includes the coffee plants, you know, and even if not, they'll certainly help with banana plants that Alucard makes later with his Karatero. We see some light cavalry though sweeping along the side here, maybe looking to do a bit of raiding. That would be a pretty good idea, I would say, at this point. Oh, certainly. Let's see. Let's see if these light cavalry can go in for a swing or two. Well, yeah, they're gonna get that whole arrow right there. Even, oh, yeah. One arrow's still not done yet, so already providing a bit of a distraction. They gotta be careful though. These are the Dragon Rojos. The Dragon Rojo is a type of maneuver unit. If you don't know what a maneuver unit is, it's the same thing as what we call in TAD or Definitive Edition light cavalry. So they are basically like dragoons, stuff like that. Now these ones are very special because they're one of the only ones with a multiplier against scout units. What are scout units? Scout units are basically hussar-style cavalry, like the light cavalry here. Assault cavalry would be things like the cuirassier, you know, Spanish lancers, like heavier forms of cavalry. They're usually good against infantry of all kinds. So, this is one of the only sort of maneuver units that counters light cavalry at range, not in hand, because all maneuver units can counter scout units in hand with at least like 4x multipliers usually. So, this is more like a traditional dragoon if you want to think of it that way. Whereas something like the Inet, which is a common unit between the Lam Civs, that's more like only good for attacking heavier forms of cavalry instead of the lighter forms like this one deals with. So yeah, it takes a while getting used to, but you learn the tag system real quickly, I think, with Wars of Liberty. And interestingly enough, these Tropas de la Marines have the skirmish tag, which goes to units like skirmishers. And the Marine Infantry, at least actually permanently are going to be considered skirmish units, so get used to that. Heavy Infantry tag works the same way for things like the Spontooner. Artillery is sort of the same thing as well. So some things are kind of the same. Oh wow, we see Spontooners slicing into the whole Narrows here. What's Alucard going to do exactly? Oh, they made a big massive Lanceros. Look at all these Lanceros. 20 of them. Now notice here, they do 2x against skirmish units, because they're like a Sawar. Now that the tag rework has taken place, now the multipliers, you don't need a calculator to figure them out now. You know, 20 is the generic damage it does, 40 against skirmish units. So yeah, that was a big change with the tag rework, was making the multipliers look cleaner for Lance Cavalry. Oh wow, look at that. Look at all this crush damage, 26 with no malice. They actually ate up that army of Lanceros in the end. That's insane, man. Look at that. Now they're going to get Steel Spear Point. This actually increases the multiplier of said scout units by 1 against skirmish. So Lanceros would actually do about 60 damage to these Tropas de la Marines, which is basically as much as an Imperial Hussar would do to them without any multipliers. Without any cards, obviously. Also, these Infernal Picadores here, the Picadori Infernals, will be another scout unit. These ones, though, have really high attack. They're like Ulans, pretty much. Their HP is really low, but they're going to end up doing close to over 150 damage to every one of these that they go after. I think that's just enough to kill them almost on one hit, almost. But yeah, they got to target the cannon first, though, because that's the source of the sieging. And now they got to deal with the skirmish units here. Wow, they instantly kill Fencibles. Nice. Fencibles are actually the British-Canadian unit for Age 3. They have a really high range of about 24. Most skirmishers have like 20 range. And they also have multipliers against artillery, so they're good at sniping cannons from afar. That's their other sword bonus. Luckily, our card is put down as Pletineka. This is basically a special Central American fort. What makes it special is the fact that it trains units quicker than regular buildings, so you'll notice that these queues for the Lanceros are fulfilled a lot quicker than standard queues would be from a stable, without the need for cards like Riding School or the one from the Town Hall to boost it up at all. It's also neat that he has 2 town centers, because basically Alucard can turtle it out as much as they need to stay alive here. Ah, nice. So these Infernal Picadores are going to Picadori their way through all of these Tropas de Marines. Absolutely brutal. Look at that. Now, a lot of people don't know how to kill Marine infantry just because of their crush damage and the lack of malice when they're massed, but this is one way of doing it. Lure them into your town center. Start shipping things around them like Lanceros and the Picador Infernals. And essentially they can make short work of them with their multipliers. That's one way to deal with them. And now Canada has to scramble to think of a way to deal with this. They need to keep the pressure going, so what they're going to do is they're going to send some Spontooners to slice apart the cavalry, which they could kill both Scout Cavalry and Assault Cavalry, because the shock unit tag here with the little electric orb basically means it's a multiplier against mounted units, all mounted units, and foot units too. They're very fast, like Machetros, Coyote Runners, that sort of thing. So it can really mean a wide variety of units, and even mounted units like maneuvers and some mounted skirmishers too. So shock tag is very widely used. It's basically like the infantry tag almost. Holnero's up here, pretty far from home, still hunting. Oh wow, look at, oh, whoa, yep, just barely made in there alive. Right now, though, they kind of have to stall. Oh, unfortunately, though, they're going to reveal the villagers here, and that could put them in real jeopardy. But what can you do at this point? You're dealing with really hard pressure here. Really hard pressure. Ah, ski troopers. Ski troopers. They actually swapped out their cavalry shipment for Spontooners from the Scandinavian colony. Ski troopers are basically just really fast skirmishers, right? They're really good for kiting things. You know, I would love to see them in a scenario like Arena, just run super fast around enemies, which I've seen Alucard do actually on some of his Liga games before with them. So here comes the ski troopers right now. About 7 of them. He's going to be able to kite with these quite easily, though. He just needs to snipe off this light cavalry and should be good. Yep. Look at how fast these things are. They're about 4.5 speed. these infantry only move at about 4, so yet they can outrun them quite easily and use their range to literally obliterate armies and anything with their kiting potential. Yeah, they're going to keep harassing them too. Just wait and see here. These ski troopers are just going to keep harassing the Tropas de la Malines and force them to retreat almost, which is going to buy them time to get some other stuff. What that stuff is, we're going to have to see here. Alright, so they're going to shoot that dog over there, that doggo, down. Poor Pelo. And now they're going to come up here and start doing their sniping work again. Yep, just run on back, shoot, run on back, shoot. It's really simple to do once you get the hang of it, and as long as it's not lagging really hard, you know. If you got a extreme lagger, it can get a little bit tricky doing the kiting, but, you know, I could do it pretty easily with the mouse pad, so it's not too tricky to pull off. What's the last site, actually? Yeah, so they don't even know about the Marines right over here, because I would have expected them to keep doing their kiting if they saw them. Oh, a redoubt. An outpost. Yeah, that's going to sort of build like sort of a building wall here for Canada to push the Central Americans into this little quadrant here. Though they have started to move out onto this side, you can see right here. So they're not as confined as Canada would like them to be. It's bad that they lost their Cafetale, though, because now they're going to be depleted of a bit of coin resources. They can grab this coffee over here, though, for the time being. Rejoin the Union. So, what does that mean? That means that they've decided to change their country. Basically, with Central America, you have about 6 nations that are part of you. You got Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Los Altos, and trying to remember the other. Nicaragua. Yeah, Nicaragua. And basically, they come with a roster of about 5 units that you can make at your barracks, stable, and fort, respectively. And they come with 1 Royal Guard option, 1 National Guard option that comes with more stats. But if you want a different roster, you have to disband the Union and pick another Central American country. Right? Now I think they're going to go with, I believe, I forget, I think it's Guatemala or... Yeah, I think Guatemala's the one that has the Royal Guard Escopeteros, right? The Pelicos. So yeah, I think they're actually moving in that direction. Yeah, because right now, Central America probably wants to spam a bunch of Escopeteros, really. Oh, wow. Canada shipped in Brummers. These are actually a German immigrant unit. Similar to... Well, they're actually similar to the old Landwehren that used to have 16 range. A musketeer with 16 range. And they also have really good siege. Like 39 siege. They're great for picking off buildings, really. I don't know, though. Like, what's the plan here for Alucard? Maybe he got caught with his pants down. I don't know. You know. You don't want to get that situation. Look at that. Really not good. It's quite interesting to see because you would have thought Alucard would have had a different comeback to this. You know, he's usually very sneaky and cheeky with his builds, but it looks like here Kazan rushed him so well that he just couldn't deal with it. You know. And that's sort of the way I guess you have to deal with Alucard is just spam naval infantry with their crush damage. You know, the brute force approach. You can't try to be cheeky and try any wacky builds because they'll probably outplay you. So the only way you can get to Alucard is just spamming these anti-armor units, which is the marine infantry. Well, they're still going to get some Escopeteros out, though, from that fort, so I don't know what's happening. They're also going to get their veteran upgrade in time. Yeah, these Escopeteros, though, they do a great job at cleaning up. When you send the buckshot arsenal technology, which we saw before, it increases their splouts to about 2, as well as gives them additional damage. And essentially, these Escopeteros are just shotgunners, you know? They shoot a bunch of bullets in different directions. See the little... like all the bullets flying everywhere? Yeah, they're sort of like shotguns. You know, and they can actually hit multiple units at the same time, too. And because they're a ranger unit and not a regular skirmisher, They also have the skirmish tag. They actually have no malice against any units either, which is really neat, you know. Essentially, they can do full damage to cavalry, to infantry, to artillery, anything. Of course, the only thing holding them back, though, is their pierce attack, their pierce damage. Pierce armor can protect units a little bit from it. Oh, machetros, too. These are actually an assault unit, so they're basically like a heavy cavalry on foot. Now, what makes them sort of act like a heavy cav unit is actually their splash attack with their machetes. Oh wow, look at all these Krupp cans getting annihilated here. Wow, look at that. Those are basically immigrant culverins. Well, actually they're a combo between culverins and somewhat mortars. Like almost the Balkan artillery in a sense. But even taking those out was not enough, you know. Canada was able to keep a very strong attack here. Good job, Canada, you know. It's not easy defeating Alucard in a match and outplaying them. That was a really good rush, you know. Using the Marine infantry, shipping in the immigrant units from the home city. This was really well thought out by Kazan, you can see, and I totally am impressed with how they did it. Let's look at the post-game, you know. Yeah, Kazan did really well economically, you can see here. Great on the coin, great on the wood. And, let's look at the kills, too. As far as the kills are concerned, yeah, I mean, 240 kills? Wow. Yeah, those Marine infantry really did the job. You know, I mean, well, actually, no, that's a military count. How many kills did they get? 182? Alucard got 208? Yeah, that's actually pretty good for Alucard, because you know why he was able to do that? Look at this, 37 Lanceros. They weren't even inspired, by the way. They didn't even have the veteran upgrade. They just needed Still Point Spear from the arsenal, which you can only get, by the way, by sending the advanced arsenal card, so you won't see that right away from the billing. You actually have to send that card first as a prereq. Just so you're aware, because I don't want anyone saying, oh, where's my Steel Point Spear? I can't get my multiplier. No, just send Advanced Arsenal. That's how you do it. So, yeah. Yeah, and graphically, Canada was really ahead here. So, good job. Good job, Canada. You know, really good job. Totally impressed with your work. Very good. And let's check anybody in chat. Say anything to me yet? Nope, nothing. Staying silent today, just so you can watch the games, I guess. That's cool. You know, you can follow along and see all these matches. Waiting for this to load up. Also gotta make sure it's loading in properly on the OBS side. Yep, definitely is. Alright, so now we can move on to match number 2 now for Alucard versus Kazan. Let's see, this one will be on the Hudson Bay map, since that's the second Liga map. Wait for that to load up. Here we go. Incas. Oh wow, the pride flag, Civ. Oh, look at that rainbow flag there. Gay before gay became a thing. But anyways, what can I say about the Incas? They love their money. They love their money so much that all their buildings are made of coin. They all cost coin. Look at this. A 600 coin costed town center. Insane, right? And how do I afford it all? Well, Inca villagers actually trickle coin while they work. So if a Inca villager is mining or hunting or chopping wood or farming, they're actually trickling coin alongside doing that. So, you know, they're really gathering two resources at the same time. Which you'd think, oh wow, that's pretty strong, and indeed it can be. You know, it doesn't start out strong at the start though. They actually have to research market technologies that improves the coin trickle better over time. They get about 4 of them. They get 3 of them earlier, and then they get a really strong one in Imperial Age, should you get that far into the game. But to compensate for that, they do not get mining technologies, so they're actually going to be mining at a pretty normal rate unless they send cards, which they have quite a few of to improve the mining. And it is normal sometimes for an Inca player to mix miners with hunters, just so they can get their age up on time, because the Inca's age up costs only coin, since their bonus revolves around the coin. See a similarity to Canadians who ages up with wood because of their relation to wood? Yeah, so, there's a couple of Wars of Liberty civs like that, where their reliance on one resource affects the way that their age up works. As for their opponent, though, we see the United States. Another Anglophony civ. What can I say about the United States that's special? Well, what makes them special is they have a special number of technologies, right? They actually get extra technologies in every single facet, pretty much. So, for instance, their arsenal has, they can research their arsenal text twice, I think. The second one is a little bit weaker than the first one, though, to make things a bit fairer. They get about 6 military upgrades for each unit for infantry and cavalry instead of the usual 4. The extra ones are a bit weaker, though, to make it, again, more fair to deal with and less broken. Also, they get access to something called great companies from the market in Industrial Age. Basically, you get these entrepreneurs, they were like little wagons that turn into stands. And the stands have technologies for certain companies that you can pick from the market. There's about 8 such companies. You got, your Coca-Cola, your Ford Motor Vehicles, you got your Texaco Oil Company, Tiffany Diamonds, Levi Jeans, so pretty iconic American brands. And I think in the Anglophony rework they actually get some of those swapped out for different US companies. Yeah, and they all focus on one area, like Coca-Cola's focus on food economy. Cold Firearms is focused on gunpowder, infantry, and cavalry. Texaco is for cavalry, like hand cavalry. And I know that Levi focuses on a lot about villager hit points, which is why in the old days when villagers could attack town centers normally, you would see people go for a miner rush using the Levi company to make their HP and attack a lot stronger. So what are they going to do though at this stage? Well, it looks like they've shipped in some fur traders already. These are something that Canada, Australia, and United States can get as Anglophonies. They're basically both an explorer and a villager. See, they don't have the explorer abilities to target treasure guardians and instantly kill them, but what they do have is the ability to hunt. And they actually hunt at a stronger rate than standard villagers do. So they're pretty good at that. And they can make up to about 10 of these to boost up your economy. It's usually preferred that you ship most of them, though, from the home city, since arguably a shipment of fur traders is a lot better than a shipment of pioneers, which is your regular villager that doesn't do much else, really. What faction are they going with, though? So they're going with James Madison, who is part of the Confederacy. So the Confederacy at this stage is going to give them access to a unit called the Louisiana Tiger, which is actually a ranged infantry assault unit. That's a big mouthful, so what is that exactly? Basically, it's like if you took a Spanish Lancer and said, put down your lance, just shoot a gun, basically. So what it does is, it's basically like a fast infantry that's good at hit and run. It does have a smaller range, though, than you would expect for a hit and run unit, but it has a multiplier against infantry. And being an assault unit, it also has hand armor. That's the other property of assault units, like heavy cavalry, is they're one of the only classes where really most, if not all, the units have only hand armor instead of range armor. Both to protect them against the infantry that could hurt them like bayonets, but also to make them more vulnerable to things like maneuver units which use pierce armor with their carbines. So in a sense it helps balance out the unit for its intended purpose. Now USA is shipping in some miners. These are exactly as you imagine them from the campaign. They're great at mining. They can also actually gather from plantations as well and construct plantations. But the most iconic thing, of course, is their ability to toss dynamite, dealing splash damage and crush damage. And then they can also attack in hand, too, with their pickaxes. So, pretty strong villager, I would say. But Inca's going to come right out of the gate rushing them. We see Ocarunas. These are like coyote runners, so they're like a scout unit, pretty much. We also see Huamacas. These, as you know from the native sites, are a polearm unit, like a pikeman. They have a really good siege. But what really makes them strong is their rate of fire. They have a really good rate of attack, and they can thrust through enemies pretty quickly. And at this point, I sort of see a problem for Alucard. The fact that these are assault units, these webs, means that they have the shock tag. And if they have the shock tag, that means that the Huamaca is going to be dealing a whole lot of damage to these, like almost 50 damage to them, respectively. So they're really going to have to be careful to kite really well here. You know, if I was USA, I probably would have went with the Marines, which is another naval infantry similar to the Tropas de la Marine, so they deal crush damage. But going with Zwevs, I sort of get why. Because the Zwevs are great at kiting. You know, they can run at a speed of about 550, which is even faster than the ski trooper we saw last game. And then you get this nice 1.5 multiplier against infantry, so really they're dealing about like almost 25 damage per shot. Which when you group them up and you really start to hit and run, that can make a big difference. You know, and even if they do get thrusted by these Huamacas, they do have some hand armor to make it less painful for them. About 30% hack armor. So let's see if they can survive this. Ah, we see a slave coming in, so yeah. The one thing you get when you go with one of the Confederacy politicians is actually access to slaves at the town center. They are a bit different than the pioneer and the fur trader. They actually just cost coin. And they're really good at martial arts too. You know, they can do all sorts of ninja kicks and stuff. So they're very tough to deal with. And they're also a good way to diversify your economy as well. Like if you're running low on food and you need to keep your villager queue up, send some of the slaves in and they'll keep your queue going perfectly. Look at this though. Look at the webs. They're doing pretty good right now with their kiting. But now the Ocarunas are going to try to sandwich them in though, coming in from this side. Yeah, do they know about that? Yeah, nah, this is bad. You know why this is bad? Because once either the Huamacas or the Ocarunas get their claws into you, they have something called snare, which means that it slows your units down and allows them to get hit a lot easier. So they're going to have to play this very carefully and try to kite their way out of this without losing all those units. Which, hypothetically, you really need to hit the Huamacas. You don't have to worry so much about the Ocarunas, because the Ocarunas don't have multipliers against assault units. Only the Huamacas do. So try to target the Spearmen, and then you could actually just engage with the Ocarunas almost perfectly fine. Because the Ocarunas would be dealing even less than 15 damage because of the hand armor. I think they'd only be dealing about, what is it, like 12-ish damage, which, you know, doesn't add up that much over time because it takes like 10 or so even more hits to kill one's web. So, yeah, I mean, they could do this pretty easily, I think, if they can take the Spearman on. So now we see Private Louisiana Tigers. So this is another one of those, these are one of those extra technologies that United States military units get. You know, they go through all the ranks that you know from the U.S. Army. Private, specialist, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant. So, yeah, just like the U.S. Army. Now, what's interesting about the private upgrades is they're actually available to get in Age 2. Because they only give you about, I think, like 5% unit boost. So, they're actually not that strong, but they're just a little bit of an extra side bonus to get you some more HP and damage for the unit. We also see they shipped in some Spontooners, which is going to make cutting through these Ocarunas a lot easier. Yeah, definitely. This is going to give the United States a lot of breathing room with their webs, I think. But yeah, they got to shoot this Huamaca right now. Why are you going over here? You could have taken a shot at that Huamaca. You need to kill these things. If you can get the Huamacas out, you're fine. Just kill the Huamacas. Stop shooting the Ocarunas. They're not your threat. They're not your enemy. It's these things with the big feathered spears that are stabbing you in the face with their multipliers. Get rid of those things. Oh, now they're shipping in Patriot Combat. This actually gives the Tigers even more stats. Which, in this situation, you need more stats. You know, you need all the HP you can get. And just a weeny bit more attack to take down these Huamagas easier. How's Inca doing? We haven't really checked in with Inca that much this whole game. So, Inca's playing, again, another very aggressive game. They actually sent Spice Trade, which is going to boost their hunting up a lot. Right? So they're going all in with the rush here because they know they can't let Alucard sit idle for long because he's just going to boom up and he's going to start sending wacky cards at technologies that are going to whoop you. So, yeah, you got to kind of have to do with Alucard head on here. First game he did it using the Marine Infantry, which is a solid rush unit. Now he's going to do it with the Huamagas, one of those lesser known rush units that you can use. Because, you know, not a lot of people play Incas that much, you know. There's a thing in the Wars of Liberty community that, you know, Inca are one of the gayest civs to play as, namely not only known by their rainbow-colored flag, but also the OP-ness of their Huamagas. So, some people are very deterred by playing as them for some reason, but I feel like they're pretty fair to play as because their coin trickle from the villagers is very slow at the start. It's only about, look at that, like only about 0.16 per second. So that's not a lot, you know. They actually have to get a lot of the special technologies from the market here for that to actually go up to something more substantial. So there's a period of time, and this is the coin, by the way. You know, my UI for some reason is a little bit weird here with the resolution of something. I don't know why it does that, but who cares at this point? As long as you know that this is food, wood, and coin. Basically, there's a window when Incas are not that strong to deal with. If you let them get to late capital age to industrial age, when they start to get the big button technology for their mortars, Inca basically become impossible to deal with if you don't know how to, you know, do things right. What's going on here? Wait a second. Is this Explorer active? Is this Explorer active? You're telling me that Kazan did not notice this little sneaky Canadian here building a wall around his Sapa. Wow. Just so you know, this thing cannot fight units and can't collect treasures. It's basically like an aura unit that boosts the HP of nearby stuff, like sort of like the other war chiefs do for the other Nat civs. What it can do, though, is create Chazquai, which are sort of like a secondary hero unit that actually can fight units with its dagger and actually can collect treasures. So really, Inca have two different types of hero units. They got the Sapa Inca as like the primary one that never dies, and then they get the Chazquai that actually can be killed and have to be retrained. And you can have up to, I think, to like up to 10 of them. It's actually the same unit that you see in Definitive Edition with that Inca Civ, so not much different. Only in Definitive Edition they get a real war chief that can use a halberd and stuff, as you know, to kill cavalry. This one's just sort of a guy who lounges in his chair and gets carried around by his subjects. Alright, more Huamagas. So they're actually going to try to age up to the Sun Warrior. The Sun Warrior is going to give them some Bolus Warriors, I believe, in age 3. That's sort of like the skirmish unit that the Incas get. Another one you're familiar with from the native site. It works exactly the same way, actually. You know, it throws Bolus, which deals some snare. It also has splash to it. So yeah, about 2 splash. Skirmisher like multipliers. So it's really a good complement to the Huamaga. It's sort of like a pike and shot combo almost. I can't say they're going to do exceptionally well against these Zwevs here, these private tiger, these Louisiana tigers. Because, you know, a patch ago they used to just be called Zwevs, but with the patch that came out, which you're using right now, Zwevs became a unit for France. So what the devs decided to do is we'll just take the old Zwevs from USA and call them Louisiana Tigers, pretty much. So basically, same unit, does the same functionality, just a different name and slightly different costs. Because if I recall, the Zwevs that France gets only cost food. They don't actually cost any coin costs. And this was mainly done as a measure to make USA more manageable to deal with, because during the early days of testing, devs realized, oh wow, these Louisiana tigers are kind of a nasty thing to deal with when we see Celeste running around the map spamming these things. So yeah, they definitely had to make them a little bit more manageable to deal with. Also, for the patch you see currently here, we had the big advantage of having a lot of people playing the patch, so you know, we saw many different instances of people testing these units and sort of trial and error, which I feel like, you know, kind of helped out in a way. But anyways, we Inca mortars being shipped in. Experienced Huamicas. So, yep, this is going to buff them up a little bit more. Huamicas are probably the most deadliest unit that Alucard could deal with right now. Also, the Inca Moors are great for sieging. They're not only good at sieging, they're good at just really killing anything that comes in their way. You know, these Inca Moors get really strong the more of them you stack up against each other in Industrial Age, because in Industrial Age they get this big button technology at their Tombo, which is, this is a Inca tower pretty much. They don't get outposts, they get these things. And what they do is they protect the area, they also research technologies, so they're almost like a blacksmith, you know, like an Age of Empires blacksmith that upgrades units. So yeah, it really just focuses on upgrading your military and protecting the area. It has a big button technology where Inca mortars that stand close to each other actually boost each other's attack. So if you can get to an Industrial Age and really get like 20, 30 of these Inca mortars, that would actually be really bad for anything that Alucard makes, pretty much. As you can see here, they do somewhat okay right now. They do take a bit of a malice to shock units, though, which is kind of annoying for them. But as you get their numbers up, it doesn't really matter as much. They'll start to shine with their damage. Also, oh, they don't have the support card. I was going to say, there's actually a support card they can send. You know what support cards are, right? For natives, they send like a unit and do some other thing usually, like send something else, so they upgrade something. Yeah, the Incas get one that actually, in Age 3, that increases the range of the Inca mortars, so I'm surprised we don't see that here, really. Oh wow, look at this! Inca mortars, Inca Huamicas going for the siege here. Look at the siege on these, it's about 46 siege. And they could send this, the Violent Conquest, that makes their siege even higher. Look at them going in for that barracks, undeterred. What I don't like is the fact that you got your webs targeting the guy in the lounge chair. Why aren't you targeting those spearmen that are literally trying to kill you right now? You're worried about some guy sitting in a chair right now? Are you kidding me? He's just sitting there watching the whole fight unfold behind a safe little wall here that the Canadians built for him. Oh no, now we see the Manco Horsemen. These are Inca Assault Cavalry that you can only ship from the home city. They're very colorful, you know, they're very colorful units. Colorful shields, nice green armor. They're like cataphracts almost, but you know, they don't have cataphract-like stats though. Really what makes them strong is their high HP. See, these assault units instead of having multipliers or splash, they just get a really high HP count with their hand armor to make them good against infantry units. So, really just throw some of those into this mix and these webs are basically completely ruined. Even with the specialist upgrade, which is the first real veteran upgrade webs get in Age 3. Right, because USA also went up to Age 3. And now they're just shipping in more webs, they're training webs, there's webbing up everything here. There's plenty of those tigers. So let's see if the tigers can roar here for us. Well, they're roaring a little bit, you know, killing some of the Huamicas, but can they take out the Mancos is another question. I don't think they can take out these Mancos very easily. They just have a really high HP count and they end up doing really well here. Because, again, assault units are actually good at killing other assault units that are ranged, you know. If you're running into a situation where you're dealing with web-style infantry ripping through your army, just make some assault cavalry like the Mancos, like the Escoltas, like the Honor Guard. They're actually quite good just because of their high HP, you know, and their armor once again to hand with them too, so they can actually do pretty well. And that's why sometimes I've in the past gone with Machetros against Louisiana Tigers, and they've had some success with it. Yeah, certainly. Big difference between France and USA's Zouaves is obviously the fact that USA can train them directly from the barracks. France has to ship them from the home city at the start, and then they can start to train them from their forts later with one of their cards. So, you know, it's a little bit more controlled with the French, whereas USA, it's right off the bat you're dealing with waves of them coming after you. I would like to say that Inca's about to win this. I don't really see where they can go from here. Like, let's look at the villager count. How many vills does this fellow have?
I'm here.
19 vills versus how many for Kazan? How many vills does Kazan have? 36. There you go. So Kazan is really thriving right now. Really is. And wow, Elcard actually shipped in a Anglo lightship. Oh, now that's kind of interesting because right now, because he didn't go with the Union faction in H2, he can't actually make Marines from those. So I don't know why he put a lightship in the water here. Like, what was he expecting? Like a fishing ship boom from Inca or something? I don't know. I mean, it's actually not that good for Inca to do fishing ship booms because, you know, their villagers are the only things that trickle the coin. The fishing ships don't, so why would you even make those things? Unless you're doing some sort of, you know, tycoon level challenge like in DE. A fort, well, that might save a bit of time. We see Fort Laramie coming up for USA here, which seems, well, from the looks of it, they went full Confederacy, you know. Have we seen any sort of... Do they have any shipments of, Texas Rangers they might be able to send us? Yeah, I don't see any Texas Ranger shipments, you know. That could probably be good here if they actually shipped in some Texas Rangers. See, the great thing about the Texas Rangers is they're a maneuver unit, so you know what they can do. They get multipliers against heavy infantry instead of artillery, so they're great at kiting Huamakas. And then they get a multiplier against Manco Horsemen in hand. Well, actually at range and hand because they're assault units, so I would have swapped over to Texas Rangers if I was USA in this situation. I wouldn't try to keep up the Zouave game. I would only keep making Zouaves just as a measure of keeping my army thick in numbers, but really the main thing that would save you here would be Texas Rangers right now. And we don't see any from the home city, we don't see any coming from that fort, so I don't know what to say for this USA here. It looks like they're just about done right now. It was a good fight, though. I mean, we saw a lot of kiting in this match. Like, a lot of it. They definitely tried their hardest to, you know, outrun these little nasty spearmen coming after you, but just didn't work. Just didn't work. GG. Really, really good show by Kazan, because, you know, it's not easy to defeat Kazan. It's not easy to defeat Alucard, because it takes a lot of rushing, a lot of hardcore aggression to beat him. And yes, I even remember one time I did beat Alucard using Tropas de la Marines with Canada, so he kind of took a play out of my book there, so I just saw that. Now, it did look like Alucard was about to send the Cornerstone speech. What this does is, for every few minutes in the game, it sends you a free Texas Ranger, so Alucard did have the right idea, but the right idea way too late, because look, this town center was only down on its last legs about 200 HP. Not that good. Not that good at all. I mean, you can look at the post-game here and look at the stats. Resource-wise, Alucard was doing really good in resources, especially the hunting area. This is why he was able to keep up, you know, queues of a 90 food unit all the time. At the same time, though, as you know, Huamacas are also a very expensive food and coin unit, but just slightly cheaper than that of the Zouaves. Also in military, let's look at the military. Just because you were using this polearm heavy infantry versus assault, heavy infantry won out in kills and in numbers, so there's that. Also the raising. they get really good siege. So when it comes to destroying bases, only the Huamakas can do good at that. These Wevs, in comparison, have a really awful siege. That is one of the things that this Wev does really bad at. It's great at cutting infantry, but when it comes to sieging and fighting cavalry, they do really bad. So, if you're wondering how to deal with this wacky unit that only a couple of civs have a variant of, just make lots of cavalry and build up towers, stuff like that. They won't be able to deal with them. So, that's the Alucard and Kazan series. Now we're going to move on to the next set of encounters next. So let me exile this. We will boot up again into the next one. We just get out into the desktop. Alright, so we're loading up again. Make sure that this is streaming in good. Okay, I think we're all set to go. Let's see who the next encounter is. Also, did anybody write anything to me? According to this, yeah, nobody's written anything to me yet. Welcome to the chat room. So, as far as I'm concerned, I haven't really seen any chat messages yet, so if you wrote something before, please write it again so I can see it, because I haven't seen anything yet. I check the chat between matches that I do, just so we can keep this going in a steady fashion. So if nobody has anything else to say, we'll start off with Cerbero versus Jinpi next, the second encounter of the day. Starting out on Mendocino map. Waiting for that little sidebar to go to the side there so we can begin. Alright, so we got Korea. You know, Cerbero is pretty good with Korea. And then we got the Gallo Roge Blanco, or Pollo Peruano, Jinpi, playing as the Canadians again. So, you know, this is looking like a very maple syrup and poutine style day today. Lots and lots of Canadians. Lots and lots of wood. Yep. Ignore that, it was just a bit of a phone ring. We're totally fine, we can keep going. But anyways, I'll try to catch up a bit here. So, we already know a lot about Canada, right? They love their log cabins, they love their trees. They actually produce trees when they have buildings, right? You'll notice here when this little log cabin comes up, notice the trees spawn. These very autumn-looking trees, maple trees. Trees spawned by a Canadian building, harvest for wood. So, Canada's great at producing big walls of trees that can actually be used defensively, true, with the log cabins, because the log cabins can be stacked on top of each other, and the trees also make it hard for military units to walk through. So, in a way, Canada can be very defensive. As for Korea, though, they are the only sort of new Asian civ that Wars of Liberty has added so far. The way Korea works is all their military units can garrison inside of buildings. So basically, if you have like archers or spearmen, they can actually garrison inside of this town center, inside of a barracks, inside of a house, and they can pop out at any time to start doing hit and run tactics. Their own sort of form of kiting, except the enemy can't actually target them while they're in the building, as you know. So you can do that to great avail sometimes to just evade enemy armies and keep striking damage at them. So, it looks like Korea has actually decided to get an early consulate for the Chinese allies. So, what this does is it increases the maximum pop cap by 10. And by maximum pop cap, I mean not only giving them 10 additional population like a house, but it also makes their overall maximum pop cap throughout the game about 210 instead of 200. Because as you know, China can produce the most military units of any civ at the same time in Wars of Liberty, you know. China gets a maximum population cap of about 240, I think. So it's only natural that their consulate increases you to 210 to simulate their civ. And they also get some pretty solid units too. They get the Chukonus, they get the Nian Rider, which is, you know, their Lancer unit. They also get access to flamethrowers. Yeah, they get access to flamethrowers too. And as far as their technologies are concerned, they mostly focus on giving you wagons. They can give you a town center wagon, they can give you a dock wagon, And then they can give you a, trying to remember what the other wagon, a trading post wagon, that's right. So, pretty good stuff. Very economic focus. Let's look at the deck. So, oh wow, we see advanced wonders here. I wonder if these are actually going to be used here. As you know from vanilla, this basically makes wonders easier to build. A lot quicker to build. It also gives them more hit points to make them tankier. So that it takes a lot more siege potential to take down a wonder. As for the Canadians here, let's look at the deck. So this deck here actually looks somewhat similar to that of Kazan. Very aggressive. We do see Furrier though. This could certainly help the fur traders quite a lot. This is the other thing you gotta note about Canada though that I'll point out. Just because we see these types of cards here. Canada's other bonus is the fact that they have the most team cards for of any Civ so far. It's actually written into their bonus to be a support Civ with lots of team cards. So a lot of the Canadian cards benefits all players on the team. Like this one, Team Frightened Manifesto, increases multipliers against villagers for all military units. This one here, Team Furrier, benefits the hunting and berry gather rate for all players. This one over here, Dynamite Mining, increases both the mining and the siege attack of villagers for all members of the team. Same likewise with Beaver Hab with HP, likewise with Maple Syrup, which gives you a food trickle, you know. And Sugary Teeth, yeah. So what are they going to go with? So they're going with Pierre-Francois de Lugard. Now that I remember, he's the one that has Floret for Canada, so potentially we could see Floret being researched to make the Troupes de la Malines have more hand attack. And it's actually Montcalm that has the Monahan's tech that makes the natives cheaper. So yeah, pretty interesting. How about Korea though? So they actually went up with the Grand Palace, aided by the Advanced Wonders. So what the Grand Palace does is, it's a pretty big mouthful. It acts as a sort of a secondary booming structure. It produces villagers for free over time, just like the Oaman Town Center does. It also contains market technologies from Europe, but only the level 1 ones. So hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, blunderbuss, and great coat at double the cost. So basically, if you want to put out a lot of resources in your economy, you can essentially get your hunting, chopping, and mining rate faster than anybody else just by using the Grand Palace. And even if you don't care about that, of course you're going to get free villagers, so it almost sends you to almost like a 2-town center boom already in Age 2, which puts you in a really good situation economically. I wonder what we're going to see from Korea though, militarily though. Oh, they're using their trading post rickshaw from the Chinese consulate to put a trading post right over here. And if they want to, they could also capture this one so they could get the whole trade route and start up with Stagecoach, which could be potentially useful. I would warn them though to get a house right now so they don't get housed. As you know, with, well, at least for Korea, if they miss their population requirements, this queue will not produce a villager. It won't wait for you, so it just cycles up through the circle all over again. We see Canada coming right away with Troupes de la Malines. These will be moving in right now towards the Koreans. You can see them marching right now towards them. They're also going to ship in some coin. So looking back at Canada, maybe we're looking at a bit of an Age 3 play, maybe not. They're actually decided to... Well, that was actually Koreans, actually, that were shipping the coin. My bad. So, actually, what Canada's doing is they're actually shipping in Troupes de la Malines. And that basically means they're going for a bit of a rush. They're going to be rushing in with these Marine infantry because they know if they can get a big mass of these things, they can actually beat the Koreans very easily. And that brings me to an interesting point, because I actually experienced this, I think it was either last week or the week before, when me and Kaiser were playing and we were sort of practicing for the Liga. I was Korea, because I saw him pick USA, and I think, oh well, Korea might actually do really good against Civ like the USA, because they get the Gungo Cavalry to deal with the Louisiana Tigers. That might be a good play, but he completely changed it up on me and went with Marines. And what I found was, Korea really struggles against naval infantry. Even in Age 3, when you get the Iron Flails, which is like a assault unit that gets anti-skirmisher multipliers and splash damage, even they really cannot deal with these Marine infantry that good. So I'm going to be really curious here to see if they get to Age 3, like, can he actually produce enough Iron Flails and artillery to deal with these things, or is it... Well, this is a problem right here. You're letting them get free kills out of it. What are you doing? You know you're not gonna... You know you can't... What are you doing? What is this? The military units will not move if they're the enemies. You're giving them free kills. What are you doing? That's a game changer right there. You basically just gave up your chance of winning for free. You should have changed it over to here like first thing. What are you thinking of? That was a big blunder from Korea. He gave up so many villagers for free there. Basically said, you know what, I don't want to win the game now. You can win. Partner, you can win. Huh. Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. When I was facing against the United States and their Marines as Korea, I was not doing that. I mean, I was actually trying to make Gungo Cavalry. I was making the Korean archers. I was spamming out lots of, I think, scout units of some kind to pressure them. I was, like, legit fighting them. I wasn't giving away free villages like that. It was a brutal mess. But if you give away your stuff that easily... I just don't know what you're doing. What the thought process is. Well, these archers, I mean, they're alright. They're going to do alright against the infantry. Yep, see that? They just snuck into the barracks and they're going to come out on this side and start shooting at them again. Then they can go into the barracks again and disrupt them. No, I would have popped back into the barracks to keep messing with their targeting of the AI. You know, because if you can mess them up, you can get so that they try to siege the barracks, shoot them with the arrows, come and pop back in, so that the archers never take any real damage. But if you're doing this, running around the wonder like that, they're going to get free hits on you for nothing. You know, take advantage of your Civ's bonus while you have it. Seriously, you should really take advantage of any Civ's bonus when you're granted with it, right? If you know you can garrison military units in a building, right, just right-click them into here, wait for these Marine infantry to start attacking the building, pop out, shoot one of them dead. That way you can use the building's HP to your advantage. And that's another thing, too. That's the other bonus Korea gets. They get a bonus where buildings will heal themselves over time for free. So yeah, buildings regenerate for Korea. So like if they did some damage to this market or this consulate or something, and it was like at 3,400 HP, it would replenish that 100 HP lost over time without you having to press the repair button. You can certainly still use repair for the wood cost, but if you don't need to repair something right away, it will repair at a much slower rate for free over time. And in that way, you can use these Korean military units to garrison inside and turtle inside buildings, not worrying about losing HP over time because you can just replenish it over time anyways. Now, what we see here is the thing that I went with against the United States, which is the Iron Flails. These are really good against Marine infantry because they have splash, and they have multipliers against it. But you can target the light cav, that's the one thing you can't do, though. So you gotta make sure you're targeting these units. Here, see? They do pretty well. I don't know if you have enough of them, though, so... Yeah, it's definitely hard because they're kind of expensive. They're not the perfect niche to deal with Marine infantry, so... On paper, they look like a great unit, but it just takes such a long time to get them out that... You know, it's not perfect. It's not perfect at all. So now we see some Youngs, the wonderful archers here, trying to kill some of the infantry. Oh, what though? I mean, at this rate, it's safe to say Canada is effectively beating you at this point with their light cavalry shipment, their Spontooner shipment, and also the constant... How many did they queue here? What did they go? Single barracks, double barracks? Well, they went one barracks here and one barracks over here, so I think it was a single barracks queue. But in general, I don't think they really had to... No. Yeah. GG, though. I mean, I will say Marine infantry are not the easiest thing to deal with for anyone, so I don't really discredit anyone for trying to put up a fight at all against these things, you know. And it's, in fact, the reason why they were nerfed in the Great War patch, you know. They don't get crush damage anymore. They do pierce damage, and then they get a multiplier against siege units, so like grenadiers, abyss gunners, that sort of stuff, and then artillery. So they act almost like almost like Culverin like things now. So that's mainly due to the fact that people have had to deal with these broken things for too long. So yeah, definitely. Let's look at the post game though, see what happened. Like resource wise, Canada just made more resources in you in the end just because they killed so many of your villagers in that really big blunder. They do really good in the wood though, as you can see here, because that's really their specialty is wood. Also militarily, let's look at that. You see here, big kills for Canada because, you know, the Marine infantry like these can rack them up real quick with their crush damage, you know. It doesn't matter if you have cav, artillery, infantry. If you got very little military count, you're not going to be able to wipe those out easily. So, yeah, really the way to do a Marine infantry is numbers, and more numbers. Also look for things with multipliers against skirmish units. Look for things that have multipliers against infantry, so like assault units sometimes scout units. You really have to play it real carefully. Even grenadiers can sometimes be helpful in numbers because they do have a multiplier of about 1.25 against infantry, so yeah, sometimes grenade throwing infantry are the way to go with that. Anyone from chat say anything during that craziness? Nope, nobody yet. So, you know, today's a pretty solemn day, I would say. Not a lot of chatting. That's totally fine. Just means we can get into the castings a lot quicker. Wait for this to load up, see if it shows on the OBS. Yep, it does. Perfect. Now we're going to move on to match 2 of this encounter. Let's see what happens here. Do we see a major comeback from Sabero or not? That's the question to be seen. Alright, here's match number 2. It's going to be loading up right now. We're waiting for that little loading bar to come in. It's almost done. Alright, so this is what we're going to see. We're going to see Paraguayans. A civ you saw me do last week against Fufi and got completely handed to me by, and then you got Russians. Russians are another interesting civ to say the least. You know them from vanilla, right? Like blocks of 3 settlers instead of 1. Blocks of infantry from blockhouses. They work really the same way in Moors of Liberty with a couple of exceptions. Namely, they get an extra bonus called Russian Winter, where if you siege one of their buildings down, the enemy units will have this like little blue snowflake underneath them to represent a slowed down aura that's inflicted on them temporarily for sieging that building down, hence the Russian Winter. Also, they get some roster changes too. They get access to a foot assault unit like the Machetro called the Plastuni, which, you know, it's slightly weaker, you know, it's a slightly weaker variant of a Machetro, so therefore it only does its splash attack as part of a charged attack instead of as the default attack. But it does have the advantage of costing food and coin instead of wood, so even if you're out of trees, you can still use them to a great avail. And Paraguay, what can I say about Paraguay for newcomers? Paraguay loves to be industrial, so they actually get these buildings that cost about 3 population, and they trickle resources. In particular, the food works trickles about 1.8 food. Is that right? They also get a wood variant, which you see shipping in from the home city here. They also get a coin version. And the idea is that the Queguas, at least in this version, gather really slowly. They can only build a couple of different buildings, but they get this mega shotgun that does a lot of damage. So they're really good defensively. They also get about 40% hack armor, which anything over 30% in the armor values, that's something to watch out for. Then you get the Master Engineer, who is both a hero and a villager. He can chop wood, but he can't do anything else in terms of resource gathering. But the Master Engineer builds majority of the Civ's buildings. So they build the works buildings like these. They build the barracks, the stables, the artillery foundries, all the main buildings under the sun for Latin America you could think of. Whereas the Queguas only build like houses, mills, plantations. Well, the mills would be called haciendas for Latin America. They can build livestock pens, and they can build, I believe, walls. You actually need either the Master Engineer or the main explorer here to build the trading posts. Yeah. And let's look at their home city to see what sort, because there's all sorts of ways we could do a Paraguayan deck. It looks like their only infinite shipment for the works is going to be the woodworks, so maybe they're going to focus their macro on building more food and coin works and letting the home city handle the wood. Now this is an interesting card right here that you have to time pretty perfectly, called Isolationism. What it does is it increases your works gather rate by 30%, but it also makes it impossible for you to construct trading posts after it's built. Now if you do have a trading post that's the foundation is on the map, you can continue to finish building it, but you can't select any more from the UI. That's the area you can get a bit tricky in, because you basically deny yourself the ability to capture trade routes. You also deny your ability to access native units, which the Hudson Bay map is really well known for, with both the Cree natives and the Wendat natives, which basically the same thing as the Hurons, just with the name change, you know, big mantlet units. What immigrant are they going with? So they're going with the French wave. This is more of the status quo immigrant to go with. Sometimes we see people go with the Croatians, just because their age up gives you wood crates instead of experience crates. So yeah, I think in this case we're going to see, well, let's think about it. I mean, if they wanted to play economically, Sabero could technically go for a bakery style shipment. What is a bakery shipment? It's basically one of the immigrant technologies French immigrants get at age 2. So basically it gives you about 2 food work wagons for free. So considering the build limit for the food works would be about 3 on its own in age 2, and we don't see really hemerotech anywhere here, that would mean that, oh, that's a blockhouse, so that's actually Russia coming in to be aggressive here. So that could actually pose a big issue. Now, if they decide to go with, say, the Partisans, the pikemen, which they get now, Russia no longer gets halberdiers. They actually get the standard European pikemen in their roster that they can make right from age 2. They could actually start sieging these works down, which would really be painful. Even the French colony, they could, yeah. I'm sure it'll get up in time, though, so I don't think that's going to be a big concern. But something to keep in mind here. One thing to keep note of, though, barracks and stables for Paraguay produce units for free over time. These are not strong units, they're really considered to be like trash units. Like the Primero de Linea is sort of like a foot assault unit. It's basically a cheaper, weaker version of the Machetro. Whereas the stable produces the Akia which is sort of a trash unit version of the Lancero. And it's so weak, in fact, it only costs 1 population, you know. Most Lancer-style cavalry would cost 2 pop, but because its HP and attack is just so low, it fits within the markers of being allowed to only be made for 1 pop, similar to a Cossack. Which Russians still get here, which we see active right now. They just get a really nice coat of paint here with their more Napoleonic-looking uniforms. They got their lances. Really neat design overall. You know, I like the way they designed the new Cossacks quite a bit. Are they going to get any hits, though? Nah. I wouldn't even try to get any hits, honestly, because, well, the Cossacks' hand attack is slightly weaker than the Hussar. Also, the Queguas have such high hit points and hand armor. It's really not even worth engaging with them ever with these Cossacks. You're better off keeping them off to the side to charge their escopeteros or their artisanal cannons. You know, really engage in more of the military aspect of scout units. They're not really good at raiding Paraguayans that much. In general, Paraguay is kind of hard to raid with cavalry that much, just because of that high hand armor value of the Coiguas. And technically the Coiguas aren't even the strongest form of the eco, because the Coiguas gather a lot weaker, and their strongest form of resource acquisition is actually the works buildings. So yeah, if you're Paraguay and you want to get more resources fast, you build a works. You don't build Coiguas for that. At least in this version. As I've pointed out in the Great War preview, Coiguas actually got buffed to the point of actually gathering at a normal rate. But I think they made some adjustments to their stats or something and their cost, but they gather at a normal rate in the Great War patch, so Coiguas are actually going to be more important to your economy. There'll still be works. Works will work the same way. Works will work, but, you know, now you'll have an additional good source of eco. These are the Plastuni. These are the assault unit I was talking about. They're basically a foot Cossack. They're really good at chasing down units. They also get a really good splash attack called the Swashka attack, which this one still has, that has more damage. It also deals some splash, so try to get those Swashka attacks in right away, and then you can follow up with just regular 15 damage hand attacks after that. Until it recharges, of course, because, as you know, charged attacks recharge in this game, just like they do in Definitive Edition. So just give it a little while, and then it'll be back in no time. I just find them really good at sending into groups of enemy infantry because of the fact that their assault, they actually get that nice hand armor and can actually deal with even like musketeer-style infantry. In certain numbers, of course, right? You really need to mass them up a lot to really do well in that area and make those splash attacks really add up, but you could really justify using Plastuni in a wide variety of different situations. The only thing I wouldn't use them against is like really hardcore anti-cav, as well as like large HP cavalry, like, you know, like assault units. Like other assault units, like the French Corsairs, for instance, I would really regret using them. Yep. Right now, though, the Russians are really targeting the barracks here, because they know the barracks is the source of the free units, the free Primero de Líneas, also training some escopeteros. But unfortunately, they're completely surrounded here and can't actually get their shotguns fired properly, so that's really going to detriment their ability to fight here. Yeah, it's safe to say Russia's rushing really well as rushing Russia. Doing really good. Because they're basically able to pin Paraguay here, prevent them from building much of a military mass. All they can really do at this point is send out the frontier wagons to get some redoubts, some additional towers. But again, since they're right in your base, they can usually siege these tower foundations right away before they even finish constructing. This one's going to go down too, I guarantee it. Yep, a shipment completely wasted. Good job, Russia. I mean, they're using a wide variety of things. They're using the pikemen, they're using the line infantry, they're using the Plastuni, they're using the Cossack shipments. So they're really using everything under the sun besides the Cantonists, which are basically the War's Liberty version of the Strelets, which are the skirmish units. So, you know, a really good campaign here to take out... Oh, here's the Cantonists. Here's those lovely skirmishers. Basically, they got rid of me from the game, you know, no more Streletsy, only Cantonists, you know. Basically, they do the same job as I do, but they're a little bit more Jewish, so there's that. A little bit more Jewish. Alright, so, another barracks is gonna go down as well. Now I'm just gonna do siege down right over here. Yeah, there we go. One more building down. I think at this point Paraguay is basically in really big trouble. I don't see what you can do as Paraguay right now, because I've been watching them this whole game. Their food resources, wood and coin, are really not good. You know, that's really sort of like your nightmare scenario as Paraguay, when you can't build more barracks and you can't build works. Because you need works to work, basically. Works to work to get resources so you can build the military buildings to start pushing out. Russia, though, their food economy is quite good. You know, they're coming in with 23 settlers on the map. Actually able to send spice trade, which is going to make that hunting even better. What else can they send? They could actually send in the Kevzars as well. These are sort of a swordsman, sword and shield unit from Georgia. And essentially, they're just mercenary doppelsolners. You know, they're almost like Ronin, but weaker, pretty much. Like Hanamoto Samurai. More or less closer to the stats of the Trabant for Austria-Hungary or the Palatine Guard for the upcoming Great War Patch, yeah. Paraguay's gonna try to sneak in some more towers, though. Right over here. But, you know, Russia's paying attention here and knows, alright, I gotta siege these things down before they construct, or that's gonna be an additional issue. Yeah, that's going down. Alright, then we gotta siege this one down. And then they, yep, just gotta siege that town center down. You're good. Really good. Yeah, you don't need the most perfect economy in the world right now as Russia. You just need enough to keep a queue of something coming out at this point. Even though it's arguably said that Paraguay has effectively been bankrupted at this point in terms of defense. Yeah, they're not coming back anytime soon. Oh yeah, we see 2 light ships coming in, 2 Avisos from Russia. This is probably put in as a counter water measure. Since, you know, on maps like this where there's fishing and whaling, you can always put in 2 light ships as a counter to somebody's fish booms. Because they'll basically kill all the fishing ships and the dock if they're not careful. So that's probably what they're anticipating. But also, since they're light ships, they can also train naval infantry. So they can actually train Marines, right? Yeah, apparently Marines are a common unit for the Europeans now. Like, before it was the United States unit, now it's available to all the European ships. Unless they get a special version of them. So yeah. Really interesting stuff. Anyways, though, there's that. Good job, Russia, for rushing really hard with Russia. Let's look at the post-game. Wow. More than double the resource count. Food was really exceptional, also the coin. Military, like triple the military units, but still less kills. Huh. But the raising, though, this is where things got interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've found a lot lately in my Liga experience that Paraguay is not that well equipped anymore to deal with heavy pressure. You know, if you're playing Austria-Hungary, you're playing, Russia, you can really mess up Paraguay in the first moments of the match just by applying hard pressure on them. So, that is something I've come to learn the hard way because I admire the Paraguayan Civ a lot. It's the first Civ I've really learned in Wars of Liberty back in 2015 really well, so yeah. I mean, them and the Zulu, they're like my oldest Civs that I've done competitively. I mean, Zulu are still exceptional. You can't mess with the Zulu, not in early game, and certainly it's hard to deal with them in late game too. As hard as they might think, you know. Most people don't know about the little tricks of Zulu with their artillery and stuff. I know them, though, and they can really do good. But that's the end of that encounter. Now we can move on to this encounter here. Which, yep, it's loaded in everything, right? Okay, so just making sure. Also, did anybody write anything to me? Anything new? Yeah, I have my little, connecting to chat. Welcome to chat room. So, yeah, nobody's written anything, right? Let me just check on the site real quick, potentially, and make sure that we're all good here. Because I'm wondering if it's even loading in the messages. Yeah, no, I don't see anything on the message board. Alright, so. Alright, so before we get started with the next encounter, I gotta do something real quick, so I'll just leave it on this window screen here, where you can look at the other encounters that are popping up. Next one would be Kaiser and Chori. Alright? Looking forward to doing that one with you next. Just hang in there. Yep. So now we're moving on to Kaiser versus Chori. This will be the third encounter of the day. Alright, so this is interesting. We see Chori going with the Egyptians. Egyptians are one of those oddball civs in the mod. Really weird civ, if you will. They're part of the African culture, which by itself makes them a very diverse civ in the way it functions. But be it as it may, Egypt is one of the hardest civs to learn in everyday usage. You know why that is? Because they use caravans. They use these little buildings that move around. Right, you can take this town center caravan and actually move it around the map using these camels. So really, they're like a nomadic Mongol style civ, if you want to think of them that way. They're actually more Mongol-like than the Mongols appear in a lot of the games. So, yeah, total Bedouin civ. Now that is going to change in future versions with the African rework, but for now, this is going to be like the Bedouin style civ of the game right now. So what you see right here is they're going to start by queuing up. This is a library caravan. The library, for those that never played Africans before, is the way you age up. It has a set of 3 different types of technologies. Red ones representing military, yellow ones representing economy, blue ones representing civil. And research enough of those technologies in the right combination, you get an age up. You also unlock different things for your civ, like military units, buildings, technologies, all depend on which order you have them in, right? And each of them thematically does something for you too. Like red technologies for Egypt will give you an additional bonus for your caravans where they produce a free unit when they're active for the first time. Like, it makes it so that every caravan gets a muster of something called the Fellahin, which is a raider unit that Egypt has access to, because in addition to being nomadic, Egypt was given sort of an identity of being aggressive, of raiding people with hit and run tactics, where you can take a caravan, spam a bunch of units, run off into the sunset, pretty much. That's the way Egypt is supposed to work. They're going to start out with the first yellow technology. This would be Library Yellow 1, Land Nationalization. What yellow does is, you see how the Ali Pasha here is using his little Egyptian staff to empower units? This is actually the same sort of ability you see in Age of Mythology where the Pharaoh empowers a building. Only this time it empowers villagers to gather faster, and it empowers your military to have more damage. So that's what this empowering is. And essentially, yellow increases the rate of the empowerment all the way up to Library Yellow 6, which makes the empowering even better. And on the other side here, we got the Brazilians. Now, this is a civ we've seen Luis Kaiser go with quite a bit lately. Yeah. Pretty much now we see, well, let's look at the home city and see what sort of build. Now, this build here could potentially be another fast industrial immigrant style attack. Eturku Chapelito, something like that. Yeah, so let's see how this one goes, because I remember the last time we saw Kaiser with Brazil, he sort of went for like a fast industrial immigrant strategy where he was rushing with a lot of the Brummers from the German colony. Yep, we see the first German wave, so this is going to be a German immigrant strategy. And basically the Brummers with their high range, their siege, was the catalyst to push against his army. But then they're going to have to deal with Egypt here. Like, what's Egypt going to do? We need to really look at the Egyptian deck to understand what's going on here. So we're going to see a Bedouin rush, I think. This is going to be a Bedouin rush. What is a Bedouin rush? A Bedouin rush is a rush of Bedouins. Bedouins are your house, but they also are a cavalry unit, which is kind of strange when you think about it, but yeah. Basically, these house about 10 population, each of these caravans, and they can also fire arrows, too. They count as sort of like a maneuver unit that actually does some multipliers against artillery. And really, the thing of these Bedouins is you use this card here called Bedouin Regiments. It removes the wood cost of the Bedouins so that they only cost about 35 food. And with that, you can actually just spam these Bedouins to full max. And I think Chori saw me do this against Kaiser on my YouTube channel, and he's thinking, oh yeah, I could replicate that, no problem. Because I'm actually not the one that created this strategy. It was actually Sog, one of the other Liga participants, that started using this in the Liga, so Chori's going to see if he can pull off a Bedouin rush. Yeah, see, yep, the Bedouins are queuing up right now for only 35 food. And then the other component is you can, of course, ship in military units. So you can ship in spearmen, you can ship in camel riders, the fellahin, and then you can gradually work your way to age 3 and get Nafatoons, Askaris. Askaris are skirmishers, Nafatoons are a bombardier-style grenadier unit, so not like the European grenadiers that have guns, they just throw bombs all the time. So yeah, that's going to be the strategy here. Now, what's going to be interesting is the fact that this is a LATAM civ, so Latin America can actually continually ship in Brummers to deal with the Bedouins. Right, and since these are cavalry archer maneuver units, they get hand armor instead of the usual pierce armor. That's kind of one of those hidden rules I don't think a lot of people know about with Bedouins, with actually light cavalry units, is traditionally like bow units will get hand armor, and the gun units will get the pierce armor. Yeah, bet you didn't know that, did you? Well, maybe you did, but something to keep in mind here. And it actually makes them more vulnerable to these towers because they do get an anti-shock unit multiplier, and the lack of pierce armor does make them go down easier. This is the one sort of control mechanism. Oh yeah, they can also use ranged skirmish units too, like these Voluntario Patriots. It's really weak, spammable units. Now, what makes these really good for that is the fact that they have multipliers against maneuver units. And as you know, maneuver units, these are maneuver units because they're like a ranged cavalry. So, if you can mess up enough Voluntario Patriots, you can actually deal with these Bedouins a lot easier. And if you can get a sizable mass, you can actually start to kill the Bedouins so much that Egypt has to abort their strategy. Oh, but they're also trained spearmen, that's the other thing. You can add units using your garrison caravan. This is basically like sort of like an early barracks and stable hybrid building for Africans is the garrison. Since you're Egypt, it's a mobile caravan, so you can always move it right up to your enemy's base anywhere and just start popping out things like spearmen from it. Now, I don't know if spearmen is the way to go here. I would make camel riders if it was me. I would get some on the mines. I would start making some camel riders right now. Because what you want to do is you want to kill the Voluntario Patriots and put a stamp on them pretty much. Right? Also, I don't know why we don't see firebrands in here at all from the home city, the siege unit. Because you could actually use the firebrands to deal splash damage against the Voluntarios and then do substantial siege here. Over time, as you see here, Brazil's strategy is just keep getting more Voluntario Patriots. And we should follow the resource count of them as well. They're actually using the home city as well with this infinite card. So that if they don't have the resources to make more volunteers, they can continue to ship them in constantly. And because you're always fighting and killing things, you're getting more XP, which again goes into more shipments of them. So this is really the fairest way that Brazil can actually handle this Bedouin rush. So yeah, right now they're keeping decent numbers, I would say. I mean, they're able to train some from the barracks, they're shipping some in, so you know, they're in pretty good shape right now, I think. I mean, if they can take out more of these Bedouins, kill some of the spearmen, they're also going to put that's a house because they need more population space to ship in more of the Voluntarios. Yep, definitely. Let's see. Yep. exactly. And now more Voluntarios are going to back up. Alright, and now they're going to... Okay. Now they're going to take some more volleys. Yep. Alright. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally impressed with Kaiser right now. He's definitely doing what a lot of people can with this rush, you know? He's definitely trying his hardest. And then the more are going to ship in from the home city. Actually, these Fellahin look a little bit scary here because of their quick rate of attack. They have a really quick rate of attack compared to regular units. So yeah, you gotta be careful with these guys. These are your biggest threat here. If you can take out the Fellahin and then you can just deal with the Spearmen and the Bedouins, that's probably better. But now they're gonna build another barracks over here so they can continue to train more of the Voluntarios. I don't know, like, I feel like Brazil is just slowly crawling their way out of it. They could continue to queue up slaves too, which I would recommend. Notice how Brazil's slaves cost food instead of coin, because, you know, they don't have to deal with another villager in their economic system, so they can afford to have them cost only food. And not give them a soaring coin dependency out of nowhere. But yeah, I mean, look at these weak, cheap, trash skirmishers here. Really good. They're actually doing substantially well. Just make sure that you're one-targeting these Bedouins, because if you can kill these Bedouins, you're going to make the strategy less efficient for Egypt to do. And what's Egypt doing, by the way? What are they doing? Are they maintaining an economy, or are they not? No, they're not, because remember, you only get one town center until age 3. So really, this prevents Egypt from ever growing their economy. So if this Bedouin rush fails, and they have to pull out of it, that is their death. That's sudden death for them, so they need to keep this fight going at all costs. Absolutely essential that they do. It's absolutely essential that they do that. It's a total requirement, really. So now they have a group of Voluntarios. They're gonna start targeting these Bedouins. Now they're gonna ship in another group of Voluntarios, and they're gonna... Alright, now they're gonna start targeting these Bedouins one-on-one. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, I feel like Brazil is slowly winning out here because, you know, Brazil has been able to maintain their hunting over here. Like, if they sent some Fellahin to start disrupting these slaves, then I would be a little bit worried for Brazil being able to keep up. But because, again, Egypt is not looking around the map, looking for where the food is coming in, they're giving Brazil a free pass to keep making more and more of these skirmishers, which they'd still be able to do anyways through the home city, but the fact that you're letting them keep a queue of them from the barracks coming out too is meaning they're basically able to just keep making enough of these to, and also technically you got so many of these volunteers you could decide to target with some quick micro 2 spearmen at the same time, preserving that house. But again, totally fine, because if you can get that house up, you could still ship in another group of these Voluntarios again. Yeah, at this rate, I don't know what Egypt's going to do, because Brazil is slowly gaining momentum in its numbers, and there's not much they can do about it. What can they... What step does Egypt have to deal with this? They can ship camel riders from the home city. Camel riders, because they are a scout unit, but you got so many of the Voluntarios active, I don't even think a shipment of scout units is even going to manage this properly. No, it really doesn't. Really doesn't. Really doesn't at all. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, not good. Not good, man. Not good at all. Yep, and then the volunteers have to move up here. They're going to target these Bedouins once again, but at this point, you got so many volunteers on the field that the Bedouins don't last that long anymore. They lose that tankiness aspect. See, the reason for going for a Bedouin rush is they have 400 HP being a house, being like a building. Then they get the hand armor, so they're supposed to be like a tank. It's hard to kill, but once you get this many skirmish units with anti-maneuver multipliers, then the tankiness of these Bedouins starts to erode really fast, and it doesn't matter that they cost 3-5 food anymore. That Q is just not doing anything to you, and you're slowly getting eaten out here by your opponent. Because really at this point what you can do as Brazil is, you can make a secondary barracks and start training Pardos to start sieging apart that caravan. Or you could start to stick to only training voluntarios and shipping in plumbers from the German colony, which would apply a lot of siege pressure to those caravans. That's all you really need to do here, really. Yep, pretty much it, really. I mean, I don't see this lasting much longer here. Yep. Yep, camel riders going down. Just as I predicted, another group of Bedouins not that great anymore because, you know, those multipliers stack up against them. Yeah, and also because you're using your town center to make these things, you're not making any more villagers. You're only only hunting at this point using Pasha. Like all they can really do is get library level 2, yellow, to make the empowerment just a little bit better. The only other real resource management you go is using the market caravan to trade resources around a bit. So yeah, not a lot to do. And eventually, as you know, with markets, the buy and sell factor rate does weaken over time. So, yeah, it's not a good situation at all to depend on. You're definitely not going to be able to use buy and sell factors to reach capital waves. I can tell you that much right now. I mean, even if so, I just don't see this ending well for Egypt. And how many volunteers are even active right now? 75 almost 75. That's a big mass. That's a big mass of stuff. With more on the way. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look at all the bullets coming into this caravan. It's like getting attacked by a bunch of ants. But over time it'll add up, and eventually that caravan will go down. Yeah, there's really nothing Egypt can do to win this now. They basically they've lost. They've lost. You know, I think it's really important because it does show that the caravan rush is not a broken strategy. You know, for people that don't know what it is, it's a broken strategy, but for people that know how it operates, they can actually beat it quite easily with the right conditions. With the right conditions, you can beat the caravan strategy quite easily, like right here with a little bit micro of a skirmish. Now, if your Civ does not get a skirmish unit, I can't guarantee how easy it would be, but majority of the Civs get some sort of skirmish unit they can rely on somewhere. Like, most Civs get Rangers, Hajusi, Escopeteros, something like that. Even Argentina gets the Patricios that they can use. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like a fair amount of Civs can deal with this quite easily. GG. Post-game should be interesting. I mean, resource-wise, Brazil... Egypt actually kept up pretty good because of their empowerment ability on the food, but militarily... Oh yeah, the volunteers, once they started getting going, really started to kill things. GG. that was actually kind of a fun one because we saw the Bedouin strategy get defeated for once. So yeah, that was put gathers numbers. How do you do that? I don't usually. Is that in the options somewhere? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can put the gatherer's numbers on in the options for this viewer. Yeah, let me do that for you. Let me see if I can do that real quick in the options. Let's look in here. Let me see. Gatherers per resource. Bingo. Bingo was his name. Oh, there we go. Alright, so we should be able to see that right now. Yep, thanks for pointing that out. I mean, I know Jeff mentioned that before about getting that set up so I could manage my economy better, but now I finally know how to do it. Alright, so let's go into their match 2 now. Mapuche versus Egypt. So Kaiser's going Egypt now. Is this going to be a Bedouin rush or is this going to be a fast industrial age? That's going to be seen. We already know a lot about Egypt, so don't really need to talk much about them. Let's sort of talk about Mapuche, though. Mapuche, they're a Native American civ. Not that different than the Incas, actually, because in Moors of Liberty, there's like 2 classifications of natives. We got the North American natives, which, you know, they're the ones that are from the War Chiefs expansion. They use the war hut, the corral, they have the fire pit. They're your traditional natives, and they also get tome pools, too, to produce faith, so kind of a diverse set of civs. They only get 2 of them because the Aztecs were dropped off for being too old to have in the mod. So it's only Lakota and Hods. But for the South American natives, they got very different things to look forward to. They got this special building called the Monument, which is like this big mythological statue thing, and it replaces the regular church, where they can actually send natural powers from nature against your opponents. Same thing as god powers from Age of Mythology, actually. But these god powers, you know, they have a recharge time. You can use them again and again as long as they recharge. For Mapuche, I think they get a tornado. They get some sort of blizzard that freezes enemy buildings, prevent them from... Well, I think it freezes enemy units, making them slower to move, so it makes it hard for them to advance towards you. And then they get... trying to remember what the other natural power is. It's something else. But yeah. The big thing about Mapuche, though, as the individual civ is, they don't have a home city. They don't have a home city. Current deck, my deck. They don't get a deck. They don't get cards. You're like, what does that mean? See here, this war chief, Felipe Flores, is actually producing a card right now of villagers. Yes, every one of their war chiefs, and they get about 5 of them, all has a set of cards in their UI that you can send for a shipment, or a shipment in some coin if it's like a mercenary shipment or something, yeah. So really, Mapuche actually get access to every single card in every single game that they're in, so you don't have to build decks because literally your civ is the deck. You know, you get every card you could possibly want, right? Oh yeah, for sure. And yeah, I see that little 12 food gatherers here, so yeah, that's a nice little feature to have, I bet, for people trying to time out their macros. So yeah, thanks viewer for letting me know about that, you know. Well, I knew about it, but I'd never actually gone about doing it, so yeah, I figured I'd just do it now while you're all here so you could see me do it. So like, oh yes, Letsy's using it now, cool. Alright, so yeah. But how many... They'll probably go up with about 15 to 16 bills, I would say. The other thing about Mapuche is they trickle experience points while they work. Right? So the Incas, you know, they're known for trickling coin while they work. The Mapuche trickle experience points while they work. Which means, of all those cards they have access to from all their war chiefs, they can actually get them a lot quicker by having more villages on the field working, hunting, mining, farming, whatever. Right? And I should mention too, even though there's only 5 war chiefs on the field now, one of the cards lets you actually send a 6th war chief that deals exclusively with cavalry. So with mounted things, like their... Well, and they get like 4 mounted units as well in their roster, so that's pretty significant for them. You know, that selection of cards. Some of them unit shipments, some of them upgrades. Including some upgrades that affect infantry as well. What age up though? So they're going up with the messenger. This is the fast age up. Egypt. What is Egypt going for? Tigramata? Obelisk line of sight greatly increase. What's up with that? I'm just wondering here, like, what's the build? They're going for a Bedouin Rush too. Why no fast industrial? Probably because it's, well, they wouldn't have known that they were picking Mapuche. Well, yeah, that once they figured out it was Mapuche, I think they decided, you know what, let's go for a Bedouin Rush, because the Bedouin Rush is more reliable. Because if you go with this type of a build, with an industrial age build, you would run into the risk of Mapuche rushing you outright with one of their insane shipments like this one. See what this is? This is the Mawadanche. This is the emergency unit that Mapuche get. Instead of like really weak stuff like Minutemen that lose HP over time, Mapuche basically produce Mawadanches, which are these elite units that throw bullets at range, that have like a skirmisher style damage. But no splash, mind you. They're not like the bullet swords, they don't get splash. And then in hand, they have these really strong hand weapons, as you can see, these blades that lets them deal anti-shock multipliers. So they're both a heavy infantry and a skirmish unit at the same time. They also get a native warrior tag too, which I find kind of interesting, you know. So technically you could kill these with spies too, which is really neat. Probably as a way of balancing it out. So right now we see Egypt going for mass Bedouins now after sending the Bedouin regiments like Chori tried to do. Let's see if they're more successful with it though. I feel like these, well, the Mawadanches are going to deal a little bit less damage because they're doing hack damage. So in this case, the Bedouin's armor works out perfectly for them. Ah yes, this is not good. See, what Chori's doing is quite smart, is he's going for the villagers first if he can. Because he knows that that town center caravan's going to keep queuing up the Bedouins. You need food to do that, so if you can start killing the villagers now, that means a lot less Bedouins to deal with. They're also going for the Wakelifs. These are the Mapuche Spearmen. And they're good against shock units. Right? Yep, and like Troy did, Kaiser's opting to go for Spearman as his trainable unit here. So yeah, oh man, come on man, I wanted to see that one. That stinks. I don't like it when we see how it sinks, people. That's the one thing I don't like, is how it sinks. You know, I kind of want to see everything in its full glory. But yeah, I guess we're going to have to go on to the next encounter then, because that one was synced. I don't know, I just wanted to see how Kaiser beat Chori with the Mapuche, assuming he did. Probably with Nafatunes or something later game, I would imagine, because it seemed like Chori took his approach a lot more head-on, I would say, than Kaiser did. Kaiser was initially playing more defensively. Chori went right for the throat, so that must have been... I could tell the time was a lot longer, too, so what they were doing was a lot more complicated, if I could call it that. So let's go to the Jeff and Delian encounters now. Alright, so Jeff is also going with Mapuche, so our ability to see a Mapuche in action has been redeemed. Yeah, so we will get to see some Mapuche action today. So, yeah, there's not much else to say about Mapuche other than, yeah, their roster is pretty strange, actually. Like, they don't get a lot of traditional units. Like, they get a skirmisher with high HP, they get an assault infantry with a club that deals anti-infantry multipliers like a Spanish Lancer. They get the Spearman, of course, that you saw. They get the Maladanche. They get a Bolus throwing ranged cavalry that's like a Dragoon with like high damage. So, yeah, the Mapuche roster is kind of special in its own way, you know. And a lot of the way it works out for them, and they do a lot. And by the way, you see these little +5s coming up above their heads. This is just a sign that they're getting XP bounty by working. So, yeah, if you ever see like this little XP bounties going above the unit's heads like that when you're Mapuche, that's the XP trickle bonus at work as they're working, pretty much. Who's the opponent, though? Belgium? So Belgium with Delian. Belgium is a European civ, one of the new ones that Wars of Liberty added. The way the Belgians work is they start out with a frontier wagon. A frontier wagon can turn into one of three things: a trading post, a redoubt or an outpost, or a tavern, like a saloon. And with that, those trading posts, or you can basically take over the map very quickly in the trade route. And in fact, the Belgians gets this little, you see this little rope over here in the UI? Belgians has the option of turning off their resource deliveries such that every time the train, the stagecoach, or the cart arrives at the trading post, it reduces the resource gather rate of their enemy. Yeah, it's only really good if you have like a trading post, have like a trade route like this that's really small with the train on, and it can really add up and stack up very quickly, the aura. So yeah, it can be pretty broken in certain situations, but here it's kind of better just to stick to the experience points. So yeah, pretty much Belgium is a really trading post friendly civ, you know. They also get an additional frontier wagon with each age up, so by the time they reach age 2, they could hypothetically also add in another trading post over here, or to the natives. That's the other focus of the Belgians, is their native focus. See, Belgians can always build a native embassy even without a native site captured, because they get a set of African native units that they always have in their roster. The Nyam Nyam, which is a spearman, the Hunga Munga, which is a knife-throwing Zande warrior, similar to the Nyam Nyam, which is also a Zande warrior. And then they get the Zappo Zap, which is a Songye gunpowder unit that acts more or less like a combination between a raiding unit and a spy, sort of, because they have multipliers against things that spies usually do, and they have multipliers against villagers, so pretty wacky stuff. And since they're native units, of course, they cost only food and wood. They also don't cost any population, so you can stack them on top of your max pop of 200 units, too. 200 population. They're going to start out with... Did they send... Yeah, they've already sent 3 settlers, so this is card number 2 for them. Yeah, this is the cool thing about Belgium, is because you get trading posts so early right off the bat as them, you can usually get 2 cards in age 1 pretty easily. They're opting for distributism to get their wood count up. This is really good because you can afford more of their native units that way. You can get more trading posts that way. Also, you can optimally go for rangers, you know. Belgians actually get Royal Guard Rangers. The Guard Civique, I think, or something it's called. Guard Civique, something like that. Because essentially Rangers are basically the Wars of Liberty equivalent of crossbowmen. They normally don't get Guard and Imperial upgrades, but for Belgium they actually do, so... Yeah, that's another late gamey option they can fall on. They do get they do get their own skirmishing unit too, called the Force Publique, which has multipliers against native warriors, making it great against native viewing civs like, again, the Belgians. Also ones like what's an argument? Sometimes Inca can Yeah, Inca can sometimes do that, but I think Peru is certainly a good native civ. Also, Paraguay, somewhat. Bolivia, for sure. So yeah, if you're doing what they said to have a lot of native warriors that are going to be coming out, going for the Force Publiques with Belgium is certainly a good option. Also, they have a quicker rate of fire than standard skirms as well, which is another sort of side bonus they get. I think at the cost of having, like, what, rest range and damage or something. It works out in the end. So what politician, though? They're going for the Arzan, so don't be fooled by that name. That's just the quartermaster, so 400 wood. As for Mapuche, though, it looks like... What are they going for? Now, I see 5 villagers followed by coin. Yeah, this is really wacky, and I don't know if they fixed this for the Great War patch yet. But apparently all the crate cards say food when they really should say coin, denoted by the icon. That doesn't look like food, does it? You're not going to eat golden coins, right? You'd break your teeth and you'd have to go to the dentist and probably get a root canal. So, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to eat gold coins, folks. You know, it's not edible, unless there's chocolate inside. You could try to scratch the side of it, see if there's chocolate in there. If not, don't try biting down on it, you're going to regret it. Good medical advice from Streletsy. But anyways, if they're going for coin, I can imagine potentially a capital age push of some kind, especially since all these villagers are in the amount of 21 are on the hunt right now. Yeah, it's certainly useful to see this little ticker here, so I'm glad that we can see this now. But what's Belgium going to do? Like, what's the Belgians? So Belgium's going for a rush, you know. I think Deline is taking lessons from previous weeks with some relative success he's had with rushing and decide, you know, let's play aggressive here. He's going to be using the Grenadier unit. And you might be asking yourself a very important question. Why are these Grenadiers coming from the barracks, right? I thought that Grenadiers were an artillery foundry unit. Here's the thing, Grenadiers have received a rework in Wars of Liberty. Basically, they are standard infantry across 1 population. They can throw 1 grenade as a charge attack, and then they have to wait about 45 seconds for another grenade to become available. While they're waiting for that, they use this standard attack, the musket attack, to do damage. They count as heavy infantry and siege units still, so same multipliers would work against them, but they do have some pierce armor though, since they're not exactly tailored to dealing with cavalry as much. So yeah, if you can get a good mass of these Grenadiers going, they can really kill any group of units you can imagine, because, similar to the sailors, the naval infantry, they don't have a malice. They don't have a malice at all, so they actually do the same amount of damage to cavalry as they would infantry or artillery. Look, yep, right there, look at how powerful those grenade tosses are. That was a lot of damage, and if they had another group of them, potentially could have killed those villagers. Oh no, and then we see the, oh, they actually, yeah, they canceled out, they're going to put the war hut over here because it's farther away from the action. But now we see Belgian hussars coming in. Look at that! Look at these Mapuche villagers actually punching the Grenadiers. Yeah, not the best, yeah, I mean, are they going to do that too? What's the, oh yeah, they're going to start boxing them, look at that. Look at that, those anchor arms on the villagers. Pound them in the face. Wow. You might have bombs and you might have guns, but we can just punch you in the head. That's apparently enough to kill these guys. Quite interesting. He's gonna do it again. Look at it. Punching him in the head is new meta now, you know? New anti-Belgium meta. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I guess so. Oh, here comes a oh wow, perfect. Look at that. These are the triangles I was talking about. Look at these multipliers, about 2.5 against infantry. So mathematically, that would be about, what, like 40, 45 damage per hit. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, insane. What my question is, what's Belgium gonna do at this point, though? Because I think at this rate, I don't know. Like, yeah, this too. Mapuche had made it to capital age, so they're actually able to ship their artillery pieces, which are actually called artillery pieces, right? So, basically, these are just like, they're like little white falconets almost, right? They got multipliers against infantry. They're also pretty decent at sieging as well. So yeah, they're almost like falconets if you want to think of them that way. So you combine those with the Triangulaps. Infantry totally obsolete at this point. You should even be making these at this point. Line infantry. These are just standard musketeers, grenadiers. Yeah, the grenade throw is a little bit more useful, but yeah, that's the other thing. Like, well, I'll say this. I mean, the line infantry does have the bayonet though, because it kills cavalry, and Triangulaps are considered cavalry because they have the shock tag. So, not the worst idea in the world. In fact, when I fought against Adri once in a 1 versus 1, he completely obliterated my Triangulap mass using conscriptos with Latin America with Argentina, which isn't even really an infantry civ. So, if Julian could get a big mass of these line infantry, he could actually potentially beat these Triangulaps outright. Of course, not considering the artillery factor in the room here from the artillery pieces, doing a whopping 240 damage, enough to instantly kill any of these units at this stage in the game. And in fact, they're going to take advantage of that and train even more of them from this artillery foundry to give them a total of 5 of these cannons, with more cards on the way, because remember, you're Mapuche, your war chiefs have all the cards you need. So you got a wide arsenal of cards you can send. You can literally send anything you want as Mapuche. You don't even have to manage a deck at all. You can send crates, units, upgrades, whatever you feel like. That's the power of Mapuche. And they're going to choose to make the Mauadanches, these insane things that you saw in the Chori versus Kaiser match before it was synced. Now, keep in mind, because these are not a trainable unit, they actually do get shadow teched with each age up. So these are actually veteran level Mauadanches that have even more damage and HP than the ones you saw last game. So this is going to make a big difference. Like 37 attack and with hack damage. This obliterates the Grenadiers, actually. Absolutely obliterates the Grenadiers. And then when the Hussars get close, they just slice through them. Cut into their bellies. Not good. Not good stuff at all. You know. I feel like Mapuche are on the upbeat here. I don't think that Belgium can do much. Let's look at the resources. Well, they're actually going up to capital age, which I would have done that a little bit sooner if it was me, but good call anyways. I mean, the academic, I'm trying to remember what the academic does. Is it XP or coin, or I'm trying to remember what the academic gives you. It's good. We'll have to see what benefit that gives them. But one thing I don't really like, don't get this shipment right now. Wait a little bit, because I'd rather you get the machine guns here, the Militaires, these machine guns, followed by these Force Publiques. You really need units right now. You really don't need to worry about resources, because frankly your coin economy right now is kind of atrocious right now with the lack of numbers, so I wouldn't really worry about training stuff at all. The biggest priority should just be shipping stuff, really. Yeah, absolutely. That's all I can say about this. Yeah, the reason you get wood shipments is so you can build buildings and houses, so you can train more stuff usually. But the fact that you don't have a lot to do with that tells me you're not going to really do much of that. The only exception would be if you were going for, say, the Belgian native units. And I don't see a native embassy anywhere, so unfortunately that's not going to happen. Looks like they trained some Hussars though, which, again, right into the Spearmen. Not a good play. Not a good play at all. You do need to watch your units and make sure you're only attacking things that you're going to make favorable trades with. Good lesson for everybody to learn. You know about tags and how they work. Another frontier wagon from the age up. They're probably going to build a redoubt somewhere around here, I can imagine, like a tower. I don't really see them going out here to grab natives at all, so... Where's that tower going to go, though? Because they do have to be careful of these cannonballs coming in from the artillery pieces. This is your biggest threat right now, I would say. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, definitely. Culverin. Well... Not bad, but a single Culverin... Nah, I wouldn't get that. See, if you had an army of line infantry protecting the Culverin, maybe. See, what you could potentially do in this situation would be to mass up a bunch of line infantry and get like 1 or 2 Culverins. And that way you can use the Culverins to kill the artillery pieces, and then the line infantry would form a phalanx that would protect you from the Trengalaths and the Spearmen. That's why you would get a phalanx of line infantry. That's what happened to me when I faced off against Adri using the Mapuche. Because I thought, oh yeah, these Trengalaths, they get this multiplier. They're like Spanish Lancers. They're just going to eat through infantry like they do in Arena when we're playing on TAD. But no, the fact that they're infantry and they don't get that much HP, even with the high... Yeah, the armor isn't even that good. It's like 10% armor. It's not like... Well, wait a second. Spanish Lancers and TAD, they don't get hand armor. They get pierce armor. So, it's technically a little bit better, their armor values, when it comes to dealing with bayonets. But still, the HP is so low that the benefit really isn't there at all. It's really not. So, yeah, we see these infantry walking their way in now towards these last villagers here. And, yeah. Alright. And now we see... Oh, yep. Just about almost finished here with these units, and they're going to be gone. Yeah. Definitely. Good play, Jeff, though. I know Jeff likes the Mapuche a lot, so he's never very well drilled in the Civ. I like the Mapuche, too, you know. I have my phases when I use them, and I have my phases when I, you know, I sort of put them away because I think they no longer have relevance, so, yeah, good to see him using Mapuche again. I certainly love using them when I feel like they might stand a chance against a certain Civ. I've certainly gained a little bit more respect for him after seeing Kaiser using the fast fortress strategy with them, where he makes their fortress the Bukhara and makes an area very hard to attack. I figured out with that strategy you can use Mapuche to a bit of a better level and actually get that economy you need to get him rolling. Because in general, Mapuche, they deal with things in weird ways, right? Like if you want to deal with cavalry, like scout units, they're kind of limited. They can only rely on the spearmen, really, to deal with scout units. The other option, of course, would be to take your Winnetou phase and stick them in hand. But that's a maneuver unit, so that's really not their best job. So, yeah, a lot of stuff like that. We actually see a covered wagon coming in for Belgium. And they're training up some Force Publiques. I think at this point they realize, yeah, let's stop this charade while we still can. Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. Like, I don't see where this is going for you. Yep, not good. Yeah, post game. Let's check that real quick. Yeah, it seems like Mapuche is 3k resources more. Militarily, yeah, they absolutely killed it with the artillery pieces. So definitely, they did a good job there. Absolutely. So, let's see, did Chad mention anything? Just wait for that to load in. Nope, don't see anybody writing anything else, so I think we're good there. Let's go to the next match then, the Jeff versus Delian Part 2 on Hudson Bay. Alright, so this is match 2. Alright, so we got ourselves the Danish for Jeff, and then the opponent here, Delane, is going with the Lakota. Huh. I think I've seen Delane go with Lakota before, so this should be a kind of an interesting one. We've seen a lot of Lakota lately, right, on the Unstoppable Stilezzi YouTube channel. Not in Wars of Libya, though, in Definitive Edition. In particular, those deathmatch 1 versus 1s and 2 versus 2s. So, yeah, we're pretty seasoned with seeing Lakota at this point in the DE environment. In the Wars of Liberty environment, they're a little bit more old school. You know, what I mean by old school is their teepees are like the old school teepees, right, where they hit points and attack actually stacks up. Also, they do not have increased resource gathering from nearby teepees, so teepees are really only a military option in this game. Now, they do get some additional benefits, of course. Now, they do get access to the totems, since they're a North American native, so that's how they access their religion, get their trickle of faith in. And also, the Wars of Liberty team designed the Lakota units to start out with high siege damage without the siege dance at the fire pit. So yeah, think of it this way. The fire pit siege dance is still active in the game, but the Lakota units start out with high siege before the dance is even active. So if you get the dance on top of the base stats, Lakota in Wars of Liberty do substantially more siege damage across the board, whether that be hand units or foot units. So you need to keep that in mind. Also, of course, if you want to see one of those late game outlaw style cards that we don't see here, they of course just send the Renegados, Pistoleros, and Comancheros. None of that random outlaw stuff here because that didn't come till much later. Yeah. One of the more generic Tad civs you could see in Wars of Liberty. Whereas Danish are pretty, I don't know, they do weird stuff. So, one thing that you'll notice here for Danish is they already have a shipment sent this early in the match. Because Danish, at the start of the game, gets experience crates around the town center. And when you pick those up right away, they get just enough to get one shipment, and they decide to go with Colbertism, which is the food trickle. You know, and then after that, of course, you get shipment number 2 already ready just about. And then with that, they can do just about anything. They can go for advanced training posts, 300 cords of wood. They could also send another ox card. And what is an ox card exactly? Yeah. It's this thing here with the little black cows. So what an ox card does is it looks a lot like a covered wagon, but what it really does is it boosts the gather rate of nearby settlers near it. And also, it has the option of turning into an economic-style building. So what can that include? That can include a mill, a plantation, a livestock pen, a market, and a dock. And the Danish don't get a standard type of dock. They get a more expensive dock called an anchorage. The anchorage slows down nearby enemies, but it also increases the gather rate of nearby fishing ships. And it also is pretty strong when you garrison it as well against enemy ships. So the anchorage is like a big fortified dock pretty much. It looks really cool looking too, because it's super duper high like a tower, and it's got all stuffed in it. I like the model of the anchorage quite a lot. And here's the other thing. See this little fella here on the side here? That's called a golden age. Every time you receive a shipment as Danish or you age up, you get a golden age. A golden age is a little bonus that takes place for a couple of seconds where all your units experience bounties go up. I think villagers gather slightly more or something. So yeah, it's like a little teeny weeny little bonus for you. Like right here we see the politician, the enlightened governor. In fact, because all of these politicians are enlightened, this means that Danish are the only civ, for the moment at least, that uses the old school sort of European named politicians, because nobody's created the new enlightened variants yet for the Danish to use. So right now they're using the old ones as placeholders, because that's when the enlightened system was created. Back a long time ago, when they in the Swedes were released, back around what, like 2019, 2020 or something. Yeah, quite a like 4 years ago. So yeah, these Scandinavian civs have been around for quite a while now. So what are we gonna see now, though? We're gonna see maybe some rangers coming out, the volunteers. Are we gonna see? Well, I definitely see engineers and espingolers in Age 4. That could be an option. Espingolers are basically like an organ gun almost, but not quite. They're a lot stronger than an organ gun, and they're the replacement to the steel gun. They are the heavy artillery unit of the Danish, and they're going to be dealing with what looks like to be some sort of aggression from Lakota, because yeah, that's what Lakota do. And similar to the previous week when we saw Delian use Lakota, he's going for the war clubs. The war clubs are a very decent budgety sort of anti-cav unit, similar to the pikemen, but I think they're actually better than the pikemen somewhat, because their sieges, look at this siege, almost 40 siege on them. This is really good for an Age 2 unit. Also, its attack is slightly higher than that of a war club, at the cost, of course, of losing one of its multipliers, so it's only about 4x, which is still better than the halberdier in terms of multipliers. Let's see how these war clubs do. They're going to go right for the town center, I can imagine, because what he's trying to do is take down the Danish town center and basically decapitate their economy and force them to retreat. But Jeff knows if I could ship my volunteers in, send the Minutemen in the back, this effectively sandwiches them in between the garrison town center and the outpost, the redoubt here, to the point that he was able to crush all these war clubs. Yeah, see, when Delian was facing off against Louise Kaiser, I think it was Kaiser or somebody else. Yeah, it was Kaiser, because he was doing the Argentine deck, right? Yeah, so back in that time, I think Delian had a lot more success, because he was able to down his town center to about, I don't know, like 1,000. He almost took it down completely. But in this situation, Jeff handled it a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently. He was able to... Oh, that's another good thing that Jeff is going to do, is he's going to put a little wall here around this war chief to prevent him from being recaptured again by the Lakota. And what Lakota would have to do to get him back is they would have to put down a fire pit. And with the fire pit, you would put on the war chief dance. The War Chief dance is basically, you know, if you played vanilla before, it's sort of like the Native American version of ransoming, paying a ransom. Instead of paying money to your opponent, though, you basically do the dance for a certain amount of seconds, then the War Chief returns to that fire pit. And when the explorer is all healthy and he's not down on the ground touching grass, pretty much, essentially it boosts his HP up. So if Delian really wants to get the HP boost from the War Chief back onto his units again, he has to use the War Chief dance from the fire pit. But for right now, though, he's going to try to attack again, but this time with some Axe Riders shipped in with the War Clubs, and this is going to provide a bit of a better circumstance here, because at least the Axe Riders with their very high attack, as you can imagine, are going to be really good for cutting into the stats of these Minutemen and the volunteers. We actually don't see any military buildings from Jeff yet, so I don't know what their sort of strategy is here. I thought this was a settler coming down. This is actually just a little sheepy doing some scouting. So they're gonna go for another siege again. Take some of the Axe Riders off, pick some of them off, and start attack. You could actually put the Axe Rider in trample mode, and it would instantly kill all of the Minutemen because they're at 1 hit point. See, this is kind of cool what Jeff was able to do, because the War Chief just happened to be right up against the town center. He was able to save wood costs in making a wall by making this little U shape here instead of a full circle. So he actually saved a bit of wood on that. It's kind of neat. Lakota, though, they're not looking too good economically right now. Like, I can see their resources are not in the best shape, I would say. Not by a long shot. Yeah, I mean... Oh, they're going up for an Age 3 right now, though, because... As you can see here, not a lot of Age 2 cards. They kind of have to go into the Age 3 at this point to really get ahead. And then, of course, you got the wider variety of Age 4 cards. So, what I can see happening, certainly, is Grenadiers coming out maybe first, and then the Falcons after that. Falconets in Wars of Liberty are called Foot Artilleries. More Marin-esque name of them. But after that, they get called the same stuff as before, field guns, Imperial field guns, so not too different. They have the same stats as the Falconets you know and love, so not too much about that. Why are these Minutemen still alive, though, Deland? You need to engage with these guys and kill them, because if you could kill these Minutemen, that's one less point of defense that Jeff can use to protect this town center. Your only threat then would be the tower, the town center fire, and then also these walls that prevents you from sieging properly. They went up with the Enlightened Adventurer, which gives you some pikemen, partisans, and volunteers, basically just crossbowmen. So yeah, I mean, what's the next step, Deland? Because it looks like your resource count is kind of low at this point. Switching to Setan Bowman? Yeah, I mean, I just don't get what the plan is at this point. I get the method. You're trying to use the higher siege of your Lakota units to force a siege on the Danish here, but is that going to be enough, though? That's a good question. I mean, is that going to be enough, though? That's really a good point. So yeah, I mean, at this rate, yeah, just put a little wall down here if you're Danish, because now you're denying the Axe Riders entry from this side to attack your settlers with. Oh, they're going for a fast industrial age. Oh, yeah, that's what the coin is for. So that's going to be great. That's going to be terrific, I think. That's going to go terrific for them. Also, it's hard for the Setan Bowmen to target the settlers because there's this wall that's staying in their way, sort of, so they kind of have to walk over here to hit them with the arrows. Ah, yeah, this is a good turtle by Jeff. You know, he turtled this really well. They got the coin they need for the industrial age, so now they just need a bit of the food to get that up to speed. Alright, so what industrial politician are we going to see here? We're going to see the engineer, I think, right? The Enlightened War Minister. So what does the War Minister give us? Oh yeah, the War Minister gives you an upgrade to your... No, wait a minute. No, I'm thinking of the old War Minister. What does the new one do? I think it gives you a group of volunteers or skirmishers, I believe. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the War Minister does, because before what the War Minister used to do was, back when they had a unique ranger unit, the Friskite, it would just upgrade it to a special unique Royal Guard upgrade, similar to the Besteros for the Portuguese crossbowmen. So, yeah. Is this going to go up in time? No, it's not. No, it's not. Ooh! Now, this is going to stall out the match. Oh! Oh, I thought he was going to make it. Oh, boy. Yep, I see the food and coin back in the stockpile again. What do you do now, though? What do you do now? This Lakota is actually doing pretty well at this point. They finally cracked your shell right open. Well, the first thing they're going to do is go after the redoubt. Get rid of that thing that's shooting at their heads at this point. And then they're going to move in and try to siege the rest of your stuff. Also, we don't see any sort of boats here from... what you could do as Danish, hypothetically, would be to make an anchorage right on the water here and make a fishing ship and stick your settlers in the fishing ship. Is that what we're going to see, though? I see it right up against the coastline. Are you going to make an anchorage here? Are we going to see an anchorage? What do you think? We can see an Anchorage? Well, we definitely see some villager corpses down there getting clubbed in the head to death. That must really hurt. A town center. So that's being made by the villagers, right? Yeah, by the settlers. Settlers are making a town center. Boy, you must be really glad right now, Jeff, that Wars of Liberty made it so settlers could actually build TCs. Boy, is that fortunate. Oh, the Explorer's actually going to build it. That's alright, I mean. Yeah, the Explorer can still do it. And I imagine in this phase when you're trying to, you know, save up resources and stuff. Yeah. Where did the coin go, though? Where did all the coin go? Oh, they had to market it off to afford 600 wood to make a town center. Okay, alright. Do they have any more coin, though, they can send? No, they don't. They don't. This is annoying. I mean, they could certainly send these cannons in. That would probably help out a little bit, but... Oh, the Grenadiers. Oh, yeah. Look at that. The power of the Grenadier. The power of the Grenadier. The grenade throw with 1.3 against infantry and no malice. That's what happens. Especially in grouped up situations like that. Grenadiers can actually be a really insane defensive unit. Because you got all the units grouped up here throwing their torches at the building. They get into perfect position, throw their grenades, and they're dead. Very good work. What? Yeah, the grenades should have already recharged at this. Oh god, this is, and the walls prevent you from going in after them too. And then Minutemen coming out of the new town center. This is actually a perfect wall for Jeff. I just don't know where you're gonna get the. Oh, they get a mine right here. How convenient! How convenient! Just enough coin to age up with. Imagine if this mine wasn't here. That would actually be a real nasty situation for Jeff, and this would be like a tiebreaker game. But no, you get a mine right up here in Hudson Bay, so that's actually really, really good. Really, really good. Yep, I was just checking something. Yeah, we see some foot artilleries right over here, coming up behind the Grenadiers and the Minutemen. And now, yeah, they're going to kind of let the Lakota walk at this point, because there's really no reason to chase after them anymore. They can sort of just go home. They can eat the moose resource that's also conveniently behind this wall. Gotta love that. Just enough food and coin to get to the industrial age. Actually, yeah, just about, you know. And then they can start sending some of those shipments in the industrial age, like the Grenadier one, followed by the cannon ones. Yeah, like, I also want to look at the Lakota's resources too. Does Delenn even have a plan of reaching the capital age? They got the chest of coins still, so they could potentially do it. But yeah, I would go to the capital age if I was Lakota at this point. Get some rifle riders. You really need the rifle riders to deal with those Grenadiers, man. You know, rifle riders right now would be the excellent choice here, because though Danish get actual skirmishers now, of course they don't have the most optimal resource spread to get them. So I would be thinking more about getting rifle riders at this point instead of these war clubs and CTM bowmen. That, you know, war clubs aren't even really dealing with cavalry at all. So I don't know what you're going with. Well, man, you got to pay attention to your units. All right, there, just in enough time. All right. Yep, they got out there just in time. I thought that the cans were surely going to hit them, but luckily he was paying attention to his army and knew to back up. It's going to be hard to stand there again, though, with the fort coming down. Danish fort. Just something to stall out the Lakota even more, and I feel like when you got these Grenadiers and cannons active, a fort is basically going to stall them out for at least several minutes from sieging you. Even if you're training axe riders.
Yeah. Klar.
Alright, so they can finally afford that industrial age now. So which one? The Enlightened King's Musketeer. So what that's going to send is a large group of something called the Land Soldatar. A Land Soldatar is basically a Danish line infantry. Instead of working like regular line infantry, it works more like Russian musketeers, where it only costs about, what, like 50 food, only 15 coin, but it has really mediocre stats. I think it even has weaker stats than a Russian line infantry does, so yeah. Take what you know about Russia and make everything even more cheaper and even more weaker, pretty much. Kind of a funny thing, it's like the only such unit that works like that on the Danish roster, and everything else seems to be pretty good. Like, they get some of the strongest grenadiers in the game, as well as the strongest dragoons in the game. They get cuirassiers, which are pretty tough. You know, yeah, look at these stats. Like, look at that. Like, only 24 against shock units. Certainly above like what a skirmisher does, but still. Not that substantial. But at this point, because your Lakota opponent has not aged up at all or upgraded anything, Age 2 Land Soldatars are totally fine, you know. Nothing wrong with that at all. Ah, we see the Engineers being made. The Engineers, I don't know how you say it in Danish. This is basically just a ultimate unit that the Danish have. What they do is they have multipliers against artillery. They do crush damage instead of pierce damage. And they can repair artillery units of their own as well, so... Like, if you're making some of those Espengolers as Danish from the factory, they can repair them with their hammers. Yeah, they can repair them with their hammers. Ah, look. Yep, right here, the Engineers. So, I'm thinking he's probably gonna... Yep, he's gonna set this factory onto Espengolers, I'm assuming. Any moment. Well, right now it's just coin, but I think at some point this would be switched to the Espengoler unit, because they have just enough trees here to get the population they need for it. And you don't have a lot of economy right now, so I mean, it would totally make sense to put some heavy artillery on the field, especially when your opponent doesn't even have rifle riders yet. I mean, the only biggest threat you would have to worry about obviously would be bow riders, since, you know, Lakota do get an Age 2 maneuver unit still. But other than that, yeah, I mean, heavy artillery would be perfect right now. What are the Lakota doing? They're trying to encircle like a hawk or something? What's going on here? They were probably trying to look to do something up here, and then they see this little army moving down this way, and they have to start engaging with it. Oh yeah, look at the stats on these Engineers. They're actually not bad for right now. Like 30 damage, crush. That's actually good against cavalry. You know, that's actually solid against cavalry. It really is. I mean, then they get crush armor too. Not that would help here, but like if Lakota had some sort of artillery unit, this crush armor would would really help against that. Oh yeah, the Engineers are actually doing pretty good. Quite good, actually. And we rarely ever see Engineers either as Danish. People treat them as one of the more subpar ultimate units, but from what I see here, these stats are pretty good. You know what I mean? And you don't even have infantry combat cards active yet on them, so I mean, these things have a long way to go to reaching their full stat potential, really. So yeah, I mean, maybe Engineers are a unit to take very seriously. Oh yeah, I mean, I would think so. And unlike the naval infantry, they actually count as heavy infantry. That is very different. That's like the old school naval infantry before this patch. See, naval infantry used to have the heavy infantry tag and therefore were susceptible to skirmisher shots. These ones still are, so they do need to worry about Seatan bowmen still. If there is any, there's no bowmen left, is there? Nah, just war clubs and axe riders. That's a non-issue at this point. Yeah, but still, Lakota, not even getting that coin crate yet. Did they send the coin crates yet? Nope. They probably should and start thinking about getting rifle wires at this point. Yeah, Jeff isn't even sending the cannons in yet. He's just doing a lot of work with just the engineers. Doing a bit of meat shielding using the Lanceletars. Grenadiers helping out a little bit as well. Could actually ship in more of the Grenadiers because he has an age 4 card of them. Also using the fort's cannonball to its advantage. Taking in additional hits. Using that treasure bear that he collected, that grizzly bear, to help maul the war clubs. Yeah, that's a good defense. I mean, you don't even need cannons for this. The engineers alone are just handling it well because they're basically just like Marines but late game, you know? Late game Marine unit. Up here comes the second factory. Are we going to see Espingolars be made at some point here by the factories? That's probably what I would do. I'd start making Espingolars, but it seems like right now he's just using the coin trickle from the factories to keep making the engineers. Because the engineers are performing quite well here. Notice that, though, the bowmen actually did substantial damage to him just because of their heavy infantry tag. That's the one thing that makes the engineers not that great compared to, say, the Marines, the Infante de Marina of Spain, all those sort of naval units. So yeah, now we're seeing the Espingolars being shipped in from the home city, about 3 of them. That combined with the engineers should be substantially enough to cut their way in here. Absolutely. Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, interesting stuff, you know. One of the least used units, I think, in Wars of Liberty being a game changer here. I mean, I think Jeff could have technically gone with anything at this point. He could have gone with Grenadiers, he could have gone with more cannons, but the fact that he chose the road less traveled is pretty interesting in terms of unit choice. And then, of course, the Espingolars are coming in. The great thing about this is, if these do incur any damage from the Lakota units, the engineers can actually heal them up with their hammers very easily. So that works really to their advantage. Armed with hammers to beat artillery. Well, not all of them actually use hammers, I found out. Some of them use hammers, some of them actually use bayonets. I don't know if they've changed that, so they all use the hammers properly. Yeah, because back in the old days, when Latin America was a very different culture, the conscriptos of old Latin America worked a bit differently. They had more standard musketeer style. Well, they actually might have had the same stats. But what they did was, some of the conscriptos would use bayonets and some of them would use swords, like sabers. It didn't affect their stats at all, but what it did, it was like a little bit of a visual process to show that they really were a bunch of ragtag conscripts that used a variety of hand weapons. Similar to how the Chinese have the boxers, you know, that use different weapons. Some of them have different types of spears, some of them have different types of swords and glaives and quangs and halberds, so yeah. It's always kind of an interesting feature when you can show certain units using a variety of weapons, but having the same stats. Now we see Cuirassiers coming in from that fort. Yeah, at this point, you really can't do much else against Assault Cavalry. Assault Cavalry would be like the total fatality over here. Even though the engineers were doing it just fine on their own. Let's look at the post-game, though. I'm kind of curious how this went. Yeah, I mean, even with all that pain and suffering incurred, Jeff still had a better economy than DeLeon did. Still, even with the Lost Town Center. DeLeon made a lot of units, but when it came to the engineers and later the Espingolars, also those grenade throws were critical. Look at the kill count. 145. More than double the kills of DeLeon. Just shows you how good unit management is. If you can put Grenadiers behind a wall, force the enemy to group up, and then just blow them all up. That is a great strategy. One that you should definitely stand behind doing when you can. But anyways, let's move on to my encounter now against Ivanj. That'll be the next one we're going to do. Make sure this is active. Alright. Anyone in the chat send anything? Checking the little chat window right now. Welcome to chat room. So, nobody's wrote anything yet. That's okay. We can keep continuing on with the stream then. Alright, so now we're going to see me versus Ivanj. This was actually a really fun encounter to do, you know. Because I thought it was going to be a quick sweep for me against Ivanj, but he put in a lot of fight here, and I really respect that of him. He did really well. He knew exactly what to do to try to deal with me, and it was really impressive. I was really impressed with his progress here. You know, he even beat me once here, so, I mean, he was definitely doing his job, somewhat. We'll get onto that one and after this match. This is the first one on Mendocino. So I go with Zulu because I'm thinking, yeah, let's do a quick and easy Zulu. I want to use him more in the Liga and stuff and hone in on my skills as a Zulu. So, yeah, I've decided to use him again after the previous week where I completely destroyed Fufi with them. You can imagine I'm going to do the same thing here. Yeah, spoiler alert, yeah, unfortunately. But you will see here, Ivan's tried to deal with it in the most strategic way, I think. One of the more strategic ways that actually had me a bit worried. So, right now, as you see, he's actually going to train some fur traders from his United States Town Center to basically get his food amount up because he wants to actually go for the Union faction's Marines to deal with my Zulu mass, which really is a good idea, you know. But getting back to that, what are the Zulu exactly for people that haven't played Africans and Wars of Liberty before, all the newcomers? Now, Zulu are an African civ, so they work in really wacky ways. For instance, this building here is called an Ikanda. It is a house that costs about 300 wood, but it provides 30 population. It also produced something called a youth, which is just a little baby kid that wants to grow up into something someday. You know, when you were a little kid, some of you wanted to become police officers or scientists or actors or actresses. In Zulu society, you can either turn into a machine gun, a heavy cannon, a spearman, or a archer, right? Because, you know, that's Zulu culture. Lots and lots of arrows and guns and cannons. Yeah, no room for construction workers or bakers in that society. Nope. Not in Wars of Liberty anyways. Because, of course, the rules in Wars of Liberty is defeat your enemies at all costs. But, looking at my deck, this is the way I've designed my Zulu decks. Lots and lots of units, because Zulu are a very rush-friendly civ. Because the fact that you don't train military units from buildings, right? They don't get a barracks, they don't get a stable or an artillery foundry or anything like that. Means that you use the little youths to create all your military units, and that means you can produce them almost instantaneously, since the maturing process is a lot quicker than standard military building. Only downside is, obviously you're creating one unit at a time, right? Whereas with, you know, a barracks or stable, you can queue up to 5 units at a time. So, you know, on one hand it's quicker, and on another hand it's more tedious. And that's the way it is. But there's ways we get around that. Number one, build more Akandas. Akandas are your houses that provide you more youths, but they'll only start producing once you reach age 2. Because you can't produce any military in age 1, as you know, so you're not going to get the youths until... And I should mention, these yellow library texts here, yellow 1, actually increases the build limit of youths, which means if I want to make the most out of youth mature... how do I word this? Youth maturing process. Now I can have more youths on the sidelines waiting to grow up into being a big strong warrior now, you know? I don't have to wait for like 2 or 3 youths to be standing around there doing nothing. I can have 5 or 6 of them waiting around doing nothing, so I can always get units out in a quicker fashion. the blue library text library blue level 1 here sends you a porter. What is a porter? A porter is like a Native American travois. You know, the travois that the Iroquois or the Hods make that can turn into anything like a war hut, a corral, a longhouse. That's what a porter is, basically. It can turn into any building I want. So what I turn it into is another Akanda. Because it's literally a 300 wood building, so why not? That's a good deal. That's like a steal, man, if you can get a 300 wood building for free like that. So why not take it? And then I get the King's Weaponry, which is Library Red Level 1. So what these ones do is they will increase the movement speed of infantry. Later on, they'll send groups of impi as well for free, which is their sort of... It's a musketeer or line infantry, but instead of using a gun, it just chucks spears at your head. Yeah. Crazy, right? It's a musketeer. They should just call it a spearketeer or something. A javelineer. A javelineer. Yeah, a javelineer. Yeah. Musketeer, but with javelins. And what I do right away upon reaching the age up is I start to get these clubmen, these umpakides. These are basically just coyote runners. Because I know there's the potential that I think I did a bit of scout work to know that he was going for Marines, so I figured let's go with the clubmen first to deal with the Marines since they are a skirmish unit. And one thing I should mention too about the library is the way I aged up was I went for 1 blue tech, 1 yellow tech, and 1 red tech. That's one way to age up. Another way is to go for 2 of one color ahead. So if I wanted to go for red 1 and red 2, I could have aged up. If I wanted to go for yellow 1 and yellow 2, I could have aged up. Or if I wanted to go for blue 1 and blue 2, I could have aged up. Or you can just do 1 of each. So it's really up to you what you care about more of, military, civics, or economy. Whatever you need the most, you can certainly work into to reach those age ups. Definitely. But over here, though, we see the beginning of shipments of Marines. Delivers 6 Marines, as you can see here in the little part down there. Now, if he went with the Confederacy, as you saw in the match with Alucard, he would have shipped him the Louisiana Tigers, the Swevs. But since he went with the Union, he gets Marines from it. And to him, getting lots and lots of little crush attacks with the Marines, that's really the best way to deal with a large Zulu mass. And I pretty much agree with him there. He went for the right unit choice, and his strategy is really spot on. His economy is also really good right now, his food. Look at that amount of food he's popping out right now. Like, really good job with the food, Ivans. You're really doing a good job here. And I should probably just focus on him mostly here at this point, since, you know, I have the recording of my gameplays in Week 18 available. So I'll actually be uploading those alongside the stream here to YouTube, so you can actually watch my gameplay to get more in-depth look of how I play the game. So I'm mostly going to see what Ivans is doing, because, you know, I feel like he deserves more attention here to what he can improve on, what things he did well, and so forth, you know. I really want to talk about the stuff that, you know, you don't see in my gameplays that much, how everyone else in the Wars of Liberty community sort of does their strategies, pretty much. Yeah, because, you know, it might seem like I'm the center of the Wars of Liberty universe, and I sort of am, but we got other players too, you know, that need coverage. I'm always happy to cover your games too. Like, if you're playing Wars of Liberty and you want me to cast a game for you, just like D, always ring me up on Discord and I'll do it for you. I'll give you proper advice on what to do, I'll give the opponent advice on what they can do, and help you both out to get better, hopefully. Not the highest ELO player on the board, but I'm pretty good, especially at Wars of Liberty. I'm like top notch, I would say, with a lot of stuff, because I know the build so well at this point. Yeah, I'm just going for like a lot of clubmen here, as you can see. And really what Ivans does is what's really smart is he's not only going to train more Marines, he's also going to ship in Spontooners. Since these have the shock tag, Spontooners deal 6x multipliers against these Zulu warriors. Just the perfect thing he needs, too. Yeah. I was definitely impressed with how long Ivan's held out here against my Zulu pressure. You know, I think he might have even done a somewhat weeny better job than Fufi did with the Dutch, you know? Just slightly. I think he slightly lasted a little bit longer, right? Or I could be wrong because I don't have the game in front of me right now to count the time clock on the game, but you know, I was definitely impressed with how Ivan handled it because he doesn't have a lot of wins on his record for this tournament, so the fact that he's playing this well shows me he's really looking to improve himself really good in this game. See, this is a little trick I did here. I actually put the Umpakity behind his army of Spontooners to actually snare them, to prevent them from chasing my bigger army of Clubmen. That's a little trick you can always do if you're really smart, really good with your right clicks, and you can target on really well, is you can actually use a hand unit to slow down an enemy army so you can get away. Yeah, it's certainly a decent strategy. Now, the one area where Ivans might need a little bit more resources in right now is probably the mining. The food is pretty good right now with those fur traders, so maybe... Well, I like the fact that he has all the fur traders on the hunting. He has a couple on the hunting, but he's mostly keeping them on the mining, which means he knows to use villagers that are good at specific tasks on those resources and then put the rest on everything else, so... As far as organizing an economy is concerned, Ivage knows how to manage stuff, and that's good, very important to see. Yep. Because I would tell you the same thing. Get lots of fur traders for the hunts, put all the bills on either wood is needed or coin, and then just try to stall it out against your aggressor here. Yeah. And he's also going for readouts, too, from the Frontier Defenses card, which you can send infinite times, by the way, like Paraguay did in that other game. So yeah, that's another solution, because what do readouts do? Towers. They have multipliers against shock units, so they can actually kill these types of club units really easily. Yeah, definitely. But what I did, which was a little bit different here to cause them some pain, is I got some Firebrands. Firebrands were a siege unit and a heavy infantry unit. See, they had to do about 75 siege. Cost about 2 pop though, since they're very strong. They get a splash attack as well, so they're actually good against regular units too. Like if you put them up against a group of like infantry with pierce armor, they can actually hurt them a lot. Which I look at them, they're actually pretty decent against the Spontooners too. For some reason I have my bowman focusing on the pioneer there for a second. The Firebrands are actually pursuing the Marines, forcing... Look at that splash they get, though. Like, this is where I sort of got Ivange in a bad spot, is I got him to go right up against the town center, and I got him right in the spot I want to. Yeah, you gotta love Zulu, man. You know, I love playing Zulu so much. They're such a fun, aggressive civ. They have such a diverse style of gameplay. I always like playing as them. And you know, you think, oh yeah, they don't have a lot of, they're not like the Portuguese with the big economy and stuff, but they don't need it. You know, they just fight really well and force an enemy onto their knees pretty much. Yep, I'm gonna take down this redoubt here with the units I got, and then I think I go for some Zwart Hollanders, which are a Dutch line infantry that you normally only get from the Royal Decree. But for Zulu, I guess I can mention this about Africans as well, going back to my deck for a second. So, basically, African cards work in a very meticulous way. So, every African card has a bonus associated from the European ambassador that's associated with it. Like, Bowman cards come from the Dutch, so therefore they send about 100 coin for each. They send some coin basically, and that's of course the tie-in with the Dutch and their banks pretty much. German cards, like let me find a good German card. Trying to find a decent one, like this one, Togoland Campaign. It actually did simulate the old German bonus of free Yuans with cards. It sends you a group of clubmen, and since you don't get Yulons, right? British cards like trying to see here if there's any British. Do I have any British cards in my hand here? I might not, but basically the British cards would basically increase your unit's HP and attack by 1%, which I don't know what's really behind that bonus, but whatever. And some of the cards belong to South Africa, but since they're not a civ active in the game right now, there's not really a bonus associated with them, unfortunately. Yeah, I just thought I'd point that out, that Africa sort of works the whole consulate concept into their civ, through the cards pretty much, and somewhat through the civ itself. Like, you notice that Africans, you actually can gather export just like the Asians do. And instead of a consulate, you get a building called a spice shop, and the spice shop can train foreign units from it, only about one from each nation. But you don't have to choose between nations, they're always available. Like, Zulu, for instance, they can train British Redcoats, they can train South African, some sort of South African cavalry unit, I forget what it's called, like I'd have to remember which one it's called. Boer Cavalry or something. They can train the Dutch Riders, and they can produce the German Uhlans. So, yeah, they get a wide variety of units they can make for export. Also, in late game, African technologies, including age-ups, will cost export. So, you do need to keep that in mind, that export is an essential resource for the African civs. Also, optionally like this, you can use your export to ship in allies from Europe, like this, 9 Zwart Hollanders and 100 coin. So, yeah. Unfortunately, Zulu don't get them all for all the nations, though. They only get the ones, I think, for the Germans and the Dutch, unfortunately. So, they're a little bit limited there. I know when they do the African rework and they start reworking all the decks, they'll probably get proper ally cards, so that'll be good. Anyways, let's look at the post-game. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You just can't deal with my economy when I'm Zulu. You really can't. I know how to really keep that queue going all the time, and then I know exactly when to start switching to a market again, the level 1 techs, and then the level 2 techs. I can understand if you can't deal with my Zulu right away. It's really a nasty thing to have to be dealt with. Yeah, militarily, look at that mass. I just kept more numbers all the time. I killed about 66 units versus his 40. Yeah. And to be fair, like, I lost a lot of units because of his marine usage, so he was trying his very hardest to defend that. I admire that, you know, I admire that resolve. I really do. I really admire that resolve when people show it. Yeah, alright, so now we're going to move on to match number 2 with me, and, this is going to be an interesting one to talk about, and I'm going to give you some specific reasons why that I'm going to hone in on towards the mid to end. Some stuff that, you know, was kind of what I didn't expect really, but whatever. I feel like in match 2 I was trying to just give Ivan's a bit of a chance and play something a little bit different and see if it still worked, because I figured, oh yeah, maybe this deck will still work. But we'll see if it works in the end though. Let's see. Match 2, Hudson Bay. Alright, so I'm Maori. I decided, why don't we try the old Maori mercenary attack thing to see if it still works. That's my little boat shed porter, by the way. It's like a builder ship. And with that, you can create a dock on the water called a boat shed. It produces your fishing ships, your warships, basically like a regular dock, but you can put it on water pretty much. It's kind of cool, you know. And at the beginning of the game, you can use your explorer here to create a boat shed porter for free on the water gather point. I actually decided to go right away and make some dugout canoes, which are the Maori fishing ships. The one feature they have, though, which other ones don't do, is they can actually garrison inside of your boats like infantry can and cavalry. So, if these boats are under attack at all, you can actually garrison them inside of a warship so that they might be able to protect them. Which I find is pretty cool, actually. Yeah. And then, of course, I think in theory, wouldn't that mean you could technically move them to other bodies of water if you had a ship wagon like the Italians have? Yeah, that means you probably could do that. Pretty cool to me. Should try that theory out sometime, maybe in a video or something. See if if you somehow gave Maori a Italian ship wagon, would they be able to move dugout canoes that no longer have anything to gather from to new bodies of water that have something to gather from? Yeah, that could be an interesting experiment. See if that would actually be a viable thing or not. But we'll see. I mean, yeah, you got a trick. Yeah, and also we got another Canada too here. Yeah, people love Canada today for some reason. Oh, Canada. People love Canadians today. They love their maple syrup and their poutine. Now, I should probably give you an introduction of how Maori works, because, believe it or not, they're almost like a standalone civ in the mod. What I mean by that is there's no other members of their culture but them, because they belong to the Polynesian culture. So they have this really weird way of doing stuff. So they don't age up the normal way. They actually use the explorer to age up. And basically he goes onto a voyage. He goes onto a boat in this little pond of water that just shows up on the map here to represent a voyage. And the way voyages work is you can go on a short distance voyage, but it has less rewards. Or you can go for a longer distance voyage, which takes longer to research. It costs more resources, but you get bigger rewards from it, including shipments often, which you can use for very special cards like this, noted by a ship icon, which means they cost about 2 shipments instead of the usual 1. Basically allowing you to send the strength of 2 cards in the time of 1 card. Yeah. Quite good. Like for this, for instance, if you have 2 shipments available, you can send about 14 fighters, which is like having like 14 coyote runners in 1 card, which is, you know, to get them at the same time, that's pretty substantial, right? And basically you take advantage of that by making sure you have more shipments, which usually that means you go for the more expensive voyages to age up with to get those extra shipments, which is exactly what I do here. I go for a voyage to Fiji, noted by the little Fiji, and actually is a bit of a GIF. You can actually see the little boat going back and forth like this, which is kind of cool in the icon. And basically what you can do with that is Fiji will give you 500 coin, it'll give you a shipment, it'll also give you some wildlife, I think some sort of iguanas or lizards from Fiji that you can hunt and eat. Yeah, it's a really good option. You know, it's really a great option to go with. So yeah. Also, to age up a little bit quicker, I ate my little piggy over here to get some ham and bacon from him, so I could get my age up food a little bit quicker. So yeah, and one more cool thing it does, at least in this game, is when you're doing the voyage, when it reaches about the halfway mark, it shows the ship turn around to go back. I guess this is Fiji is this way and home is this way, so it knows to flip the boat around to go back home with whatever they got. I don't know why they have a sheep in there. Maybe because they couldn't put a pig in or something. I don't know. Something interesting. Yeah, I wonder why they can't put a little pig in there or something. Why they have a sheepy in there. It's alright. Yeah, and as you expect, Ivans is again going to try to go with the Pierre-Francois de Regard Marine, the Marine Infantry again, pretty much, because he knows he needs Tropas de la Marine to basically fight my Maori units, which is really smart on his part, because he knows, hey, if I'm going to... It seems like almost like naval infantry with their crush attack is one of the biggest equalizers in AoE3 Wars of Liberty competitive stuff, because they when somebody's in trouble and they know they can't be an opponent, they just start making naval infantry and they start pulling up better because they somehow manage to use cards, resource acquisition to try to get more than their opponent, and then they end up just beating them because of the stats. So it's it's a great equalizing force in a way for newer players to beat more experienced ones as through naval infantry. But unfortunately, they're going to lose that again in the next patch because the unit was reworked to make it a more manageable class of units to deal with. Right? So really, it's only going to have multipliers against siege units like grenadiers and then cannons, but no crush damage anymore, just regular pierce damage. It does keep the skirmish tag though, so they're not going to be threatened by skirmisher units, which is pretty good. I think in anticipation of attack, he's going to get some he's going to send frontier defenses to get some redoubts. He did get one from his politician though too, so he's going to have about 3 towers active. As for me, what I ended up doing was I ended up going for that fighter card I was talking about right away, so I could try to pressure him right off the bat, because I know what he's going to do. He's going to try to mass up Tropas de la Marine on me and basically overrun me with them. So I need to go in there and start messing that stuff up really fast. I need to start getting these clubmen involved like really quickly here. Did I make a good pathing choice though is the question. Yeah, no, I should have went right in there and gone that. That's on me. Yeah, that could have been pretty good, but I understand. I mean, I was probably scared of losing any of my units, so I just retreated off. Yep, totally understandable.
Kia to here.
Yeah, this is the hunting technology, so you're aware of bird snares. So, yeah, apparently Maori gets a pretty interesting market. So they get hunting technologies, they get wood chopping technologies, mining technologies, they get technologies that benefits both farming and berry gathering, and then they also get their fishing technologies from the market as well, which is kind of interesting when you think about it, yeah. Certainly a lot of different technologies Maori can get for their eco. And another thing I should mention too is Polynesians, like the Maori, also get big bun technologies that they're building similar to the Native Americans do. So that's another thing to look forward to for them. In particular, the market one in the late game will actually send you natural resources the more you wait. Like if you wait till 30 minutes, you'll actually get 3 gemstone mines at your town center, a bunch of kiwi birds to eat, as well as New Zealand style trees from Middle Earth that you can chop. Right? So it's pretty good. Pretty good deal. Now this fight I did really well in because I managed to use the fires to make some strikes onto the Tropas de la Marines here. And basically killed almost all of them, I think. Yeah, do I get that one too? I don't know. I just want to really see what Ivans was thinking this game. So Ivans is trying to get his coin now, I think, because probably he's thinking I either need more units or I need to age up right now. That's what I need to do. Yep, took those out. Probably going in again to see again what I can try to disrupt over here. Ivans, though, is going to play it super safe and make Tropas de la Marine, shipping in spontooners as well. Try to keep me away. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I should just take a look at the chat at this point, see if anything wrote anything. Do I see anything new in the chat? Nothing really. So, I mean, I guess we're good. Yeah, I just thought that, like, yeah, did I check the chat yet? Yeah. Now, this is a mercenary skirmisher, so you're aware of the Kupapa. This is like a mercenary skirm. So, it's not the same as a Jaeger, really, because it doesn't have as much sturdiness, I think, as a Jaeger does, but it does do a lot of damage, though. It deals about 40 damage, which is actually stronger in terms of damage output than a standard skirm in Imperial Age, so the Kupapas are really a valuable mercenary to get, and that's sort of part of my build with the Maori. It's called the, it's a mercenary build, so basically you take advantage of the coin rewards you get from the longer voyages as well as the shipments to keep sending mercenary units, like the Kupapa here, and then the Fita Fita, which is like a stronger musketeer that has about 60 range damage. You also get the Norwegian Fenrix as well, which is a maneuver unit, actually, like a foot dragoon. So yeah, they get a wide variety of mercenaries. It seemed like all Ivans can think of to do here, though, is just mass up his troopers, deal them manines. Also mix in some Spontours to deal with my fighters, which, from a pike and shot standpoint, going for spears and marine infantry, that is the way to deal with that. So Ivans is definitely playing this properly here. Just so you're aware of that, he knows what he's doing. You know, he's not making things out of the blue. He's building an actual proper defense. He's also stacking up his log cabins to make a wall around his tower. This is a really smart idea. But yeah, I think Ivans is really playing really well here. Really knows what he's doing. Yeah, I try to keep the fighters away from the spearmen and let the infantry do the work, but then of course I want these fighters to be close enough to prevent the marine infantry from attacking my mercenaries, because, well, I can't train any more of them, you know. So if you let your mercenaries go, then what good are they? You want to get the most value for them, pretty much. Get the most shots that you can out of them. So yeah. Oh, well, I lost the fire there. Is he going to kill a Fita Fita, though? Oh, yeah, he does. Stupid AI makes him run back to fire back. Oh, good, yeah. I remember that now. That's such in my brain. Like, why does the AI do that? I'm right-clicking away for a reason. Why are you having him turn back when he's shot at? Are you kidding me right now? Like, I don't need you to do that. You need to listen to my orders. I'm the Emperor. You listen to me. You don't get to choose when you decide to go back and fight. Yeah. Is this the point where I go for my next voyage? No, it's not. Because what I actually decided to do was, I decided to use my Explorer to make trading post travois, which he does instead of building actual trading posts. So you basically train the travois for 200 wood, and the travois make their way to the trade sockets of your choice to build it for you. Oh yeah, it's kind of a weird little feature. Sometimes it can be, it's great because that means you can produce multiple town centers at once using your Explorer and without having to use any villagers. Without it being OP because you're saving on wood at all, you're not. You're just saving on time to make sure that the train posts go up quicker. And one great thing I did do here is make sure I took over this trade route early on and took over all 3 of the train posts to keep my shipment times coming in constantly. Like all the time. Voyage to New South Wales. So this is actually the second voyage option that you have access to for the Civ. Basically, at the start of the game you get 3 voyages. You get Journey to the South Island, meaning the South Island of New Zealand. That's the quickest voyage and the cheapest, but you don't get anything from it, so it's like an exiled prince. You get New South Wales, which is the middle option, that now that it is the capital age, you do get a shipment from it, but when it's, you know, at the start of the game, it doesn't have a shipment. It just gives you, I think, some food and maybe a dingo or something. I think you get dingoes and food with this one as well, but you get more resources overall. I think you get some bush tomatoes as well, which is neat. And then you get a shipment. And then you get the biggest one, Fiji, which gives you more shipments. Starts out as 1, and I think it becomes 2 in capital age. Gives you coin, gives you like lizards that you can eat, potentially even more stuff if you wait further for it. So really cool stuff, you know. There's a lot of flora and fauna you get from playing the Polynesian civs by going with the different voyages, right? You can get a wide variety of different animals, plants, mines, trees, really anything, really. Also, I should mention what the Polynesian these are. These are called Pas. These are the Polynesian, these are the Maori town centers. Apparently, there's a rule for the, at least before there was a rule for the Polynesians where every Polynesian civ has a unique town center. For the Maori, it's called the Pa. What the Pa does is it's like a mega fort that has a strong range attack that you can upgrade, and also the hit points of it. It has the ability to trickle food through Kamara storage technologies, like the one I just researched. You can see it's trickling a little bit of food now. And it can train infantry units alongside the villagers. Another bonus of Maori is that they can train units in groups of 10 instead of 5. Basically making them basically the same as that Japanese isolation technology from TAD that let you double up the blocks of things you can make at buildings. So yeah, Maori can do that right from the start. Also, they can upgrade the amount of population that the Paz provides, because at least these Polynesians, they don't have houses, so they need to use town centers to get their population. The Paz, that is. Right, in every age up, you get an additional pod to add to your build limit. Yep, but so it's age 3, I can add 3 pods instead of 2. Only reason you would need to make this, which is basically the barracks, the trainings ground, is to simply upgrade your units usually. You can also train infantry as well. And now Polynesians, they have options. Their upgrades work in a very meticulous way. So, for instance, the fighter here, I can turn him into the Hawera fighter. The Hawera fighter gets a stronger club that deals splash damage. A lot like a Machetro does, right, with a big stick. Now, I could opt to turn him into a Mary fighter as well with my upgrades, which is different than this one. Instead of splash damage, it just gains a higher attack amount, and I think maybe even an anti-infantry multiplier, so it becomes more of a one-on-one swordman unit. This simply turns into more of like a large-scale melee splash unit. The Hawera fighter I find is way more popular than the Mary fighter, just because of its splash attack. I decided to train some more Hawera fighters now, as well as, do I ship? Yep, these are my mercenaries. I could ship in some more Kupapas. I got the Kiribati Sharktooth Spearmen. These are basically just Skull Knights. Think of these like Skull Knights, pretty much. They look a lot like Skull Knights, too. And then you got these. These are basically just Foot Dragoons, like Eagle Rar Knights, pretty much. Yeah, they're actually the same as Zerks, I would say. Erks being Eagle Rar Knights. They don't have any anti-artillery multipliers, but they do have multipliers against a lot of assault units at range. And then in hand, they can counter scout units, I believe, as well. Oh yeah, this is the most important point of all. This is the most important point of all. Right now, I am tapping the slash hotkey on my keyboard. Hear that? But you know something's wrong, right? Where's my Explorer? I'm pressing the Explorer hotkey. Where did he go? See, apparently, my Explorer despawned from the map when he died, somehow. And he never respawned back in. And I tried to press the ransom button and spam it on my PA, and I just can't revive my Explorer, basically. My Explorer is actually dead. Actually died on the map, and I don't know why. Could any devs explain that, really? Why did my Explorer just despawn from the map? Because now I can't even ransom him back from the path. And therefore I'm soft-locked from aging up now, because I need the Explorer to age up. This actually bothered me quite a bit, because I felt like I wanted to age up to get rockets in age 4 from one of the cards they get, but the game basically soft-locked me from aging up because my Explorer died and I couldn't get him back. Like, actually died. Like, he's not even on the map anymore. He just despawned from the map. See, hero units never officially die when they just get knocked down, as you know. They're still alive, sort of on the map, an active proto-unit on the map, but mine just completely got destroyed and removed from the map entirely. I don't know when it happened, why it happened, but now when I press the hotkey, I can't find him. He's nowhere to be seen. I can't see him in the enemy's base. I can't see him anywhere. What happened to my hero unit? And this is really bad for Maori because it soft locks you from aging up and basically kills you because you can't advance in age. See, what I wanted to do was I wanted to get British Expeditionary Force to get redcoats and rockets, but I couldn't do that because now I'm soft locked from aging up. Yeah, pretty nasty, isn't it? It is, you know. I totally respected, though, Ivan's fact that he won this match fair and square. He did a really good build here, going with Marines and Riflemen and Spontooners. This was a really good build by him. He put the fort down, slowly pursued Industrial Age, so Capital Age, so you know, he knew what he was doing. He was playing really carefully here and very smart, so I wasn't going to sit there and say, oh, I lost because of a bug. I feel like even if I went with the rockets, probably this mass of Marines could have probably just sniped the Congreve rockets. And that would have been the end of it. You know? That would have been the end of it. Yeah. That would have been the end of it right there. And I just was so worried about this one because I'm like, man, I thought I was actually going to win this one no problem now, but the fact that I can't age up, yeah, it kind of lays my hands a little tied. Not that my opponent didn't beat me officially, but, you know, just cuts your options. But yeah, I mean, I totally commend Ivan for doing really well here. He did a really good job. Then he switched to Fencibles, which is good because that's an anti-artillery unit, so if I did make those rockets, he would have probably sniped them with the Fencibles, because the Fencibles have even more range than the Tropas de la Marines do, so these Fencibles would have effectively been anti-cannon snipers for him. And as you can see here, Canada's pop is a lot more, well, we're actually on par in terms of unit numbers, but he's just making the right type of unit here. A strong line unit, and a strong crush armor unit. So, yeah, good job, Ivans, on this one. I think we have like one or two more tussles here. See, what I was planning to do was, at the time in my head, is I thought, you know what? I can't age up now, so I'm going to get grapnel teams. Grapnel teams are those Maori units that, you know, has the log, they throw the wood over, and then they start tearing walls down and stuff, like sort of like an inverted ram, pretty much. And I thought, yeah, I'm just going to make a bunch of grapnel teams and sieges for it, but at this point I sort of realized, yeah, not so much. Your grapnel teams are not going to get over there, man. Not today, man, not today. I keep them going because I think there might be some hope that I can clear this out and maybe pursue the fort maybe with them. As you can see here, Ivan's really taking good care of his economy. You know, he shipped out the cannons, yep, really good job. Yep, yeah, these grapple teams are definitely not going to make it there, for sure. Oh wow, look at that, even the Whitworths are sniping the grapnel teams dead. Do they have an infantry tag? Yes, they do, so these... Yeah, they actually do about 210 damage against the grapnel teams. Insane when you think about it. Huh. I did not know that. I never actually checked the tags ever, the grapnel team, to see what they actually were. So I guess they are infantry. Probably makes them more balanced because that means cans can counter them easier. And they can't just snipe your factories and stuff down for free pretty much. Also, I shipped in some of the Kupapas too, and that didn't do a lot because, again, crush damage from the Marines. Also the cannons, so yeah, that was a fun one. You know, I definitely liked it regardless of the glitch that happened to my Explorer, but, you know, oh, that's his Explorer. May my War Chief or whatever rest in peace. Yeah, lived the good life while it lasted. Lived the good. How long did he live on this earth for? Like less than probably 20 minutes. So very long and happy life. Be gratefully remembered. Alright, so resource-wise, Ivans did slightly better, especially in the wood department because he's Canada. Also did a great job mining too, militarily. Again, Tropas de la Manines, crush damage at range just really kills you in the end, so good unit choice there. Yeah, that was a good one, Ivans. You know, you were really a player in your own field today because you're the only one, it seems like, for the whole week that managed to get a tiebreaker game to go down. So you did what nobody else could, so that's really cool, and I definitely dig that a lot. That's really neat. Yeah, somebody just sent me a message saying, "Oh, I got more casted games for you for DE." I've sent them the salute. Yeah, I love doing those, you know. It's really the best way to build my skills as a streamer and a caster and just a general Age of Empires player, yeah. I love the fact that I have new sources of recordings coming in all the time. Definitely helps make me more well-rounded at stuff. So, yeah. Alright, so now we're going to do the tiebreaker on Jebel Musa, folks. The only one of the week. So, you know, it's going to be a good one. I can tell you because I did it. I can't. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't know, but I did it, so I can tell you that for sure. So this is kind of cool, actually. So you know what I decided after being discontented with what happened in match 2? I said, you know what? I'm picking a random civ. And I really picked a random civ. You know, in the civ picker we use for the tournament now that Ivan's actually engineered for us. Because he's a genius with software. Basically, I picked the random civ option and it gave me Chileans. But, believe it or not, Ivan also picked Chileans as a civ, not as a random civ. He actually picked Chileans, so this ended up becoming a Chilean mirror match. Yeah. A match made in heaven, you know, Chile versus Chile, you know. Lots and lots of Chilean stuff. Lots and lots of Chilean crates, that is, because what's the most noticeable thing of Chile? The fact that every card comes with a free resource crate. Some send food, some send wood, some send coin, and some actually send experience crates in the Great War Patch. Yeah, some of them have been redesigned to send experience crates too, so that's kind of cool, yeah. Like, I'll show you right here in my deck. Which deck do I go with? I go with old, because this new deck over here is for when I do testing in the Great War beta. This one is for the old game, the official version. And as you can see here, you see that little red font of text, that red text over there? That means food. Some of them send wood, like this one, the brown. This, let me see. Like, let me find one here that has, trying to find one that has coin here. Yeah, see, yellow means coin, brown means wood, red means food. I think experience is like some light form of blue or something. So, yeah. Yep, and they send food. Oh, even the team cards send food. That's interesting. So, yeah, so what I'm planning here is to go mostly with sailors, you know. I've paid attention to the Ivan's Doctrine of the day and decide, you know, we need to do our own Marine infantry for once. No more of this using Marines against me stuff. If you're going to do that, I'm going to do that too, man. Eye for an eye. Eye for an eye. And looking at Ivan's deck, yeah, pretty much the same thing. He goes for this card. Soldados de Mar. Soldiers of the Sea. So basically, what this does is it allows you to make sailors from your barracks. Because, see, normally marine infantry like the sailor, the marine, they're only made from light ships, like the Aviso, the Corvette. But this card lets you make them from the barracks, and it also makes the upgrades cheaper for them. So you can research like the veteran upgrade, the guard upgrade, the imperial upgrade for less resources as well. So it makes marines inevitably the main unit of your Chilean army. Yep. Another thing I should note about Chile is these villagers have kind of an interesting aspect to them. They're affected stronger by economic technologies by about 50%. So really, like if a tech like hunting dogs benefits a villager by 10% or something in hunting, hunting dogs for these villagers, the Rotos and the Rotas, would benefit them by 15%, but at a cost. See, the resource gathering rate that the technology improves also makes you more expensive by about 5 or something like that. I know it's supposed to be 5, so for instance, if you research hunting dogs, the Roto will become costlier to train. It will cost about 105 food. If I wanted to send stonewashing to improve my mining gather rate, it would gain a cost of 5 coin. If I wanted to research copper axehead to benefit the wood chopping, it would end up costing about 5 wood. So you end up with villagers with really wacky resource costs in the late game, the more technologies you get to help them gather. But in the same time, the Chilean villagers will gather far better than they would than other civs because it affects them 50% better. Yeah, you see there it works out in a very different way for them. So what immigrant do they go with? German immigrants? Everybody is infatuated with the German immigrants, you know. Everybody. As for me, I stick to my good old Arabs. Yeah, you can't tell me not to go Arabs. They got the little stats of Janissaries. You can't tell me not to get those. They have really good HP. You know, they're very tanky. Very tanky unit overall. Yeah, this turns into a pretty interesting match because, as you know, on Jebel Musa, you got these nice little cliff sort of plateaus here that you start out on, so not in a lot of immediate rushing potential unless you go all the way in with like 20 million cav or something. So you gotta play this a little bit more gradually. And let's see what Ivan goes with his map placement, because this is pretty interesting. So he's gonna put the redoubt here, right in front of his TC. He's gonna put the German colony onto the side. As for me, though, I use my trading post rickshaw from the age up onto the trading post in the center, followed by an Arab colony behind it. I also construct a barracks, combined with Soldados de Mar, so I can start making my sailors. And then I can start production of sailors right away, so I can start getting that crush damage going. Sort of the thing to understand about sailors is, compared to marines, is sailors actually have higher hand attacks. So they're actually a bit better when dealing with things right up in their face, pretty much, compared to the marines. They're weaker at that. And pretty much, there's this unwritten rule for, there's this written rule for Wars of Liberty where every 2 cultures gets a shared marine unit. So Latin Americans and nation states like the Greeks, the Romanians, they actually all get sailors, whereas marines are going to be something for both Europeans and Anglophone civs. I don't know how it's going to work for the other ones. It's probably going to be a real mess, especially when you get into Asia, Africa, the other ones, yeah. So we'll have to see how they go about those ones. Yeah, Africa doesn't even have naval infantry yet, I assume, you know. Nor does really Asia or really a lot of the cultures, you know. The only ones with consistent naval infantry right now is like Europe, Balkans, Latin America, and Anglophones pretty much. Yep, here's my sailors right now. 20 hand attack, that's pretty good for a starting attack. Also, I'm making Gallegos, those wonderful Arab immigrant Janissaries. Really good HP amounts, so they're really good at tanking up damage. And they're probably the best thing you could send against naval infantry because they end up having more HP and therefore they can survive against them a bit longer. Whereas Ivan, he's going to be shipping in Escopeteros and training his own sailors. And basically we get into this fight around his base, pretty much. It becomes a real struggle for map control, honestly. You know, seeing who can capture the most land, pretty much. Because if I can hold on to the trade route, that would give me the advantage to eventually win it out. If he can control the trade route and start taking these hunts over here, that would give him the advantage. Now, he did capture a trading post up at the top here, which is pretty smart, because it's out of my way, so I can't siege it that easily. And if I go up to siege it, he can, of course, pull his army this way to attack my colony. So, works out for him that way. Right now, it seems like my army's a bit undercut right now, since he has more Escopeteros. Escopeteros deal multipliers against my Gallegos, so I do have to be careful here. Right now, though, I just focus on sieging a house. Do I commit? Yeah, I can't fully commit because that would just be way too much range damage to incur, so I kind of have to leave that house where it is. But if you could take down a house, you know, that's a pretty powerful thing because that forces your opponent to re-macro onto wood to be able to get that population again. Basically stunts their growth a bit. Shipping in more of the Rotos. I'm trying to oh, so I actually went with an early market here. So, as you can see, I have hunting dogs active, so my villagers now cost 103 food instead of the usual 100. Once I add steel traps, it's probably going to go up to 106. This will add about 3 wood to the cost, so it'll end up becoming an ever more expensive villager. But it will become a better gathering villager that can do a lot better things. It's a trade-off pretty much, right? So you have to pay more resources for a villager that gathers a lot better. Not too different than how Subtler wagons work, right? Or even French villages like the Courrier de Bois or the Sanchuits. So yeah. But for me personally, I feel like as long as you time out the technologies well enough, you end up saving a bargain on it and end up getting a faster gathering villager for not a lot of costs. You know, you can certainly wait a little bit longer to start getting those techs just so you don't have to pay for those extra resource costs. Also, another unit I make is the Arab workers too, the Arab merchants. These are the Arab immigrant villagers. What do? They trickle a bit of everything while they're working, so they actually trickle coin, food, wood. I don't know if they trickle experience while they're like working on a mine or hunting or something. So yeah, they're really good at market stuff. And their house, the Arab house, what the Arab house does is it basically trickles experience. Yeah, so it's like an XP farm pretty much. You know, you put the house down, it trickles a bit of XP, you get shipments quicker. What's interesting about that is back in the old school days of Wars of Liberty before the immigrant rework and the Latin American rework, all houses worked like that. They all trickled experience points just so you could get the immigrant units quicker. And it's not too dissimilar from Definitive Edition where churches also trickle experience points, right? And it's actually a feature that Wars of Liberty is going to adopt for the Great War patch because religion is being removed from the game. So churches are going to follow the Definitive Edition model of trickling experience. Just so you'll actually be willing to build them again. Yeah. Because if it just trained priests, you would really never see those religious buildings. So yeah, they kind of had to give them a useful purpose other than religion. Yeah, right now it's a bit of a stalemate. We're just trying to build out a little bit here. For me, keeping up with my rotos. gradually adding Marketex in. Is Ivan's also doing market? Yeah, he's doing Marketex too. Where's he along the path? So he's just getting the wood one for now. So right now you're just going to see a wood cost on him. He's going to get the hunting dogs, go up to 103. As for me, how are my rows doing? So my rotos, 3 coin, 3 wood, 9 food. So that's actually more than I thought. So that basically means I got 2 hunting technologies, 1 mining technology, and 1 wood technology. Yeah. That's what that means. Yep, some sailors coming in. So we see a big mass of sailors from Ivan's, as well as some Escopeteros that survived from the first shipment. He's going to try to make a move on me, see if he can take down this trading post, for instance. I don't think he can. I can't recall if he does. I don't think he does. I mean, at this point, he knows I got this big army waiting for him, my Gallegos and stuff, so he has to really be careful of what he pushes in with. Because what I could do is I can take my Marine infantry, my sailors, and then I can start sniping his Escopeteros. Yeah, exactly. So that's not good for him. He needs to really be careful of that. Oh yeah, I picked some of them off right there. Yeah, 2 of them. Do I target another one of them? Yeah, I get that one. Good. Do I get that one in the back? Almost, yeah. So, yeah, definitely. Yep. Good engagement for me, I would say, because I did really good there. Yep, that's my first Arab house, by the way. Yep, that trickles experience points, as you see right here. And then I decide, you know what? If he's going with a lot of skirmish units, like sailors, I should add in some Lanceros. Because these Lanceros have multipliers against scout units, right? So maybe I should switch over to that unit type. Yeah, if he wants to come in again with the sailors again, the Lanceros would definitely cause him a bit of trouble and a bit of headaches, to say the least. He would be able to kite them, but if he can't kite them effectively enough, though, the Lanceros would do significant damage. Yeah, so I keep a queue of sailors going and a queue of Lanceros going. I think at this point... I don't have any shipments anymore, so... Oh, I go for the Gallegos, yeah, so I just add more Gallegos in. Seems pretty good, because they're a pretty high HP unit. If Forbiddy goes for Savicos or something, Gallegos would beat them one-on-one, so that's a good option. Yeah, I've been just going for another attack, it looks like. I start to get the second mining tech now, so my bills will now cost, I think, about 9 coin instead of 3. Yep, put the Lanceros in the front, start snaring them. Perfect. Not a lot of them, so not the best time to go all the way in, but, we're going to do some damage here, folks. and I control the center map, so I have something to retreat to. Him, on the other hand, you know, if he loses his base here, he's done for. So he has a lot more at stake at defending than I'd have to lose from attacking, pretty much, you know what I mean? I can just go back to the center map if I start losing numbers. I mean, I'm obviously going to try not to lose too many numbers if possible, but yeah, I'll try my best. Oh yeah, and then, of course, he's retreating right now, so the sailors are going to pick up a lot of free bullets into him. I put a redoubt. Yeah, I put a redoubt here, a tower, so I can defend this area. Yep, get some more hunts going. So what we got here, we got, yeah, I'm just making a lot of units at this point. I haven't even, yeah, I still got my 800 chests of coin. Yeah, the reason why it's 807 instead of 700 is obviously because you get an extra resource crate with your, shipments, so it ends up equating to 800 coin instead of 700, and then the 600 coin shipment is like 700 coins, so, yeah. You make your crates are actually better as Chile as a result of that, your crate cards. Oh, Chile going up to the capital age with the second German wave. That will grant him a Krupp steel cannon, which is basically a hybrid between a culverin and a mortar. It's great against artillery, but it's also pretty good at sieging as well. It's similar to the mountain artillery unit of the nation states, which in older times was the Schneider gun that you might remember. Basically, the Schneider gun had to go because they needed the model to make the steel guns for Europe. So they decided, yeah, let's take the old heavy cannon and give it to nation states like Greece and make it a culverin, right? Call it the mountain artillery. Yeah, so that's what that is. Worried about Lanceros, we see Ivan start to add in some Civicos. Battalion Civico. I'm going to actually go up now and start attacking this trading post up in the top here. Because, you know, it's looking like a bit of a sore thumb and an eyesore to me, and I kind of just want to get rid of it at this point. I feel confident enough with my army size that if he does try to come back down here and cause problems, I could get down in quick enough time to stop him. So, yep, he's in the age up right now. What about me, though? So I start to age up too, but with the German wave, the first German wave. So what I'm actually going to gain, which is the reason why I do it, is when you send German wave, and when you send your first German wave, the age up is always related to your redoubts, your towers. So if you send it beyond the first age up in like the third age, it grants the first upgrade for your towers for free. And if you wait till industrial age, it sends both upgrades, both the guard and both the age 3 and the age 4 upgrades for your redoubts for free, making them fully upgraded towers, as if you'll send advanced fortifications, pretty much. So yeah, it's a really neat bonus, you know? Really is a neat bonus. I guess they nerfed it up a bit for the Great War patch though, so it just makes the technology free to prevent you from abusing it of instantly getting the effect of it, I guess. So, yeah, a little tweak to it, but essentially it has the same resource value. Yep, and now I decided to try to rush my lance arrows in from the back and try to get as many of the skirmishers as possible. One more thing I do is I take my Gallegos, push them at the front so they can slice their scimitars right into the Chilean infantry and try to force them into a retreat and slow them down a bit. In this case it worked really well using the scimitars and the Gallegos. And then I can slowly try to focus on going for the siege. I put him back into range at that point because I know I'm not anywhere near him to take advantage of the scimitar melee attack, so I can go back into range, go back towards the base, put down this frontier wagon right about here, and I can put the German colony right on this spot here. Have to be a little bit careful because, you know, they can hit me over here with the sailors a bit, so I have to be a little bit wise about that. But now I'm starting to fortify this side with my towers. Gonna make it really hard for them to really push in on me now. Does he have a fort wagon? He does not have a fort wagon, so yeah, I wouldn't have to worry about that then. Yeah, pretty much all I have to do is just slowly grind him down his base at this point. Killing the house, sets him back a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately, because he didn't wait to get the German wave. He has to spend about 400 wood and 200 coin to pay for this technology, whereas I got it completely for free from the age up. Yeah, one consequence, I suppose. And which one is it researching out of? It's researching out of this one. Okay, so I was gonna say if I see this tower down, he wouldn't be able to upgrade it, and he'd be in a more stuck position at that point. Now we're switching over to creating Juanitas muy bonitas. Juanitas muy bonitas. You know? Muchas Juanitas muy bonitas. De vivanetas. Skirmishers that can also heal. Yep, here comes las Juanitas muy bonitas. Ready to fire back. Right over here. Yep. It's not that effective though, just because the fact they got sailors mixed in, which are skirmish units, so they don't actually have to do with any sort of multipliers at all from these Juanitas, so it's not the most ideal unit to be making. You know, I would probably start making Lanceros, honestly. Lanceros, maybe Escoltas, possibly artisanal cannons, but I understand that's not the most ideal thing to make right now because of your macro economy. How many vills does he even have active right now? Like 28? Yeah, I don't know. Kind of interesting to me.
Comandante.
Listo acá. Tipo al tiro.
Atento. ¿Qué pasa?
Trying to see what I do next here. I think I go for an industrial age with the second Arab wave, just so I can get some more experience points, I believe. I also start to upgrade my Lanceros to the veteran level, the inspired level. Do I also get advanced arsenal at all? No, I could have actually gotten that too. That could have been an interesting option. Actually making a Escolta just in case if I have to deal with Civicos at all. Because the Escolta is like, it's a lot like a Spanish Lancer, but it has multipliers against heavy infantry only. It has hand armor, it has more HP than the Spanish Lancer does, so it's like a big knight unit almost. Then you can throw in just to deal with like line infantry, pikemen, halberds. They can make short work of them pretty easily. Only in sufficient numbers though, like if you're severely outnumbered by a bunch of like pikes or something, it's usually not recommended to send the escoltas in just yet. It's better to just send some skirms or cannons with them to help them out a bit. Whereas the Lanceros, of course, you know, they're good against the skirmisher units. They're against the opposite infantry tag. I think what I was going to do upon aging up was I actually planned on shipping this. The Zuevos de Chanarcio. So basically, this sends about 14 of the French Zuevs for about 1,400 food and a chest of coins. So yeah, pretty much it
Atento.
sends you a pretty substantial mass of stuff to send right at your enemy with. And I remember right about here, I'd have just about enough food to afford it, right? I'm trying to think now. Do I send the mortars first, or do I send the Zuevs right away? Oh yeah! I even just decided, you know what, GG, friend. I'm not gonna try this crap. yeah, he just resigns. Yeah, he just resigns here. I think I'd even plan on attacking him just yet, like completely, but... You know, even before these waves started to arrive. Oh yeah, this is where I really get deep into his form. Buildings ruined it though. Yeah, the buildings made the AI do weird stuff. Yeah. Yep, here I go. Yep, and now I start shipping the webs, I believe, at some point. Oh, I go for the mortars. Yeah, I go for the mortars instead. Alright. Yeah. Well, that was a good one. I mean, it's cool that I actually went with the randomized Civ picker this time to choose my Civ, and I ended up getting Chile. So that was fun. Post-game, yeah. I got the market text earlier, so therefore my resources were a bit better. In terms of military... all that, like, Lance Cavalry for me just meant better kills against his sailors and his bonitas. So, yeah, it just came down to unit choice, I think. But other than that, Ivans did a great job turtling it out there, I think. His base was pretty well fortified for a bit there, so good work. Good work, especially for somebody that likes the German immigrants. I suppose he did pretty well. Yep, let's check the chat real quick. Any new chats in the chat window? Nope, I don't see anything anybody wrote here. Just the old messages. Welcome to the chat room. So, I guess we can move on to the next encounter then. Let's move on to the next one. So we only have about 5 more matches actually, which is kind of interesting. I don't know why we only have one Moonlight versus MCMR game though. I'm kind of bumming about that. That looked like a really good encounter to see. We'll see how this one goes though. I also wonder what map it's going to be on. It could totally be on any map, really. Alright, so we're on the Mendocino. Alright, so... who is it going to be? It's MCMR with another Canada today. How many Canadas have we had today? Is this number 4 or 5 already? What's up with the Canadians? I've never seen this many Canadians in a Liga week before. Yeah. And then Moon has the Hods. Yeah, I mean, Moon's really nasty with the Hods. You know, he uses Town Destroyer in a really nasty, brutal way that just makes it really hard to deal with. He did to me as British. He beat Chori with the Zulu, who was using the Zulu, using the Hods. So It's easy to say that Moonlight really knows how to play the HUDs really well. But what I don't think he's doing really well is land these villagers idle here. Put right click. Eat, eat, eat. Come here, come here, come here. Eat. Comer tu carne. No, it'd be comes tu carne. Yeah, comes tu carne. Yep, you gotta make sure you're keeping your vills on the hunts at all times when those crates are done, man. Or else you're losing critical villager seconds that could really cost you. Oh yeah, absolutely. You really need to make sure you're managing your stuff. Yep, the nature friendship ability, you're gonna gain a free black bear that you can use to help get treasure guardians with as they put down that trading post. It's standard build order for HODs in both TAD and Definitive Edition to get a trading post at the start, because the idea of HODs is, or Iroquois, whatever you know them as, is to rush right out of the gate in Age 2 with Tomahawk shipments. They end up Bowman shipments, Kanya Horseman shipments. I've even seen somebody use the Huron and the Cree Cherokee natives before, so it's really up to you which ones you prefer, but it can work out pretty good either way. No matter which way you do the build, as long as you're shipping lots and lots of units early on and get that war hut deployed. The Travois, that is. Because as you know with the HUDs, they get a Travois with each age up pretty much from all their age up options, right? Even the Messenger gives you a Travois, so you can take that Travois, put it anywhere on the map, and put down a war hut and start training infantry from it right away, and provide a ship and gather point to put units from. I'm looking at the deck right now. So this is the MCMR or Canada deck. So I see Fur Traders, that's only a good option. That's usually the first card I get is Canada. Also, this is a pretty good one too, because as you remember, the Fur Traders, they're a really good villager for gathering meat from. Like, actually really good. And one thing you can actually do if you want to is Canada, I think at the start, is you can actually afford like 1 or 2 Fur Traders with the Starn crates you get, so you can be a bit greedy with your eco. You don't want to be too greedy though against HUDs, because HUDs get, as you know, one of the quicker age ups in the game for Age 2, so you could really end up with a town destroyer nightmare if you're not careful. According to the timer here, it doesn't really look like that's going to happen, so luckily it looks like MCMR actually has a real shot here at surviving. This is the Messenger? No, this is the Wise Woman, so this is more of an economical option, you know, not as much of an aggressive option as, you know, going the Messenger would have been. What's Canada gonna go for actually for their age up? They actually haven't even started aging up yet. They're still trying to acquire. They actually spent some wood on the mining hammer just to get their mining going, at the cost of aging up a bit slower. In normal circumstances, this would be very deadly for Canada to do, because what HUDs would be able to do is they could use Town Destroyer to destroy your log cabin, cut off your eco, burn your market, and start killing your town center with it. That would be fatal. Yeah, even though you technically have wood coming in to support you, infinite 300 wood. Yeah, this, I don't know how good. This is probably a good card for Canada because, you know, in Age 1, if you can afford an extra shipment, why not take the extra wood? So you can start building right away in the next age. Which, what are they doing for the next age? Pierre-François de Regard, so new flancs. More marine infantry, the Troupes de la Marine. Oh, a redoubt, so that's why they ship the wood, is for a redoubt. And then they gain another redoubt from Pierre-François de Regard as well, so they'll gain another one that they can put anywhere over here potentially to cover both sides. Looks like today these HUDs are looking to play more defensively. They put in the war HUD more towards the town center, whereas the war chief is still working up here to grab treasures. Throat was feeling a bit dry, so I had to moisten it a bit. Yep, we see some coin coming in, followed by some Kanya horsemen. This is certainly a good start. Well, I think we're going to see a fast fortress from the HUDs at this point. So, probably more Age 3 gameplay with the forest prowlers, I would say. These stealthy skirmishers you're all too aware of. Poor little doggo all alone over there is gonna get knocked out. Yep. So what are we gonna see from Canada though? Are they gonna go from the deck? It looks more. It looks like more nuanced. It could really go in either direction. I mean, you certainly got cards like Royal Mint, Refrigeration, Textile Mill for light gameplay. Also, the existence of the early sort of like team cards, like Team Furrier for hunting, Team Spice Trade for hunting. So, yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of support for the allies, if there were allies. But certainly helps you out too to have 2 hunting cards here to help keep up your marine numbers. We see the Troupes de la Marine already being trained out though. Yep, H3 coming along nicely for the HUDs. They are going up with the chief. If I recall, I'm trying to remember what the chief does. Does the chief send Travois or something? Something like that. We'll see. Oh, look at the Kanya horsemen. Look at the... That was a good placement for him. You know, they were killing both the villagers and the marines together. That was a pretty nice combo there. But now the Canadians are forced to send out their Minutemen at this point. Yep, they can kill that marine for sure. Oh, I would have just killed them, man, but whatever. Whatever, man. Does he get away? Yeah, he just gets away barely by like 26 HP. Yeah. Yep, just barely got out of that alive. Just barely. More wood for the Canadians. Probably to put up more defenses here because they just don't know quite what the HUDs have in store for them. When you know you got a card like Town Destroyer that's active for the War Chief, you really need to make sure you can get your stuff up real quick. That being walls, towers, all that. Oh, yep, Force Pro as I called it. These are pretty good skirmishers, you know. They got some really good stats, and they're also very stealthy. They can sneak up on you. So yeah, good choice. Good choice by the Hods going up to age 3 for those. I mean, I think technically they can kite the Marine Infantry a little bit, if I recall, because, yeah, the Marine Infantry only have about 16 range, so, yeah, the Force Pros can actually gang up on them pretty easily if they can keep their distance. Oh, musket riders too, so maneuver. I don't know about the musket riders though. It's kind of like the situation when he was facing off against Chorizo, or Largo, because they don't get assault units, Canada. They don't get assault infantry or cavalry. They only get scout in the form of the light cavalry and also the Mississauga horse. They don't actually get like an assault unit per se. So I don't know why they're even bothering with the musket rider. Maybe to deal with artillery. I guess they could be used for that. They can go into melee against light cav because they get that 4x multiplier that I mentioned a long time ago in the Central America game. Yeah, so it's only possible. They are getting the, I believe that's the second lumber ceremony. Is that the I think that's the second wood cutting technology, yeah. So they're keeping up with their wood economy, it looks like. Another musket rider. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the musket rider. Yeah, well, that Pioneer is basically dead at this point. Will any others go down from these forest prowlers? We'll have to wait and see. I like how MCMR has basically built like a box for himself with these 4 towers to make it a really nice early detection system of any invading army at this point. So yeah, I mean, this would really serve him pretty well. More musket riders. So what are they gonna do now? They're gonna start targeting onto the Marine Infantry. They're gonna. They took down Minutemen, which meh. I mean, they were 1 HP anyways. You probably should have went for one of the Marine Infantry. As you know, you could you could wipe out those Medmen pretty easily, I would say. I guess what happens next is really going to depend on how good Canada's doing economically. They could certainly have that big mass of Spontour Spearmen there to deal with the mounted units, like the musket riders and the Kanyas. But can the forest prowlers defend enough there to negate that threat? No, some of the Spontours have broken through and they're pursuing the Kanya horsemen. So this is not looking good right now for Hods. I think the Hods are in kind of bad shape right now, I would say. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, you got this. Yeah, that musket rider almost died. So what now? What are you getting now as Hods? You going up to Industrial Age and going for light cannons? Like, what's the plan, man? Why doesn't he have the second light cannon card? That would be pretty useful, you know. That way you can get both of them and you can start shelling here from a distance with them. Because light cannons, that's probably one way you deal with Canada. You know, the light cannons, they do a lot less damage than Falcons, but boy, do they have a good range. They could hit those Marine Infantry from really far away without the risk of them retaliating too much. Yep, trying to get a little... Oh, still not good enough because of this. Back in the old days when Tropas de Marines were heavy infantry, they probably would have done well, but now that they have the skirmish tag, they're a little bit more impervious to the skirmisher shots. Nice free villager there, I guess. But then now you're more vulnerable to the marine infantry. Yeah, exactly. It seemed like a nice little cheese in the mousetrap, but as soon as they saw the marine infantry coming up from over here, that they're like, oh yeah, you're gonna take some losses from that, buddy. That's not gonna be good. I think technically right now the marine infantry are in a better position right now, just because they can overnumber the skirmishers with both the numbers and the crush damage. See, as much as the force powers can try to kite, as long as the Trooper Marines are walking forward, they can always guarantee themselves a shot at least one of the skirmishers, which, you know, makes the conflict a bit more complex to deal with. Some more Kanya horsemen. Also, where's Canada and all this? Like, oh, they're actually going to put some readouts down here from the Frontier Defenses card. Yeah. So they're going to put one over here. Where's this one going to go? Presumably on this side somewhere where the fur traders are, so the fur traders can garrison if needed. That's what I would think they would do. Mantlets? No. No thank you. I don't feel too good about that choice. You know why? Marine infantry don't do pierce damage. They have pierce armor. They don't have crush armor. They're gonna crush these mantlets into shreds. Yeah, look at that. One-shotting them. Not even doing anything. You know how expensive these things are? 125 coin? For the Hod's economy, that's kind of serious. You know, you're not the Portuguese, you're not the Dutch, you're not the British or the Germans. You know, you don't get a really strong economy as Hods. You know, if you start losing that coin, that's not good. That's like fatality for you. Whereas Canada, though, they're doing quite well. I mean, they're getting their hunting cards in, so they can literally keep up with all their food costs. They can move some over to coin probably once Furrier arrives. Yeah, I mean, I just see this Hod eating through coin like no tomorrow, with nothing to gain. Maybe they're scared that the Marines are going to pull in if they don't keep pressuring them, but then again, how do you get into industrial age to get the light cans you need? Light cans is the only cure you have to this problem, I think. And you're not going in that direction. Well, a covered wagon, yeah, that's good. They'll at least give you some more defense at home. Maybe you could put it somewhere. Maybe over here and grab a mine or something. Or grab this mine. Because that area is pretty well protected right now. And as you can... The fact that you're constantly surveying this area with the Kanya horsemen pretty much tells me that you are pretty aware of that side of the map at this point. And you're willing to risk taking that with the town center. So I think, yeah, that could work. Oh, they don't even have a redoubt here, so... Yeah, I mean, yeah, good. Get your force prowess over here, right? Fortunately, he doesn't even have Fog of War in that spot. He would be able to see that. He doesn't even know about the animals over here, does he? Nah, I thought he could see the animal, though. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to watch this very carefully and see if maybe he can uncover those fur traders. This is still a very sensitive time in the match right now. If he does discover those fur traders and starts killing them, then I could see Hod's resurging back a little bit. Like, if you killed like 10 fur traders and stopped that fur economy in its tracks, yeah, then you would see the Hods really start to do some serious damage, but as of right now, not a lot. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can't really go into that base that easily with the Kanyas. You're better off just scouting around a bit, because the Marines are always going to catch you off guard there. And then they're going to really hit you very hard over there. Infantry combat, well, yeah, I mean, you are going to need some upgrades on those force prowess to survive easier against the crush damage, so that's a good idea. Next, probably conservative Well, that doesn't help the force powers, though, so unfortunately you have to stick with infantry attack. A lot going on. I'm putting the fog of war off at this point. I don't think he's going over the fur traders at all at this point. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it at all. Huh, so get those buster bars in the melee, though. Yeah, get them in the melee. Right now. Right now, get them in the melee. Stop trying to shoot them at range. You know, yeah, you notice how they do more damage in melee, right? Yeah, get them in the melee. Stop trying to shoot them at range. It's so stupid. I don't know if he knows what the tag rework is or not, based on that type of a play, you know. If I had an army of maneuver units and I was out going up against light cav, you need to put them in melee so that this little birdie here, this little dove, that multiplier becomes active, because that's what tag these guys are, the light cav. They're the little dove, they're the little burb, right? The little pajaro, pretty much. You know what I mean? The pajaro blanco. So you need to, you know, go into hand so you can start using this. Range is not going to cut. This only works if you're dealing with, like, heavy cav. And now, as a result, you got the light cav snaring down your forest prowlers to death at this point. That's looking fatal to you right now. Oh, big time. Absolutely. Big time. So it looks like we are seeing the defeat here of the Hods to the Canadians. Yep. Pretty much. You know, MCMR did great keeping his economy going, not trying to be too greedy and go for an age up, constantly keeping the mines active, going for map control, extending himself out to this corner of the map. So yeah, just shows you how powerful the Tropas de la Marine is. Quite a powerful thing to deal with. You can see in the post-game, more resources, but when it came to military, yeah, bigger kill count, because you're using Marine infantry. Seems like Marine infantry have generally been winning out this entire day, pretty much, right? It's good rule of thumb to say that Marine infantry are very strong to deal with, right? So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Very strong unit. You don't want to deal with them if you can avoid it. But if you have to, well... yeah, I was just, checking something about my castings for DE3 coming up, yeah. So, let's look at the chat. Viva Mexico! Vive Mexico! Huelemos. Hola, Juanito Bonito. Viva Mexico! Just saw that. Yep, I love how they say that in the 5th edition, and they brought into Wars of Liberty as well. Viva Mexico! Alright, so I'm going to load this up now, and then we can watch this. Yep, now we're ready for the last 2 encounters of the day. I think we got Eternity and Rommel, and then we got Sog and Darkus. So before we do that, I just have to swap something out real quick. I'll be right back. See you in a couple seconds. Alright, I'm back. I made it back. Just got 2 more encounters to do, and then we'll be done for week 18. First, we start off with match 1 of Rommel versus Eternity. Anybody else write anything? Nope, nothing else, so we can get started. Alright. Alright, so we got Eternity with China. He loves this Civ. He's great at this Civ. He's actually really good with this Civ. You know, he's good at spamming all the Chinese units like the Chukonu, the Tigerman, the Nien Rider, Manchu, you name it. He's good at spamming them. Yeah, definitely. Who we got on the other side, though? Rommel with the Zulu. Zulu. Yeah, this is a... You just saw me use that in my encounter, so it's good to see another Zulu today. Alright? Yep. It's kind of fun because they're both aggro civs, right? Zulu are very aggressive, China are very aggressive, so... How could this go? Well, China doesn't necessarily have to go Age 2 aggro. They can opt to go for Fast Fortress or Semi-Fast Fortress play if they see it necessary to do so to get the Zangu skirmishers and the Boxer sword units pretty much, well, not necessarily sword, like I said before, they use a wide variety of weapons, but they're considered to be like halberdiers, basically. Somewhat weaker than the, I would say, than the Tigermans in their sole purpose of countering cav, I would say, but that's my personal opinion. Should be interesting to see, though, who beats who in this case, if Zulu reigns supreme again, or China can beat them. Yeah, we'll see, though. We'll see what happens. Be watching it very closely. Three villagers. Nice. Three villagers. So what does this Rommel deck look like? So we see Jeffries. Town center attack increase, and now it kind of is going to attack nearby enemy units. So yeah, this is a kind of an interesting one. You know, I used to use this a lot in my decks, and I for some reason started to abandon it a bit in favor of sort of other cards. But I could see this is actually a pretty good card. You know, I've used it before against aggressive Lakota opponents before back in the day, and it usually kept them at bay a lot easier. You know, as far as everything else is concerned, the unit focus is certainly similar to my deck. We do see musical bows, though. Bowman range and line of sight increase slightly. So yeah, this actually gives your archers a bit of extra range, about 1 extra range. So yeah, this makes the African bowman for Zulu just a little bit better. Right? A little bit better. So for this Zulu, they're going to age up with 2 library blue techs. This is library blue number 2, so effectively he's gained about 2 free porters from it. And I see why this is a good choice, because it allows him to save up more of his wood. Stockpile more of his wood, I think, honestly. You don't have to worry about doing too much wacky macro to get to the account up. Right now, though, we see Shaka with his tomahawk and his 2 doggos here, trying to scout the base a bit, scout the map a little bit. How about China, though? What's China gonna do? So China, looking more at the semi-fast fortress route, I think. They started out with Trade Empire to get the trade route captured on their side. We see, like, advanced rice paddy, which makes the rice paddies cheaper and stronger. We do see more aggressive cards like Diplomatic Intrigue to get some consulate units out very quickly, as well as Intervention, which actually sends consulate units. So yeah, I think we're looking at more of like a semi-FF style thing, if we're being honest about it. But what's this kind of up here? Oh, that's good. As long as they're within like a viewable distance of each other, that's generally good, because remember, you gotta sort of put them in a joined place usually, so you can spawn them into the youths into units properly, right? You can get those little kids dancing into the big men with spears, pretty much. Yeah. Yep. Kids grow up so fast, don't they? You know, in Zulu in this game, kids grow up way too fast. You know, for just a little bit of wood, coin, and food, they go from a little kid to a club and shield wielding warrior, like that. Yep. Oh, shipped the Zulu card in, so for the Impy. So this would be an easy starting rush for the Zulu. These Impy, they're basically just like a musketeer. You know, they get the anti-cav in hand with their spears, and then they can chuck their own spears for a ranged attack. They're gonna make more of the Impy, start sending them towards the enemy.
Ufunani.
Also, some Opacity Clubmen are coming in. This will basically provide a bit of anti-cav, a bit of anti-skirmisher as well. This is actually really well versed against the standard army of China, right? What's the standard army of China? Is, you know, you get Chuko News, and then you get the hand cavalry. For this game, it would be the Nien Riders. For Legacy, it would be the Step Rider. So yeah, this is really a good comp to deal with some of the Chinese early units. And technically, you can just use the MP to target down the Tigerman as well. So you got that working to your advantage. They're going to go for, I think, for the Chocanu, just so they can deal with the MP a bit easier, probably. Chocanu were not to be trifled with. They're pretty good units, They fire many shots from their crossbows at once, and it ends up doing a lot of damage. Yep, MP going for the first strike on the Villy here. Ooh, nice. Fatality. Nice. Good work. Rommel, get Mr. Shako over here and do a shield bash on these Chocanu, like pronto. Pronto. Right here. Right in the back. Get right over here. Does he have a shield bash? Use it. Use it or lose it. Use it or lose it. There you go. Good. Alright. I was a little bit worried for you for a second. You got it done. Okay. But do you have enough to beat him out of here? Yeah, you think you should be able to chuck enough spears to get these Chukanu out. But, of course, the Shaolin monk has to get involved to mess everything up. Right, okay, so, yeah, I would aim back every now and then to make sure he can't snare you, but you get away with about 4 of them, which is not the best, but, it's alright. You got some army back. Also, you're going to be sending in a group of bowmen, which, where are the bowmen going towards? Right into the arms of these units. Does he have any Nien Riders yet? Luckily not, because this would be really bad. What are you doing with these bowmen? Do something. Do something. Yeah, just... Oh, you gotta love these Shaolin monks, right? They're basically coyote warriors. They're actually shock units, like scout units, so... They basically defy the whole logic of everything, because you probably were thinking, yeah, I'm just gonna use these bowmen to kill the Tigerman, but then, of course, the Cav comes in to ruin it. No, they actually do have a shipment of Nien Riders add in. Quick comparison compared to Step Riders, they actually do full anti-infantry multipliers. They do not have a Salwar style multiplier, right? They do not have a malice against heavy infantry. They do full 1.25 against all infantry, heavy and light. So as long as you get an infantry tag, these Nien Riders will deal multipliers against them, making them somewhat a stronger unit, than the Legacy counterpart. Somewhat more powerful. Yep, here. Oh no! Look at the. Yep. Well, okay. So that's good. I think Zulu defended that flank okay. Now they can sort of focus. Yeah, get the spearmen to thrust into that Chukonu. That would snare them down, and you could finish them off. That's all right too. I mean, they're gonna win in this front. I think. Yep. Get that. All right. I just think you could have taken these out too, these archers, and you would have been in a slightly better position, but that's just me. Yep, but now we're gonna sort of see these the Zulu army try to look around for some trouble to cause. Yeah, I bet the Chinese villagers saw what was coming over there, and they're gonna garrison. They're gonna move towards this animal over here. Well, let's see what China's gonna do now at this point, because China, they're actually gonna go for diplomatic intrigue. Basically, it makes selecting it. I don't know. Why do you send diplomatic intrigue and send the ally before doing that? You know, you could have saved like 75 export just for waiting that shipment to finish. Yeah. I don't know. It's alright. I mean, I've done it a couple times myself. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta get this ally. I'm like, right now, right now. And then I realized, oh, I could have saved a little export doing that. So maybe I could have, like, you know, sent like another consulate army or something. You know? Well, which one did they go with? British, so what do they get? They get Highlanders, right? I'm trying to recall. Are these like the new Highlanders or are these the old ones? These might be the old ones. If that's the case, I think they're going to be bugged or something. I don't know. This might actually be bad for China. Remember at one point that the Highlanders were pretty bugged or something. I don't know. We'll see. How'd they look? So right now they have about 27 range attack, 16 hand attack. These might be the old school Highlanders, hopefully. Because if they're not, they're the ones that have the charge attack. Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll be alright. I think they're fine. We'll see though. Yeah, these ones are basically just, they have a really... Scar's ranged line infantry discharges its musket before charging in hand combat, so they engage in... Nah, so these are like the old school Highlanders. These are not the new ones that have like a charge attack. Right, so the way the new Highlanders work is they fire their range shot for a lot more damage than this, and then they go into hand with their bayonets and charge at their enemies pretty much. You know what I mean? It's almost like a cavalry charge in a way, especially with their fast movement speed. Consulate armies and improvements arrive 50% faster, improvements cost less, and brigade shipments receive a moderate discount. A lot of focus on the consulate, I see. What are you doing? You're not even fighting back, you're just letting them slice you up like that? You're letting them get away with it too, it's not cool. That might have been lag though, I will say that. That might have been actual lag. Still, I just don't know. I mean, I thought Zulu generally killed China pretty easily too. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, man. Can't help you out if I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, because usually when I play Zulu, I go for a massive, like the clubmen to kill the archers, I get some Impian to kill the tigermen, and then I use that combo to slice through the Nien riders, and then eventually just overpower China and prevent them from gaining numbers ever. That's what I usually do. You probably have your own recipe of doing it, but that's just the way I handle it. How's Rommel even doing economically? Like, yeah, I mean, he could afford some more wood stuff, he could even afford some more Impi, but it's not enough to really sustain much. I don't know. Yeah, I mean... Oh, yeah, this is not good. I don't like the fact that he's not fighting back, though. He's just, like, trying to retreat like he's gonna gain something from it, and it's like, you know, man, just fight it out at this point, so that way the post-game looks a little bit more favorable for you. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's just really, really strange. 1 second, I'm gonna pause this real quick to answer a phone call. folks. Let's continue the rest of this match, and then we got 3 more to come after this one. Alright, so we actually finished... Oh, wow! Yeah, 1 second later, and we would have actually been done with this. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't too sure about Zulu at this point. They just weren't coming to a lot of fights when they probably should have, even if though it wasn't really favorable for them. But again, you're dealing with Eternity with China. That's kind of a no-win situation for anyone. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Either in DE or Wars of Liberty, for that matter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, more kills, a lot more units, so yeah. You just don't deal with Eternity when he's China, okay? You just won't survive it. I mean, I did in DE with the Indians against him, and he managed to turtle up pretty well and deal with that, so it's not really that great. Yep, I'm just letting somebody know I'm still streaming right now and I can't come to Arena. So yeah, just letting them know, oh yeah, I'm still streaming, man. I mean, we don't have a lot of matches left, but a good 3 of them to go. I think I know what this next one's going to be, just if I know my Juanita Boliviana Muy Bonita really well. You know, Eternity's our Juanita Boliviana, you know. You know what this Juanita does in the match 2 all the time, but... do you know? Do you know what they're gonna go for? I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, I could be proven wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Let's see. Wait for this little bar to finish up. Russia. Oh, that's the other Eternity Civ. Yeah, Russia. Alright. And Rommel's going for Germany. Rommel and Germany. Like peanut butter and jelly. You know? Can't think of Rommel without thinking about the Reich. So yeah, perfect combo. So yeah, this should be a pretty interesting one. You got a very boomy Civ. Remember, Germany is no longer Germany. They are the British now. So you see this house here, Meitz-Cairn? Notice how it looks very similar to another house we represent. Remember from the British in Vanilla. The Manor House, right? It's just changed to a Meitz-Cairn here, so it costs 135 food, or wood rather, and then it produces a free settler. Yeah. So essentially Germany can now go for manor booms, just like the British could. And British can no longer manor boom. They basically were changed into the Habsburgs without the mercenaries, right? They still get a full unique roster, but they're just not mercenary units anymore, so no reason to go full espionage and spy and ninja on them, you know? Yeah. It's like, oh wow, look at that, a wood treasure for 60 wood. Just 100 more wood and you can actually get another manor right away. Good stuff. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. How about Russia though? We've seen one Russia today. That being Gene P, who did a really good job rushing pretty much, their opponent, the Paraguayans. Let's see if they can pull up the same against the Germans. It's going to be a little bit harder because, you know, Germany gets a really strong eco at the very start because of those extra settlers they're pulling in. They also, of course, still have free artillery from the Krupp factories if they make it to Capital Age. They also get really strong emergency units too, you know. They get the Land War Infantry, the Land War Cavalry, which they can send from readouts. Unfortunately, they can't send many men anymore from the TC, so yeah. You kind of have to wait to get your readouts as Germans to get any sort of emergency unit. And they can even use them in late game too, with thanks to the trying to remember what that card is. Bismarck Reform, yeah, I don't see it here though. I don't see Bismarck Reform anywhere. So this is mistake number 1 for Rommel. You get Frankfurt Trade Fair first, and then you get settlers. If you still have room to get a shipment. You get this first. How can you not... That you're being a simp. Rommel is being a simp right now to our Juanita Boliviana Eternity over here. He's simping very hard for his Juanita here. So he's going with the less effective card, the Settlers, instead of Frankfurt Trade Fair. A card so broken that the devs actually deleted from the game for the Great War Patch. You know why it's that broken? Because what it does is it gives you a market wagon, you know? 100 wood value, you might be thinking, what's so great about that? It's only the value of 100 wood, right? I could just ship in 300 cords of wood and it would be better. But it makes all the market technologies free. From hunting dogs, placer mines, and gang saw, all the way up the circular saw for free. The only tech it isn't free is the mercantilism, which is at the market for Wars of Liberty. So everything else under the sun, completely free. Yeah, completely free. So I don't know why he didn't go with that card. I mean, I'm hoping he's going to pick that for card number 2 here and just get that right now. Maybe it'll work out better for him with the higher bill count. Who knows at this point? I just prefer to go with the Frankfurt Trade Fair first, like a lot of other people do. Just so you can get that technology queue starting with the hunting dogs going from age 1 onwards. You know what I mean? Yep. Yep. So, what are they aging up with? They're aging up, I think, with the Core Master, right? The Artisan? Oh, the Clergyman. Clergyman's an interesting one. I think you get a church wagon and in food crates, I believe. Yeah, kind of an interesting one. You know, I think it's going to be more substantial in the Great War Patch when churches actually trickle experience points, so it has more of an economic value, but right now it's certainly useful if you want to get religion early, like Lutheran or Judaism. So yeah, let's see that lovely church wagon coming in. It's kind of unorthodox too. So yeah, here comes the church wagon. Where are they going to put that? And what are these? These are the crates of food. Yep. So Russia is already going to their rushing ways, putting a blockhouse right against this trade socket here, where they can easily reach into the German base. Only about 2 manor houses from Germans so far. They're going to be putting down number 3 now, the 3rd Mainz-Gieren. What's Russia going to do militarily, though? I'm kind of curious. Well, they haven't actually aged up yet. They're still going up with Arzan, I believe. Yep, 400 wood. Really a good no-brainer, I think, because literally 2 of your Russian units out of this building cost wood. That being your Cantonist skirmisher and your partisan, your pikeman. So, yeah, wood makes a lot of sense as the Russians. And also if you want to double up with a stable or another blockhouse, too. So they're actually going to send, you're going to start out sending a group of unstoppable Jew-Letzis out. You know, Jewish Strelitz, the Cantonists. And then they're going to be shipping in some Cossacks, too. So yeah, this should be a good combo, because the Cossacks, as you know, they're really good against Vils. If they can get into these corners here and start doing some damage, maybe they could start cutting down the villager advantage of the Germans right now, which they're trying to build up right now with these manors up on the corner there. They actually have a barracks down here, which is kind of a bit awkward for them, I can imagine, because now... Yeah, does Germany even have any military on the field yet? No, they don't. So their barracks is all the way over in this neck of the woods. And all the action is happening in the German base right now. So, quite the time to have a barracks on this side of the map. They're going to try to deter a little bit by killing some of these Russian settlers on the Caribou right here. I think maybe if they can kill 1 or 2 of them, maybe Russia will come back to try to save the Villies. But I think at this point it's a much worse situation for Germany because the blockhouse is so much substantially closer to the town center. And it's a lot easier for Russia to add more things in, right? Not only can they train infantry, a wider variety of barracks units, but they can also ship in Cossacks. They can ship in mercenaries, you know, they can ship in the Kevzars, so it's not that easy when you have a blockhouse that close to you. A barracks, it's a little bit more manageable because the only thing you know you're going to worry about is the pike unit, you know, the Fachschalier, the line infantry, and then the volunteer, the ranger unit. Whereas for Russia, they actually get a shock unit too, the Plastunias, you know, that we've seen before. So they got really everything under the sun that they can send at you, and they can even, if they reach age 3, they could even ship their foot artilleries right onto the field from that blockhouse, which is another threat. Directed right at your base. Cantonists actually going for the siege of this redoubt. Cossacks looking for any potential casualties they can cause. Germany forced to ship their line infantry cart in to try to deal with that. I can't say of how effective it will be though, because yeah, they're mostly going with skirmishers on the Russian side. I mean, they could afford another group of them right now though. Definitely. Yep, here come the Cossacks once again with their lances. Yep. Yep, and now, Cossacks come in and rush at them. Ah, yes, and now they have to retreat now. Yep, retreat back to the blockhouse. Ah, yes, Cantonists luckily at home here to try to protect this area right over here. Yep, definitely. This is definitely the weird dynamic though, because you got one forward base over here, but the base is over here. You got one forward base over here, and the base is over here. So a lot of walking back and forth, it looks like. I do think Russia's, though, is going to be the one to resolve it, though, by taking out this barracks, it looks like. Yeah, because once they can take down that barracks, then they can sort of move everything back into the Germans' court, the ball back in their court pretty much to defend. And they don't have to deal with these random line infantry attacks anymore. Which would be great, you know, because multitasking in an RTS is definitely the thing you want to avoid if you can. Sometimes you just have to be good at it, and you have to use things like control groups to manage stuff, but if you can avoid that, great. You're very lucky. You know, you're very lucky if you can avoid that. Absolutely. Yeah, I also like how Russia's starting to gradually improve their coin by getting placer mines as well as the coin shipment. What else do they got? They could send wood in, I think, for resources, but other than that, just like training upgrades like fencing school and the team version of it. Surprised we don't see National Redoubt in there for the line infantry to be able to build the forts, though. That would have been a nice addition, I think, especially with Sevastopol card. Because Sevastopol basically allows you to, as you don't even know, allows you to build your stuff, your fortifications cheaper and quicker. So yeah, that would have been a great synergy, but I guess it's alright. I mean, what can you do? It does help the blockhouses, though, a bit in the town centers, I think. Oh, some German hussars looking to do some scouting, it looks like. Maybe a little raiding, too. We'll see. We'll see if they can pull that off or not. Oh, this is not good, though. This is 4 settlers gone right here. Yeah, whereas these Russian settlers had a pretty good morning, and they're going to make it to the TC. Yep, absolute slaughter, man. More Cantonists. Yep, and now we see some hussars over here.
Приказ? Что? Правильно.
I mean, you're really not much more you can do with 2 hussars on that side of the map, especially when you got a town center in the way. Blockhouse back at home, though, for a little bit of protection, and in case they have to deploy there, certainly a good idea. Does Germany have any light ships in their deck? No, they don't. because I was going to say, if they did have some light ships in their deck, right, they could put the light ships over here and start training Marines on the enemy's side over here. But it doesn't look like they have that, so they can't do that. And that would be a reason to have a blockhouse there, so you could quickly deploy some plastoonis to slice them up. Pretty much. Yeah, at this point, Germany has to basically just turtle up a lot and start putting these readouts up. The one additional benefit of having all those readouts is, for Germany in particular, they can start making their emergency units from them. You know, they land more infantry, they land more cavalry. So yeah, they can really start to defend stuff really well over there.
Auftrag bereit.
Shipments of coin coming in. Yeah, I mean, at this point, what you do is Germany. Like, your food is a little bit short to get up to capital age. When you could, you know, get these skirmishers in, you could get a fort up, some cuirassiers. Right now, you're kind of a little bit limp right now with not a lot of options. Now, if you sent the Frankfurt Trade Fair first, I think you probably would have had the resources to go up to capital age now, but too much too late, you know? Too much too late. Whereas Russia over here, you know, they're holding up, they're actually going to capital age. Patriot, so we're going to see some partisans arrive right at this blockhouse then. Yep, here comes the pikemen. They just need to get a couple of houses, and then they can start making falcons, the foot artilleries. They're really in good shape then. Yeah, I think we're going to see a shipment of foot artilleries, and then maybe a veteran upgrade of the Cantonist, perhaps. We'll see, though. We'll see the shipment of the Cantonists, it looks like. Oh no, they're gonna train Cantonists and they're gonna ship more Cantonists. Cantonists. That's a lot of skirmishers, you know. A lot of unstoppable Streletsy type units. Yeah. And they're gonna get the veteran upgrade for the Cantonists too. Oh, veteran line infantry. Line infantry? Why line infantry? You don't even have any line infantry. What is Juanita Boliviana simping the poor Rommel over here now? That again, upgrades for stuff you don't even have on the field. What would you think about somebody doing that in Arena, right? You'd be like, what's up with them? You know? I'll be honest though, in Arena, occasionally I have misclicked the building a couple of times and accidentally upgraded something that was totally useless. Like, I think one time when I was using trying to upgrade my Grenadiers as British, I accidentally clicked on the one for horse artillery, and I'm like, oh damn it, I just spent like about 1,500 resources that I could have used to upgrade the Grenadiers with, and I'm like, oh no, what am I doing? I think we still won that one anyways, but it was kind of funny, you know, kind of funny. I don't think anyone saw it until they saw the video, obviously, you know. That's the one thing you gotta note about being a YouTuber, is every little blunder you make in a game, people can actually see that, and it's gonna stick ingrained in their brains, pretty much. That's why you have to make sure you pay attention to stuff. You're always careful, you're always saying the right thing, you know what I mean? Not messing things up, because when you engrave something in a recording and you stick it on the web, people can see it, right? So you have to be your best self as you possibly can. That's in any profession, but especially in media and entertainment like I'm in, you know, doing these videos. Gotta make sure you put on a good show all the time. Oh! I should have thought of this. Surovar reforms. Yeah, turn your Strelets into musketeers, yeah. Instead, this time it's Cantonists into line infantry. I should have thought of that. Like, I've seen, you know, J.K. Sharma doing a D3 all the time. Like, I didn't even think of that. That's kind of cool that he plotted that out like that. you know?
Приказ?
Because he might have had Rommel thinking, oh, I gotta make some, I gotta make some cavalry. I gotta make some hussars. It didn't look like it made much of a difference, though, since he just went for the age-up option anyways. But still.
Hallo?
Frontier wagons, deploy them now.
Aufgabe?
You don't have a lot of time. Put them down. Put them down right now. Fishing ships? I don't know what your logic is. You're the Germans. You're like the British of the New Age. You should be just building manor houses. You shouldn't be building a dock. Getting fishing ships. You know, I mean, you're the Germans. You make pretzels and bratwurst. You don't make fishing ships. That's the English people's thing. Yeah, that town center is just about done at this point. That's way too much line infantry to manage. Way too much. Way too much to do. Way too much to manage this. We're even gonna ship in some plastoones. Yeah. Add some icing onto the cake. Add a cherry on top of the sundae. Just about the end for you. I mean, look. Skirmisher's great. Multiplier's awesome, but when there's dealing with, what, 65 of them? That's kind of a done deal. When you got the Cossacks, they're just going to stab them anyways with their little lances. Yeah, GG. Good job, Russia. That was a good Russian rush, you know? Good Surovov reforms, you know? It takes a little bit of practice to time it perfectly, but you did it really well to throw your enemy off, potentially. Now, they didn't really make a lot of hussars, but if they decided to say in Age 2 and spam a lot of hussars to kill your cantonists, that would have been a painful situation. Painful. Good attempt anyways, Ad, you know? Resources clearly better because of the lack of Frankfurt Trade Fair. If they had that, they probably could have been better than this. In terms of eliminations, yeah, I mean, you just didn't have a lot of units as Germany to begin with, so not a lot of things to kill to begin with, you know? Whereas Russia, you know, they had like 141 things going on, and they just got this, you only got about 66 kills out of them. Like, what, man? That's like, yeah, like, double, like only one half or even less of them. A little bit more than half, I think. Slightly more than half. But we got one more encounter to go. We got the Darkest versus Sog encounter. And we should be good to go. Right? I'm just checking the chat real quick, seeing if there's any chitter-chatter in here to talk about. I don't see nothing, so I guess we can get right on ahead to the next one. Last encounter of the day, folks. Let's make this one count. The finale, last but not least. How have you liked these games today? You know, I feel like they've been pretty short. A little bit more like bit-sized pieces, I think. Because usually when we have these Liga events, you know, these week streams, some of the matches go on for like 40 minutes to an hour. A lot of the encounters are like 3 matches instead of 2. So, tell me, do you like the shorter encounters or do you like the longer ones? I personally like the longer ones because I feel like it's good to see opponents face each other off when they're more on even ground with each other. They go for more late gaming style strategies and so forth. Like when Great War Age patch comes out and people start using it in the future Ligas, I want to see people actually go to the Great War Age and start using tanks and stuff. I don't want it always to end in Age 2, if possible, you know. But unfortunately that's going to happen because people just love attacking each other. Maybe we'll need like a treaty Liga of treaty or something. Just to force people to let people live for 40 plus minutes. To deploy that type of stuff. Okay, so we have Sogtalak, the inventor of the Bedouin Rush, whose unfortunately strategy was so nasty to deal with that the game decided to crash, so to protect your eyes from it. Yeah. That's what we're looking forward to. Well, we saw 2 Bedouin rushes today, and wait a second. We've seen 3 Bedouin rushes today, and only one of them did not out of sync today. The game really does not want us to see Bedouin rushes. We're only fortunate enough to see Chorizo Muy Largo's one completely fail. But we haven't seen a successful one yet today. This means that this final match here we got is totally a toss-up. We don't know who's going to win it or not. So this could go any way. I don't know who's going to win this. This is actually a total game changer. Alright, so we got SOG with Argentina. The classic SOG to lock Civ, I would say. Back in the old days when I used to play with SOG before the LAM patch, I used to always use this Civ. So, yeah, he likes this Civ a lot. And who's the opponent? We got Darkest with the Danish. We've seen Danish today, so not too much to talk about them that's new. How about Argentines, though? What are Argentines good at? Well, they're like the Texas of Wars of Liberty, Everybody's riding a horse, looking like a cowboy, gauchos. They love eating their steaks and their hamburgers, They start with some cows, and of course they got pastures, which are special farms that produce more cows that they can fatten up. So yeah, they're like the Texas of AoE 3, pretty much. Literally every way of the word. And of course, just like Texas, once you reach stage 2 and so forth, and you have lots of experience points, your ranks get overrun by immigrants too, just like Texas. Yep, definitely. Had to throw that one in there. Yep. But anyways, Argentina, they're a very strong Civ, They actually have multiple options. They're not just cavalry. They can actually go the barracks route, which is good in some situations because they get 2 infantry units. They get the Conscripto, so a basic musketeer style unit. They also get the Patricio. For people that are really rusty in Wars of Liberty language and experience, you might remember in the old days the Patricio used to be, like an Irish immigrant skirmisher, right? Like way long ago. That is not what they are now. They're basically an Argentine infantry that deals anti-light cavalry, so anti-maneuver multipliers at range, but in hand it deals anti-scout multipliers in a high amount. So it's like a hybrid between a musketeer and a skirmisher. Only, except the fact that its multipliers only kill like hussars, but they won't kill cuirassiers though. You need the conscripts to do better against that. Yeah, it's kind of strange, and they do have a good range too. They're a skirmish unit, so they get a really good 20 range, I think, so they can definitely hit things pretty easily. I think they were updated in the Great War patch to only be good against maneuver units to make them a little bit more specialized, and they actually gained a Royal Guard upgrade. I forget what the name of it is. It's one of the mercenary units that used to be in the LAM rework that they'd end up removing just to make it a Royal Guard for that, pretty much. I don't see it here, so you know what I'm thinking of. It's the mercenary ranged heavy infantry that, Uruguayans and Argentines and I think Brazilians can make. Yeah. Oh, and Paraguay can make them too, I think. Oh, the Patablancas. Yeah, the Patablancas. I just thought of that. The Patablancas. So, what are they aging up with? First Italian wave. Italians are very agriculturally focused for an immigrant. Their immigrant workers are great at farming or working on plantations pretty much. A lot of their techs revolve around that as well. They also get access to the ship wagon, the infamous big wagon that can carry an entire ship across land into another body of water. It only works for, like light ships and I think maybe heavy ships, but it does not work for siege ships though, because if you could deploy a couple of siege ships like a Marauder with the ship wagon into somebody's water like that, that would not be really nice, it would be really mean to do to them. I wonder if you can stick a dreadnought in Great War Age into a ship wagon and carry it across water, because you know how hard that would be to carry with just a couple horses across land? A big giant metal battleship like that? I don't know if you could do it. You know, and I'm looking at this deck right now. There's a bit of actually counter water in here, which I find interesting. Yeah, I see 2 of the corvettes. These are the light ships, similar to the Avisos of Europe. Also, we see frontier defenses. In case they run into any pressure, they can also ship in some Patricios in either age. A couple of Escoltas as well. Yeah, Pedreros. They clearly got the minimum cards to get the horse grenadiers going. They got Guaymas Tactics, allows the Infernales to be upgraded to Heroic and Distinguished, and they now cost coin instead of wood. So yeah, good variety of units here. You know, they should be exploring a pretty strong roster of Cav here. Whereas the Danish, though, what is Denmark doing? So they're actually shipping food? Why only food? What's this? This is Thule Expedition. You get a shipment of native warriors from each different allied tribe. And your explorer now boosts the attack and hit points of nearby native warriors. Huh. I remember actually picking this card a long time ago in one of my Danish treaty decks just to try it out. I don't know, though. Battlefield Engineering. Ox carts can transform into barracks, stables, and artillery foundries. Kind of a late game looking card, I would assume, because how do you exactly know, like, if you're going to use your Ox cart to make an artillery foundry or not? That's like a really long-term plan, I think, you know. That card always throws me for a loop, like, you know, like, I would rather make a plantation that costs about 600 wood with an Ox cart. I wouldn't want to make it into a 200 wood barracks. That's kind of insane. In very rare circumstances, I guess it could save your base a lot of trouble. Like if you were being heavily attacked, but other than that, I just can't think of a reason why you would ever do that. It just does not make any sense to me whatsoever. Really doesn't, you know. It really bogs me a lot trying to think of how that would exactly work. It's alright, you know. People have their ideas of things. Oh! So, Sog's going for an outlaw rush. These are the Matreros. Remember Lasadors in the old Argentine days? You know, those, Argentinian cowboy guys that throw their lassos at you like it's a Western film? Like, yeah, that's what these are, but they're outlaws, you know? They got rid of the Matreros and replaced them with the Patricios, which is nothing like a Lasador. But now you got Matreros, which are outlaw Lasadors. And essentially, you make them using the Caudillo, which is the Colonel, since, you know, Caudillos now just train outlaw units. They don't turn your base on fire and create a bunch of locusts to kill your crops and stuff anymore, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, now they just make outlaws. They're like Daimyos, but they create a bunch of criminals, you know. Yeah, they just make a bunch of Matreros.
Dígame, señor. Gallagher, a los tiros.
Yep. Watch this right. Woo! Look at that. Splash damage. They're actually stronger than Lasadors out of the gate, I think, because they're outlaws and their stats are a little bit adjusted to be stronger. So, yeah, watch out for the Matreros, man. These guys are pretty tough. And you can certainly combine them into with the Infernales for some anti-cav. You can combine them with Patricios. I wouldn't combine them with Patricios because these guys... wait a minute, these Patreros don't get a multiplier against light cav, right? Because the original Lasadors lost that multiplier to add it to the hog tie back in the day, so yeah, they're only good against heavy infantry with the multipliers. What was Darkus even planning here? Like, what was Darkus even planning? Oh, he was going up to age up, right? Was he going to do anything after that, though? Where's he going with? The adventurer, right? Get some partisans and some volunteers. He doesn't even have a house to get a cannon. Dude, make a house. Make yourself a casa to get some population with. Making a casa right over here. You need a casa like right now. Because its HP is like down by about more than half. Oh, more Matreros. Oh, well, yep. Yep, GG. I don't think you're recovering from that mess. Didn't even get the Grenadier shipping out. Ugh. I would run with the Ford artilleries myself, you know. I get that they could go into hand and start attacking with swords, but at least with the cannons, you're going to blast through them easier. You're going to get multiple volleys. You know, with the Grenadiers, it's only one grenade shot, and if it doesn't work, you're toast. Anyways, though, that was a really simple 8-minute kill by Sog using Matreros. You know, it's good to see the Lassadors surviving on through these outlaws. You know, it was one of the most broken units that Argentina had back in the day, and the fact that they can live on in these pop-heavy outlaws is great. Really is. I mean, not much to say here though with the post game. I mean, yeah, of course the coin is gonna be triple because you're literally mining like crazy to be able to afford those things, and your wood's going to be higher just so you can afford to find houses and casas to put them in. Yeah, I mean, kills were actually about the same because Darkest didn't even make a single military unit himself. He only got a couple of free volunteers and partisans through the age up, but nothing else. So, yep, literally just the 4 pikemen. Yeah. Pretty much like that. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this live stream. Did anybody leave any chat stuff for me to watch? Wait a second, let me check. For some reason my chat window's gone. Did get Microsoft Edge crash or something? I want to make sure nobody wrote anything else before we drop off here. Let me just check real quick. Yep, let's just see. I'll check on the Twitch site too. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any chat here, so I think we're all good, right? We're all kosher. So, yeah. Hope you all enjoyed the Liga Week 18 stream. We got one more coming, Week 19. And then this tournament will be officially over. And then we can see who are the best Juanitos Muy Fuertes in the Liga community, you know, or the Gringo Guapo, me. So, stay tuned for that. Signing off now from Week 18. Enjoy it on Twitch for now. It'll be available on YouTube before you even know it. Yeah, I'll probably send a message on YouTube when it's available there, so stay tuned for that. Adios, Juanitos Muy Bonitos and Juanitas Muy Guapas.